Hey guys, I welcome everyone to Sriram IAS, a channel partner of Unacademy. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Give me a yes in the comment box, guys. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, so let us start this session, guys. In this session, we will be discussing some important aspects of current affairs for the upcoming UPSC Prelims exam, which is happening next Sunday, that is 28th of May. So guys, this is a very quick revision session which will help you to score some marks. Yeah, we are running live. Just a second. Okay, so I welcome everyone. Okay, perfect. So guys, let us start now. I welcome you all to Sriram IAS. For all those aspirants who are looking up for preparing for UPSC 2024 exam, you can get along with us at Sriram IAS because we are offering a comprehensive course for UPSC 24 where you will be getting your complete coverage for the preparation of UPSC CSE 24. So we will be covering prelims, mains, as well as your interview. Everything will be covered in the subscription. Along with this, you will also get the answer writing. Okay, along with this, you will also get answer writing. Raja, yes, we have already taken CSAT sessions as well. You can check the playlist in our YouTube channel, that is Unacademy Articulate. You will find the CSAT session there as well. So this session is basically designed for having a quick grasp of current affairs for UPSC CSE exam. So all those who are preparing for taking the subscription or you are planning to take subscription, you can use this code SHRIRAMS. You will get straight away 20% off on all the subscriptions. Okay, it will help you to get 20% off and it will help you to save some money. So guys, my name is Anshum Verma and today's schedule for the marathon, the 8-hour marathon, it will be in total 4 sessions where me and Sanat sir will be taking the turns one by one. So the first session is 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Now in this session, guys, I will be covering IR, all important aspects of IR, environment. Then in the afternoon session, I will be coming up with polity. So Sanat sir will be taking your subjects like economics, science and tech, art and culture, government schemes, etc. So all these portions he will be taking. Okay, so before we start this video, I request everyone to like this video and you can also share with among your friends. So my name is Anshum Verma, guys. I am a practicing advocate at High Court of Delhi and these are my credentials on the screen. So we are beginning today's session. Guys, with a important topic for UPSC CSE Pre 23. In this topic, we will be talking about India and its neighborhood. Okay, India and its neighborhood. Now, the first topic in this is India-China relation. So guys, we all know that India and China, इन दोनों के बीच में जो रिलेशन है over the past 3-4 years has been declining. The decline started from the Galwan clash. You remember the Galwan clash in Ladakh, where China is coming inside the territory of India and claiming all those portions of India into their own territory. The same thing, guys, the same thing they are just a second, guys. Yeah, so the same thing China is doing in Arunachal Pradesh as well. Yes or no? Very recently, China has named 11 places of India. These 11 places include some rivers, some mountains, some valleys, and some particular land parcels, and they have named after their own names. Okay, उन्होंने हमारी इंडियन टेरिटरी को अपना नाम दे दिया, एंड दे क्लेम कंप्लीट अरुणाचल प्रदेश टू बी देयर्स. वो ऐसा कहते हैं कि पूरा अरुणाचल प्रदेश हमारा है. नाउ इस चीज से अब ये तो सारे कंटेम्प्रेरी इश्यूज हो गए, ये एक ऑनगोइंग इशू है. बट यहां से प्रीलिम्स में क्या पूछा जा सकता है? इन प्रीलिम्स व्हाट कैन बी आस्क्ड इज मैप बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस एंड बाउंड्री बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस. सो पूरा इंडो चाइना बॉर्डर हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन लैक, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन मैकमोहन लाइन, all these things we will understand in this session, okay, in this topic. So the biggest dispute between India and China in border areas is because of there is no clear cut demarcation of the border. ये जो border हम देख रहे हैं guys, जो हम मैप पर ड्रॉ करते हैं, वो इतना आसान demarcated area नहीं है जैसा कि यहां पर दिख रहा है. So basically, आजादी के टाइम पर, so this complete border is divided into 3 sectors. Okay, the 3 sectors are western, middle, and eastern sector. So the western sector includes this J&K portion. ये पूरा J&K portion is your western sector. The middle sector is Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And this complete sector is called as the eastern sector. Is it clear? Now, what is the difference between McMahon line and line of actual control? क्या फर्क है line of actual control and McMahon line? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me? इन दोनों में क्या फर्क है? वेरी क्विकली. Okay, so guys, the line of actual control is basically the demarcation of India-China border in J&K sector. Okay, it is the demarcation in the J&K sector. Now basically, McMahon, this was the guy, a British civil servant, who wanted to, or his job was to demarcate the border of India and China. And according to his demarcation, इनके demarcation में इन्होंने क्या पॉलिसी को चुना? दैट अ लाइन जॉइनिंग टू पिकेट्स, अ लाइन जॉइनिंग टू पिकेट्स, पिकेट्स क्या होता है, एक टेम्पररी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, एक फौजी चौकी जिसे कहते हैं. सो अ लाइन ज्वाइनिंग टू पिकेट्स इज बॉर्डर बिटवीन इंडिया एंड चाइना. वेर एज अब चाइना कैसे करेगा, अच्छा ये एक इमेजिनरी लाइन है, अ लाइन, अ स्ट्रेट लाइन बिटवीन टू पॉइंट्स दैट ज्वाइंस टू पिकेट्स इज कॉल्ड एज द मैकमोहन लाइन. बट इन दिस केस बिकॉज कोई एग्जैक्ट फेंस्ड बॉर्डर नहीं है या डिमार्केटेड बॉर्डर नहीं है, चाइना क्या करेगा, अंदर आ जाएगा और एक पिकेट इंडिया की टेरिटरी में एस्टैब्लिश कर देगा. दिस इज इंडिया एंड दिस इज चाइना. सो अब जो नई डिमार्केशन बनी वो ये हुई, ठीक है. अब जो नई डिमार्केशन हुई ये बनी और वो कहेंगे कि ये जो है बॉर्डर हमारा, ये वाला पोर्शन हमारा है, ये दिस इज चाइना एंड दिस इज इंडिया. अच्छा, व्हेन इंडिया विल रिटेलिएट कि भाई आपने ये गलत, ये पिकेट गलत बनाई है, ये दिस इज अ रॉन्ग पिकेट, आप इस पिकेट को वापस पीछे लेके जाओ क्योंकि एज पर द मैप्स यहां पर कोई पिकेट नहीं थी. तो चाइना इस चीज से कभी एग्री नहीं करता और ये उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी है. द स्ट्रैटेजी कॉल्ड एज सलामी स्लाइसिंग. ओके, व्हाट इज अ सलामी? सलामी आपने खाया होगा ना, चिकन या किसी भी ऐसे फ्लैश को बहुत स्लाइसेस में काटना, उसी से ये टर्म आया है सलामी. तो धीरे धीरे करके अब चाइना बोलेगा कि ओके वी विल लाइक टू रिकंसिडर द बॉर्डर, ठीक है, हम एक दूसरे के साथ बैठकर टॉक्स करते हैं और बॉर्डर को सेटल कर लेंगे. तो चाइना कहता है ठीक है, थोड़ा सा हम हट जाते हैं पीछे, थोड़ा सा आप हट जाओ. सो जो कि ओरिजिनल बॉर्डर ये ए लाइन थी, अब उन्होंने ओरिजिनल बॉर्डर ऑन पेपर्स क्या बना दी, बी लाइन. ऐसा वो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स में कंटिन्यूअसली करते रहते हैं. इसी को बोलते हैं सलामी स्लाइसिंग. एंड गाइस, चाइना इज नॉट डूइंग दिस विद अस. ऐसा नहीं है चाइना सिर्फ इंडिया के साथ ये कर रहा है. चाइना ये एट प्रेजेंट मोर देन 18 नेशंस के साथ उनका ये डिस्प्यूट चल रहा है, बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट. बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट दैट इंक्लूड्स मैरीटाइम कंट्रीज, यानी ऐसी कंट्रीज जिनके साथ वो समुद्री बॉर्डर शेयर करते हैं एंड लैंड बॉर्डर शेयर करते हैं. जैसा कि एक डिस्प्यूट जो कि इस साल बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में नहीं रहा बट अक्सर न्यूज में रहता है, दैट इज द साउथ चाइना सी. ये जरूर सुना होगा आपने, साउथ चाइना सी. चाइना ऊपर है, साउथ चाइना नीचे है और चाइना कहता है पूरा सी हमारा है, ठीक है, क्योंकि इसका नाम साउथ चाइना है, ठीक है. और भी कई ऐसी बोगस एक्सप्लेनेशन वो देते हैं, बट आपको भी पता है ऐसे तो पूरा इंडियन ओशन हमारा हुआ, क्योंकि इट इज द ओनली ओशन इन द वर्ल्ड विच इज नेम्ड आफ्टर अ कंट्री. सो गाइस, कुछ प्रीलिम्स रिलेटेड फैक्ट्स यहां से इंडो चाइना बॉर्डर से निकल के आते हैं. सबसे पहला है आपका जॉनसन लाइन. नाउ ये एक बॉर्डर है जो कि अक्साइचिन वाले इलाके में, जेएनके वाले इलाके में बनाया गया था इंडिया और चाइना के बीच में. जॉनसन लाइन 1860 में यह बॉर्डर डिसाइड करा गया था बिटवीन इंडिया, तिब्बत एंड चाइना. इस टाइम पर तिब्बत was a autonomous kingdom. Autonomous मतलब एक स्वचलित किंगडम था. ओके, सो ये जॉनसन लाइन कनेक्ट्स योर अक्साइचिन एंड कुनलुन माउंटेन रीजन विच इज राइट नाउ इन तिब्बत. सो इंडिया क्लेम करता है एक्साइचिन को यूजिंग जॉनसन लाइन. सो जॉनसन लाइन प्रीलिम्स में पूछा जा सकता है व्हाट इज जॉनसन लाइन. बट चाइना कहता है वी डोंट एक्सेप्ट जॉनसन लाइन, बल्कि हम मानेंगे मैकडोनल्ड लाइन को, जो कि उन्होंने पता नहीं कहां से बनवा ली, किसी ब्रिटिश सिविल सर्वेंट को पैसे देके बोल दिया होगा कि भाई आप एक लाइन खींच दो कहीं से भी और उसको हम क्लेम कर लेंगे. सो दे क्लेम मैकडोनल्ड लाइन, जिसकी वजह से एक्साइचिन बिकम्स देयर पार्ट. ये एक्साइचिन वही है चाइना ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर. नाउ जो मिडिल सेक्टर है हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, यहां पर मेजरली जो बॉर्डर है वो दोनों कंट्रीज के बीच में सेटल्ड है. नाउ डू यू नो द रीजन कि यहां पर सेटल बॉर्डर है, ठीक है. हिमाचल प्रदेश एंड उत्तराखंड दे हैव अ सेटल्ड बॉर्डर. Whereas J&K एंड अरुणाचल प्रदेश यहां पे बॉर्डर अनसेटल्ड है। इसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? रीजन बहुत सिंपल है गाइस। इंडिया में अगर आपको एंटर करना है तो दो ही प्लेसेस है जहां से इंडिया में एंटर करना आसान होगा, ज्योग्राफिकली और मिलिटरली। दैट इज दिस द नॉर्दर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया एंड द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड में वी हैव द ग्रेटर हिमालयास who which are providing a natural defense to India in this region। अब जिसकी वजह से you will see चाइना यहां से आ नहीं सकता, तो फालतू का डिस्प्यूट क्यों करेगा? डिस्प्यूट वो वहां करेगा जहां से इंडिया में एंटर करना पॉसिबल है। मैकमोहन लाइन, जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, इट इज दैट पोर्शन ऑफ अरुणाचल प्रदेश जो कि 1914 में फिर से एक मीटिंग में शिमला में एक मीटिंग हुई, विच इंक्लूड द रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स ऑफ ऑल थ्री किंगडम्स और द कंट्रीज रादर एट दैट टाइम। ठीक है, इसके अंदर चाइना, तिब्बत और इंडिया के लोग थे, और मैकमोहन लाइन को डिजाइन करा गया था सो दैट द ब्रिटिश इंडिया एंड चाइना कैन सेटल देयर बॉर्डर इन दैट पार्ट। ठीक है, हाउएवर इंडिया का क्लेम क्या है? अकॉर्डिंग टू इंडिया, तवांग is the part of this McMahon line and as per the 1951 position, जो कि agreed position है दोनों पार्टी की। बट अब चाइना कहता है कि पूरा तवांग एक नॉर्दर्न अरुणाचल प्रदेश का डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वो कहता है ये पूरा हमारा है, और उनका क्लेम तो पूरा अरुणाचल प्रदेश पे है, वो कहते हैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश ही पूरा हमारा है। सो दिस वॉज अ इशू जो कि बॉर्डर रिलेटेड है, आपसे यूपीएससी पूछ सकती है इन अपकमिंग एग्जाम। द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक गाइस, इस मैराथन सेशन में मैं बहुत क्विक टॉपिक्स को पकड़ूंगा ताकि आपको एक उसका बैकग्राउंड पता लगे, उसका प्रेजेंट कंडीशन पता लगे, और एग्जाम में प्री ओरिएंटेड कैसे क्वेश्चन पूछे जा सकते हैं। ठीक है, इन तीन एस्पेक्ट्स पर हम टॉपिक को डिस्कस करेंगे। डिटेल टॉपिक और डिटेल करंट अफेयर्स प्लस कोर्स पर हम लॉन्च करते हैं, जहां पर मंथली करंट अफेयर्स सारे टॉपिक्स को डिटेल में पढ़ते हैं। ठीक है, सो वन चाइना पॉलिसी बेसिकली क्या है? अच्छा, इफ यू नो द बैकग्राउंड ऑफ चाइना बना कैसे? सो चाइना वॉज जस्ट लाइक इंडिया, यहां पर भी बहुत सारे किंगडम्स थे। फिर इन किंगडम्स में क्या हुआ? एक पॉपुलर रिवोल्ट शुरू हुआ जो कि कम्युनिस्ट मूवमेंट ऑफ चाइना भी जिसे कहते हैं। कुछ ऐसे प्रोमिनेंट लीडर जियाओपिंग, माओ जेडोंग, ठीक है, ये सारे कुछ प्रोमिनेंट लीडर्स, आप इन सब ने उस कम्युनिस्ट रजीम को आगे चलाया, और जितने भी किंग्स या मोनार्की थी चाइना की, वो अपनी जान बचाकर भाग गए एक आइलैंड में, जिसे आप ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ चाइना में देखोगे। उस आइलैंड को आज आप ताइवान के नाम से जानते हो। ताइवान कहता है कि हम हैं डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक ऑफ चाइना, वेयर एज चाइना जो मेनलैंड चाइना है वो अपने आप को भी असर्ट करता है कि नहीं, ताइवान इज नॉट चाइना बट वी आर द डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक ऑफ चाइना। Is it clear? So one China policy is US and India both one China policy is China's assertness against Taiwan. Okay, they claim Taiwan as their own part, whereas Taiwan they consider themselves as a separate country. एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू वन चाइना पॉलिसी, चाइना क्या क्लेम करता है कि विच व्हाटसोएवर कंट्री हु विल बी इन टच ऑफ चाइना, दैट मीन्स एनी कंट्री हु विल हैव अ रिलेशन विद चाइना, दे वोंट हैव एनी रिलेशन विद इंडिया। इज इट क्लियर? ऐसी कंट्री जिसके चाइना के साथ रिलेशन होंगे वो ताइवान के साथ रिलेशन होंगे, वो चाइना के साथ रिलेशन नहीं रख सकता, ठीक है। तो दिस इज चाइना's वन चाइना पॉलिसी. नाउ अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस, नाउ चाइना हैज अ ग्लोबल डिपेंडेंस, राइट. चाइना के पास एक ग्लोबल डिपेंडेंस है. इसकी वजह से बहुत सारे कंट्रीज चाइना की वन चाइना पॉलिसी के साथ असर्ट करते हैं, और इंडिया भी इसी पॉलिसी को ब्रॉडली रिकग्नाइज करता है, ठीक है. इंडिया ऑल्सो ब्रॉडली रिकग्नाइजेस दिस पॉलिसी, एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस पॉलिसी इंडिया की कोई एम्बेसी नहीं है चाइना में, रादर एक कॉन्सुलेट है. कॉन्सुलेट एक नॉर्मल डिप्लोमेटिक ऑफिस होता है. सो वी एडजस्ट टू वन चाइना पॉलिसी. अच्छा, ये क्यों न्यूज में आया? बिकॉज यू विल सी मैनी यूएस टॉप ब्यूरोक्रेट्स एंड दैट टू स्पीकर ऑफ द यूएस कांग्रेस विजिटेड चाइना. ये इस वजह से न्यूज में आया. सो द क्वेश्चन कैन बी अराउंड दिस. देन इसी से रिलेटेड कुछ और टॉपिक आपको पता होना चाहिए, दैट वन चाइना टू गवर्नमेंट. वन चाइना टू गवर्नमेंट कौन सी पार्ट के लिए है? वन चाइना टू गवर्नमेंट ये हांगकांग को एडमिनिस्टर करने के लिए चाइना ने ये पॉलिसी बनाई थी. ये भी आपको पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है. इसका पूरा डिटेल में हम बाद में पढ़ेंगे, बट लेट अस मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक, इंडस रिवर वाटर ट्रीटी. नाउ गाइस, इंडस रिवर वाटर ट्रीटी वाज इन न्यूज during what time? This complete year Indus River Water Treaty was in news. Why? Because India has recently issued a notice to Pakistan to modify this treaty. India चाहता था कि इस ट्रीटी को मॉडिफाई करें. By the way, Indus River Water Treaty वर्ल्ड की सबसे बड़ी ट्रीटीज में से एक है, जो कि दो कंट्रीज के बीच में रिवर वाटर शेयरिंग पर बनी है. एंड यू वोंट बिलीव that this treaty is the most worst treaty for a upper riparian state. upper riparian state, ठीक है. ये एक ऐसी ट्रीटी है जो सबसे वर्स्ट ट्रीटी है फॉर द अपर राइपेरियन स्टेट. अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस ट्रीटी we can very quickly discuss Jhelum, Chenab and Indus. All these three rivers belongs to Pakistan, and Ravi, Byas, Satluj belongs to India. This treaty was signed in 1960, and इस treaty में उस time पर decide करा गया था that if both the countries are facing any issue, either they will sit together and solve the issue. This is first, they will sit together. Then second, they will appoint a neutral mediator. एक न्यूट्रल मीडिएटर अपॉइंट करा जाएगा. थर्ड क्या था इसमें कि दे विल टेक द हेल्प ऑफ इंटरनेशनल एजेंसीज और दे कैन फाइल द केस इन इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस. सो अब इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान के बीच में टॉक्स सस्पेंडेड हैं. सो आर्टिकल 12 सब क्लॉज 3 ऑफ दिस ट्रीटी says that provision of this treaty from time to time should be modified and duly ratified between the two governments. ये ऑलरेडी ये कहता है ये आर्टिकल, बट पाकिस्तान नेवर वांट दिस टू बी नेगोशिएटेड बिकॉज उनको इसमें फायदा हो रहा है, राइट. उसमें इस ट्रीटी में उनको फायदा हो रहा है, दैट इज दे आर गेटिंग मोर वाटर. सो इफ यू वांट टू नो द डिटेल्स ऑफ द वाटर वेरी क्विकली, द टोटल water carrying capacity of these three rivers is 33 million acre feet, okay. And if I talk about Indus, Jhelum and Chenab, it is 135 million acre feet. So imagine that almost 3 times more water is going in Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. Is it clear? So इस ट्रीटी में नेगोशिएटर कौन था? वर्ल्ड बैंक था. इस वजह से ये ट्रीटी न्यूज में आई. इसके अलावा प्रीलिम्स ओरिएंटेड फैक्ट्स आपको पता होना चाहिए. कुछ प्रोमिनेंट डैम इस रिवर्स पर और इनकी ट्रिब्यूटरीज पर जो न्यूज में रहे. फॉर एग्जांपल तारबेला डैम विच इज वेरी रिसेंटली कंस्ट्रक्टेड ऑन इंडस रिवर, मंगला डैम ऑन झेलम रिवर. इसके बाद एक और इशू था जिसकी वजह से इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के बीच में एक केस भी चला, किशन गंगा विच इज अ ट्रिब्यूटरी ऑफ रिवर झेलम। सो किशन गंगा प्रोजेक्ट को पाकिस्तान ने चैलेंज करा था, कहां पर? इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस में, और एज यूजुअल दे लॉस्ट इट। नेक्स्ट, इंडिया श्रीलंका। वेरी क्विकली, इंडिया श्रीलंका के बीच में क्या इशू है? मेजरली जो इशू है वो फिशरमैन को लेकर रहता है दोनों कंट्रीज में, एंड जाफना पेनिनसुला, बिकॉज दिस पेनिनसुला, दिस पार्ट ऑफ श्रीलंका इज क्लोजर टू द तमिलनाडु, एंड इन जाफना पेनिनसुला majorly Tamils stay. And if I talk about the majority of the Sri Lanka, the majority of the Sri Lanka are Sinhalese, which are the Buddhist. Okay, so majorly the issue between India and Sri Lanka revolves around fishermen issue, but one island that came into news during 2022-2023 period was कच्चा थीवू आइलैंड। अब यूपीएससी से क्वेश्चन पूछ सकती है, कच्चा थीवू आइलैंड इज इन विच पार्ट, और इज अ आइलैंड और अ डिस्प्यूटेड टेरिटरी बिटवीन व्हाट टू कंट्रीज? इस तरह के क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी ने अक्सर पूछे हैं, प्रीलिम्स ओरिएंटेड। सो कच्चा थीवू आइलैंड, दिस इज द लोकेशन, कैन यू सी इट हियर ऑन द मैप? ऑलमोस्ट इन मिडल ऑफ पाक स्ट्रेट, पाक स्ट्रेट के बीचों बीच है। इट इज अ स्मॉल अनहैबिटेड आइलैंड, यहां पर बहुत ज्यादा लोग नहीं रहते, कुछ छोटे मोटे ट्राइबल्स रहते हैं, जो कि लगभग 14th सेंचुरी में वॉल्केनिक इरप्शन से बना था। दिस आइलैंड वॉज गिवन टू श्रीलंका, ठीक है, मैरीटाइम बाउंड्री एग्रीमेंट जो हमारे श्रीलंका के साथ हुए थे, इस आइलैंड को हमने श्रीलंका को दे दिया था, ठीक है। बट वेरी रिसेंटली श्रीलंका के फिशरमैन डिस्प्यूट्स के चलते और प्राइम मिनिस्टर के तमिलनाडु के विजिट के दौरान चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ तमिलनाडु ने ये डिस्प्यूट फिर से उठा दिया और उन्होंने ये क्लेम करा कि कच्चा थीवू आइलैंड शुड बी ब्रॉट बैक टू इंडिया। इज इट क्लियर? सो ये एक नेक्स्ट इशू था इंडिया श्रीलंका। फटाफट उसके बाद बात करते हैं इंडियाज 2+2 डायलॉग। अब ये 2+2 डायलॉग क्या है? एक हाईएस्ट लेवल ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म है, एक डिप्लोमेटिक टॉक है। डिप्लोमेटिक टॉक, इससे ऑलरेडी यूपीएससी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है। एट प्रेजेंट, अभी वेरी रिसेंटली जनवरी में, इस साल के स्टार्टिंग में 2+2 डायलॉग हुआ इंडिया और यूएसए के बीच में। नाउ व्हाट डज दिस मीन 2+2? 2+2 इज डिफेंस फॉरेन मिनिस्टर of both the sides, defense minister and foreign minister of both the sides. So you know the defense minister Rajnath Singh and foreign minister foreign minister of India. Then you have Mike Pompeo, the foreign secretary of America, S. Jaishankar, the counterpart, and then the foreign minister, और वहां पर foreign minister को secretary कहते हैं। So defense secretary and foreign secretary of US. अच्छा, with what all countries India practice this 2+2 dialogue? India कौन कौन से देशों के साथ ये 2+2 डायलॉग करता है? US, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जापान एंड रशिया। इसमें रशिया को हटा दो तो बाकी 3 क्वाड के मेंबर भी हैं, ठीक है। बाकी 3 क्वाड के मेंबर भी बन जाते हैं। क्वाड इज अनदर इंटरनेशनल ग्रुप जिसको अभी हम पढ़ेंगे। और इस बार बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल में कुछ ऐसा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं हुआ। कुछ बेसिक से एग्रीमेंट है, जैसे इंडो पैसिफिक आर्मी मैनेजमेंट, जहां पर आर्मी कमांडर्स ऑफ बोथ द नेशंस विल मीट। फिर उन्होंने एक्सपेंशन करने की बात करी कोविड-19 सपोर्ट्स में, जो भी कोविड-19 एड यूएस दे रहा है डिफरेंट नेशंस को। नासा और इसरो का एक सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रेडार सैटेलाइट का एक एग्रीमेंट हुआ, यानी साइंस एंड टेक के एरिया में। एंड एक एग्रीमेंट हुआ एयर लॉन्च अनमैन एरियल व्हीकल। यूएसए के पास कुछ एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं एरियल व्हीकल की, ओके, कुछ एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है एरियल व्हीकल की। सो उसका एक बहुत प्रोमिनेंट ड्रोन है प्रीडेटर ड्रोन, प्रीडेटर्स, ये प्रीडेटर ड्रोन इंडिया इज प्लानिंग टू बाय, ठीक है। और उनकी ये जो सारी जो आपका कह सकते हो जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, इंडिया विल हैव अ टाई अप विद सच डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग थ्रू डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रेड इनिशिएटिव। ये दोनों के बीच में साइन हुआ, ये वाला पोर्शन इंपॉर्टेंट है, डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रेड इनिशिएटिव। ऐसे एग्रीमेंट्स पर यूपीएससी क्वेश्चन पूछ लेती है। इंडिया यूएस के बीच में ये साइन हुआ और यहाँ पर यूएवीज, होम ग्रोन यूएवी प्रोडक्शन के लिए ये बेसिक टारगेट करा जा रहा है, ठीक है। इसके बाद और कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट एग्रीमेंट जो इंडिया और यूएसए के बीच में ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं, आप बहुत सुपरफ्लुअसली इनको देख लेना। लेमोआ, कॉमकासा एंड बेका, ठीक है। लेमोआ, कॉमकासा एंड बेका, ये ऑलरेडी हम पास्ट में साइन कर चुके हैं। बेसिकली ये वाई यूएस एंड इंडियाज एंगेजमेंट इज इंक्रीजिंग। क्या रीजन है गाइस इसके पीछे? एक बेसिक रीजन ये है कि दे वांट टू काउंटर चाइना, ठीक है। चाइनास बेस्ट काउंटर इज नथिंग बट इट इज इंडिया इन दिस रीजन। देन कुछ और इंटरनेशनल प्रीलिम्स ओरिएंटेड इंटरनेशनल इनिशिएटिव्स, ठीक है। वेरी क्विकली वी विल डिस्कस some international initiatives prelims oriented. First, global security initiative. अब ये global security initiative क्या है? It is proposed by China to have a new global strategy so that they can come out of cold war mentality. cold war mentality से बाहर निकलने के लिए एक स्ट्रैटेजी है चाइना की। बेसिकली वर्ल्ड के जो प्रोमिनेंट अलायंस है, उन अलायंसेस के अगेंस्ट ये चाइना की स्ट्रैटेजी है। सो आपको पता होना चाहिए ग्लोबल सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव किसने स्टार्ट करा। ये बेसिकली इंडो यूएस पैसिफिक स्ट्रैटेजी के अगेंस्ट है, क्वाड के अगेंस्ट है एंड ऑकुस के अगेंस्ट है। ऑकुस ऑस्ट्रेलिया यूके यूएस, क्वाड इंडिया यूएस ऑस्ट्रेलिया जापान, एंड इंडो पैसिफिक is the increasing coordination between India in the Pacific region. एक और इंटरनेशनल इनिशिएटिव जो कि न्यूज में था, porcupine strategy. What is porcupine strategy? Porcupine, if you have seen that animal, it is a strategy of defense. Porcupine कैसे डिफेंस करता है अपने आप को? It has a hard scale on the top, and whenever the porcupine feels a threat, so the porcupine, along with the scale, it has strong needle-like or spikes like outer layer. So it is a kind of a defense as well as attack on the same time. Yes or no, guys? It is a kind of a defense and attack on the same time. So Taiwan ये strategy, अभी you remember we have discussed one China policy. We have discussed one China policy. So one China policy के अंदर China is getting aggressive towards Taiwan. उनके ताइवान के एयर स्पेस में you will see that the Chinese planes are flying. उनके economic zone में you will find Chinese vessels are floating, that too military vessels. So in this strategy, they are building up strategies to fight back China in order to have a asymmetric warfare. That means वो उनको कैसे अटैक करेंगे? They will attack very swiftly. इसके अंदर इंटेलिजेंस एंड रिकॉग्निजेंस को यूज करा जाएगा. What is that means? Intelligence gathering. They will work on their radar system and etc. Guerrilla warfare. They will work on sudden attacks and then running after from those attacks. इसके बाद inner most layer relies on geography and demography of the island. यानी defense strategy पर भी जो उनका island है, they will also work on the defense strategy of their island. So this is known as the porcupine strategy. Next international initiative, wolf warrior diplomacy. Now ये wolf warrior diplomacy का क्या मतलब है? Wolf Wolf symbolizes aggressive and very hostile behavior. तो चाइना पूरे वर्ल्ड में, be it any relation, China is following this aggressive strategy. They are kind of using diplomatic attacks on different platforms. Like they are using diplomacy, they are using social media, they are using some hostile activities through military. ठीक है, इस तरह की स्ट्रैटेजीज को यूज करके चाइना अपना दबदबा बनाना चाहता है. एग्जाम्पल, साउथ चाइना सी. एग्जाम्पल, साउथ चाइना सी. एग्जाम्पल, in US China trade war. Okay, US China trade war. So right now China is coming out as a popular country for semiconductors. ठीक है, या ऐसे कोई से भी प्रोडक्ट्स जो चाइना में सबसे ज्यादा उगते, या तो एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्ट्स हो या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोडक्ट्स हो, उनके ट्रेड को कंट्रोल करना स्ट्रिक्ट डिप्लोमेसी से, इसको वुल्फ वॉरियर स्ट्रैटेजी कहते हैं. और बेसिकली दिस डिप्लोमेसी इज अ डायरेक्ट रिस्पॉन्स टू अनफेयर अप्रोचेस बाय द अदर कंट्री, स्पेशली यूएस टुवर्ड्स चाइना एंड चाइनीज पीपल. सो मेन काउंटर इस वुल्फ वॉरियर डिप्लोमेसी का चाइना है एंड और सारी कंट्रीज में. ये सेम स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ चाइना इज गेटिंग एग्रेसिव इन नेपाल. अच्छा, नेपाल को तो वो यूज कर रहा है अगेंस्ट इंडिया. On one hand, they are using Pakistan against India. And then what is happening in Ladakh and Arunachal is also part of their wolf warrior strategy. Then China plus one strategy. Okay, China plus one strategy. अब ये भी एक international initiative है. तो basically it is a kind of anti-China initiative. एंटी चाइना कैसे है? चाइना प्लस वन स्ट्रैटेजी इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ ऑल्टरनेटिव. ओके, इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ ऑल्टरनेटिव अगेंस्ट चाइना. इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ ऑल्टरनेटिव अगेंस्ट चाइना बिकॉज इफ यू रिमेंबर गाइज, ड्यूरिंग कोविड टाइम व्हेन कोविड स्टार्टेड स्प्रेडिंग एंड इट वाज टर्निंग एज अ पैंडेमिक, धीरे धीरे आप देखोगे the world has a dependence on China for all manufacturing goods. इतना ज्यादा कि यूएसए के basic consumer goods like chips, biscuits and all these things are also getting manufactured in China. You won't believe this. All important electronic products like semiconductors. तो अभी थोड़े टाइम पहले आपने शायद न्यूज में सुना भी होगा, all the electronic items, their prices were rising. Yes or no guys? उनके prices rise कर रहे थे. Reason was the semiconductor chips used in those commodities. The semiconductor chips used in those commodities. जैसे TV, laptop, cars. These days even cars have the ECU. So basically this strategy is to look for alternative कि कैसे हम चाइना के बाहर निकल सकते हैं और कुछ alternatives को देख सकते हैं. अब इसको मेंस के पर्सपेक्टिव से आप जब पढ़ोगे तो इंडिया कैसे इसको यूज कर सकता है, कैसे इंडिया अपना ट्रेड बढ़ा सकता है, और इंडिया के कई ऐसे काउंटर. अच्छा, चाइना का बेस्ट ऑल्टरनेटिव इंडिया जैसा देश है. ओके, द बेस्ट ऑल्टरनेटिव अगेंस्ट चाइना इज अ कंट्री लाइक इंडिया, बट there are several other countries who are posing a counter to China. कुछ ऐसी और कंट्रीज भी हैं जो कि एक थ्रेट काउंटर दे रही हैं चाइना को और इंडिया को भी, जैसे कि वियतनाम, बांग्लादेश, all these South East Asian country, Laos, Cambodia, all these countries are also growing their business. Next, ग्लोबल गेटवे क्या है? नेक्स्ट, ग्लोबल गेटवे. अब स्ट्रेट अवे ऐसा क्वेश्चन आ सकता है कि व्हाट इज ग्लोबल गेटवे? नाउ बेसिकली ग्लोबल गेटवे इज अ मेजर to counter China. It is a measure to counter China because China is building a network of road and railways along with important sea routes. तो वो इन सब को कंट्रोल करना चाह रहा है. जैसे आप यहां पर देखो, दिस ब्लू लाइन रिप्रेजेंट्स द मैरीटाइम रूट. ठीक है, द ब्लू लाइन रिप्रेजेंट्स मैरीटाइम रूट. सो ये सारे इंपॉर्टेंट लोकेशंस कनेक्ट करता है जिससे चाइना का ट्रेड वाया सी रूट जल्दी से जल्दी हो सके. और उसका कॉन्ट्रेरी एक लैंड रूट चाइना डेवलप कर रहा है अलोंग सेंट्रल एशिया. इसको द सिल्क रोड या वन बेल्ट वन रोड इनिशिएटिव भी कहा जाता है. इसी का एक पार्ट पाकिस्तान में भी आ रहा है, ग्वादार. नाउ ईच कंट्री इज गेटिंग द सस्पिशन ऑफ चाइनीज एग्रेशन. हर कंट्री सस्पिशन है, एवरी कंट्री हैज अ सस्पिशन अगेंस्ट चाइना दैट व्हाई चाइना इज using these networks of road and railway. Is there any other hidden strategy of China? So in order to counter this Chinese strategy, European Union ने भी एक 300 बिलियन पाउंड का एक काउंटर तैयार करा है एज अ, उसको नाम दिया है ग्लोबल गेटवे. ठीक है, सो दिस ग्लोबल गेटवे इज बेसिकली अ काउंटर टुवर्ड्स चाइना's वन बेल्ट वन रोड इनिशिएटिव. अच्छा, कैन यू गाइस टेल मी, इंडिया इज ऑल्सो प्लानिंग टू बिल्ड अ काउंटर अगेंस्ट चाइना's वन बेल्ट वन रोड इनिशिएटिव. उसका नाम क्या है? कोई बता सकता है मुझे? एनीवन? I'm waiting guys. Okay, so basically guys, ये टारगेट करता है अ बिल्ड बैक अ बेटर वर्ल्ड इनिशिएटिव विच वाज लॉन्च्ड इन अ G7 मीट, that is the last meet of 2022. Now what is the core of this build back a better world? Basically to have a transparent infrastructure partnership in a developing world or connecting the developing countries so that trade and economy and infrastructure can grow. This is known as the build back a better world. ठीक है, इसके बाद और भी कई ऐसे नेटवर्क्स और कनेक्टिंग मल्टी मोडल प्रोजेक्ट्स पूरे वर्ल्ड में चल रहे हैं. इंडिया के भी कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो कि मैं आपको बताऊंगा, बहुत जल्दी बताऊंगा इन द अपकमिंग सेशन ओनली. Next is some international agencies. We will do some international agencies in news for 2022-2023. ये international agencies for the period of 2022-2023 we will cover it up. So first international agency is Interpol. Why Interpol was in news? The 90th meeting of Interpol happened in New Delhi. 19th meeting कहाँ पर हुई? न्यू दिल्ली में हुई. And this was the why it was in news, because Interpol has issued some of their important notices to some Indian gangster. जैसे if you remember the killer of Sidhu Moosewala, वन ऑफ अ प्रोमिनेंट गैंगस्टर गोल्डी बरार. अब इंटरपोल ने गोल्डी बरार के अगेंस्ट भी रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस इशू करा है. सो आई एम कमिंग टू दैट. द 90th मीटिंग ऑफ इंटरपोल हैपेंड इन न्यू दिल्ली. सो इंटरपोल इज अ इंटर गवर्नमेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. क्या है? इंटर गवर्नमेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विच हेल्प्स द पुलिस इन it is basically a collaboration of all the police internationally. सारी पुलिस एजेंसीज have formed a common police, that is International Criminal Police Organization. Headquarter of this organization is located in France, Lyon. India is a member of Interpol and at present there are 195 countries. अच्छा, in India, who represents Interpol? So Interpol National Central Bureau, it is present in each country. Interpol का एक नेशनल सेंट्रल ब्यूरो है जो हर कंट्री में प्रेजेंट है. एंड इन इंडिया CBI एज अ पुलिसिंग एजेंसी रिप्रेजेंट्स इंडिया. इंडिया को कौन रिप्रेजेंट करता है इंटरपोल में? CBI, सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन. सो दिस Interpol has a General Assembly, Executive Committee and General Secretariat. Not important. All these facts which I have discussed on the top is important. Then very quickly, there are some notices that these Interpol agencies issues. Red notice is a wanted person. Yellow notice, missing person. Blue notice, additional information required. Black notice, unidentified bodies. Purple notice, modus operandi, that is how you gonna operate. Orange notice, imminent threat. Green notice, warning and intelligence. ठीक है, warning and intelligence. So these are some types of notice जो कि इंडिया में Interpol launches internationally. Then other key functions: counterterrorism, cybercrime, emerging crimes. Okay, then it launched another initiative, Global Policing Goals, focus on collective efforts of international law enforcement community to create a safer world. One initiative is this. Then 3 crime program, जिसमें all 3 upcoming major crimes are part of this. ठीक है, all 3 upcoming major crimes are part of this. Then ID Art, it is a mobile app launched by Interpol to identify stolen cultural property, reduce smuggling, recover stolen artifacts. Is it clear? Then FATF. FATF again came in news because of Pakistan. Pakistan has recently come out of grey list. So FATF basically is a global money laundering force which counters terror finance, or it works as a terror finance watchdog. 1989 में सेटअप हुई G7 मीटिंग के अंडर, which has a headquarter in Paris. Objective: this was formed after the 9/11 attack so that terror financing can be stopped, or it can work as a watchdog for terror financing. Okay, in April 2012, to counter the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction was also launched under FATF. So याद क्या करना है? It is an intergovernmental body. It is as a part of G7, formed in 89, headquarter Paris. Why it came in news? It has taken Pakistan out of grey list. Now what is grey list and black list? When a country is in a grey list, that means the countries have commit to the plans to develop the deficiencies in their regime. That means they are right now sponsoring some or the other kind of terrorist activity. यानी एक शक है तो उस शक के अनुसार ग्रे लिस्ट में डाल दिया जाता है. ब्लैक लिस्ट इज फर्दर वन मोर एडवांस लिस्ट. अगर इफ अ कंट्री इज इन अ ब्लैक लिस्ट, दैट मीन्स दिस कंट्री इज वेरी डेंजरस in terms of the money, in terms of investment, So whenever a country is in grey list and blacklist, do you think that these countries will have investments coming from abroad? The countries will, the business across the globe will try to invest in these countries? Answer is no. Okay, so this is your grey list and blacklist. नेक्स्ट गाइस इज इंटरनेशनल सीबेड अथॉरिटी. ये भी न्यूज में आई. सबसे पहले क्या है? एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन 1982 अंडर UNCLOS. UNCLOS इज यूनाइटेड नेशन लॉज ऑफ द सी. इट इज अ इंटरगवर्नमेंटल बॉडी. ठीक है, दैट मीन्स यूएन के अंडर नहीं है, इंटरगवर्नमेंटल है. इंटरगवर्नमेंटल objective, it became operational as an autonomous body in June 1996. Presently 168 members, including European Union. Now the main activity is to regulate polymetallic nodules. What are these polymetallic nodules? They are some rare earth metals. Polymetallic nodules क्या चीज है? They are some rare earth metals which are found in the bed of the ocean. ओशनिक क्रस्ट पर ये कुछ रेयर अर्थ मेटल मिलते हैं. The importance of these metals are the importance is some industrial application. Then their importance is also economically they are quite expensive. ठीक है. अच्छा, वाई वी आर डूइंग दिस, वाई इट केम इन न्यूज? बिकॉज वेरी रिसेंटली द इंटरनेशनल सीबेड अथॉरिटी हैज एक्सटेंडेड इंडियाज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टू कैरी आउट एक्सप्लोरेशन ऑफ पॉलीमेटालिक नोड्यूल्स in this region, Central Indian Ocean Basin. So this part is guys Central Indian Ocean Basin. इसमें इंडिया को 5 साल के लिए फर्दर एक्सटेंशन मिल गया है टू कैरी आउट द पॉलीमेटेलिक नोड्यूल्स. ठीक है. सो दे आर बेसिकली कॉम्पोजिशन और एक्रीशंस ऑफ मैग्नीज, निकल, कोबाल्ट, कॉपर एंड आयरन हाइड्रोक्साइड. ठीक है. Then one more organization that came in news, International Maritime Organization. It is again a specialized agency of United Nations. Target, it is basically a global standard setting to improve the safety and the security of international shipping and prevention of marine and atmospheric pollution by ships. So International Maritime Organization controls ships. Then it is not responsible for enforcing policies. Basically they gives some certain guidelines. ठीक है. So it is a kind of a regulatory body which works for the shipping industry for fair, effective, universal adoption. बस ये एक मोटा मोटा आपको आउटलाइन पता होना चाहिए. It was established as a means of convention adopted by United Nations in Geneva. However, it is not a intergovernmental body. ये intergovernmental body नहीं है. ये एक body है United Nation की. So you should know this difference. It is working under the Charter of UN. Okay, it is working under the Charter of United Nations. So India is also a member of International Seabed Authority. Now why it came in news? Because this organization has came up with a new code for shipping. इन्होंने एक नया code of shipping issue करा है. That means once a ship is constructed, guys, it has to follow some international guidelines. So all these new codes have been recently delivered, and these code will come into force from 1st July 2024. ठीक है. सो सारे इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस विल follow, or sorry, international shipping companies will follow is it clear? Okay, moving ahead. G77. Now guys, कई बार हम prominent international organizations को कवर करते हैं, बट कुछ ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो कि अपने आप में इंपॉर्टेंस हैं बट इंटरनेशनल पॉलिटिक्स में उनको बहुत ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं मिलता है, जिसकी वजह से उन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को उठाकर यूपीएससी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकती है. सो G77, बेसिकली व्हाट इज G77? G77 is the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in United Nations, and basically it is intergovernmental, which is focusing the interest of South-South cooperation. Okay, it is focusing the interest of South-South cooperation. Now, what do you mean by South? ये ग्लोबल साउथ का मतलब क्या है? Now guys, when we demarcate countries, demarcation बहुत सारी तरीके की होती है. First demarcation is developed and developing. Develop and developing. One kind of demarcation is this, developed and developing. Now, what is the exact definition of developed and developing? It is still under consideration. That means it is a working definition. Okay, it is a working definition. Then guys, after developed and developed, there is known as first world country and second world country. First world country and second world country. The first world country represents all the top developing nations, whereas the second world country represents all the developing nation, which are the middle income countries, and then there is also known as the third world countries, जिनको least developed countries की कैटेगरी में डाला जाता है. Is it clear? least developing countries की कैटेगरीज में डाला जाता है. Is it clear? Then after this there is one further segregation, which is the global north and global south. Now the north represents the developing nations, whereas the global south represents the global north represents the developed nation and global south represents the developing nation. ठीक है? So basically the aim is to promote the members for collective economic interest, to enhance negotiating capacity. Now the members of G77 have increased to 134 countries. However, India is one of the countries of G77. यानी India is part of G77. Is it clear? Just a second, guys. Okay, moving on. Next is Henley Passport Index. Moving on, Henley Passport Index. Now guys, what is this index? A very important index that okay. Uh, so guys, there is one hacker who is trying to hack my Instagram, and he is right now commenting as well. So guys, Henley Passport Index, let us continue. Henley Passport Index basically ranks that the ranking is on the given on the basis of how important the passport of a country is. The criteria is that in how many countries you get a visa free access. So in this year, Japan has topped the index and it has ranked 85. Okay, it has ranked 85. So guys, next we are starting with some important places in news. Okay, some important places in news. Now it is a very important topic in terms of prelims exam, और हर बार ये क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछा जाएगा, ठीक है. Let us see some important places in news. Okay, guys, somebody is trying to hack my Instagram profile, and I am getting just a second guys, somebody is trying to Okay, so guys, let us start some places in news. The first place is Abia in Africa. This Abia in Africa, why this came in news? Because India has recently deployed one of its largest contingent of UN peacekeeping forces of Africa. And what is so special about this contingent, that it is a all women peacekeeping force at Abia. ठीक है, ये एक ऑल वुमेन कंटिजेंट है which is located in Sudan. ठीक है, it is, as you all know, Sudan is right now going in a tussle. सुडान में बहुत भयंकर सिविल वॉर छिड़ा हुआ है. एंड यू ऑल्सो नो ऑपरेशन कावेरी. You also know Operation Kaveri, which is a recent evacuation happening in Sudan. Okay, so the first place is Abyei. Why it came in news? Because of India's deployment of UN peacekeeping forces under Operation Kaveri. Then next news is Uganda's capital Kampala. Now Uganda is in news for two important reasons. First, this Uganda has seen an outbreak of Ebola virus. Again, a Ebola virus has came out. And there is one more virus which came into news again from Uganda, that was Marburg. Marburg. इस वजह से युगांडा फिर से न्यूज में आया. यू शुड नो द लोकेशन ऑफ युगांडा. इट इज ऑलमोस्ट सेंट्रल अफ्रीका. नाउ व्हाट इज ईवीडी? ईवीडी इज अ एबोला हेमोरजिक फीवर. नाउ बेसिकली इट इज अ zoonotic disease. Now what is a zoonotic disease? A disease that spreads from humans to animals to humans. Okay, so it was first discovered in 1976, which is presently the Democratic Republic of Congo. This river is flowing there. Next is Peru. Okay, the next is Peru. Now why Peru is in news? Peru's capital is Lima. It is located on the western coast of Peru. It has declared a state emergency in Lima because it is first of all, it is located on the west coast of South America, and this is the first country in the world that has declared an emergency on environmental grounds. It has declared an emergency in environmental ground. It is located on the west coast of South America, bordered by Pacific Ocean, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador. Peruvian government declared a 90-day environmental emergency because why? There was an oil carrier or there was a very severe oil spill that has happened in the near the coast of Peru, which has resulted in the spreading and spilling of 6,000 liters barrels of crude oil. Okay, this spill was caused by the freaky waves as a result of the eruption of the volcano of Tonga. So Tonga is located guys, just give me a okay. uh okay, next is guys, Yemen was in news because of the civil war happening in Yemen from quite a long. Now this is the location of Yemen. Now you should know that what all important geographical locations are surrounding Yemen. In north you have Saudi Arabia, in east you have Oman, in west you have Africa, countries like Djibouti, Somalia, and this is Horn of Africa. In south you have the Gaddafi channel, which is somewhat here. यहाँ पर है Gaddafi channel, and there is a very important strait, the Strait of Bab al Mandab. The Strait of Bab al Mandab. So this is why Yemen was in news. Then Oman. Very recently, India and Oman have agreed to jointly fight all manifestation of terrorism collectively. Oman is an independent oldest state of Arab world. Now basically both the sides in this agreement has shared the strategic bilateral security cooperation, and they also talked on preserving the maritime security. So maritime security through which part? In Arabian Sea, in Strait of Hormuz and Strait of Bab al Mandab, because this portion is very much active due to piracy. Okay, the piracy in this region is very prominent. The Pirates of Somalia, ठीक है, आपने शायद एक मूवी भी देखी होगी. The Somalian region and the Somalian pirates are the biggest problem of maritime issues in this region. So Oman is surrounded by Strait of Hormuz in the north, Persian Gulf towards this side of Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman, Arabian Sea, and then in south and southwest it is Yemen, and in the north Saudi Arabia. Okay, north you have United States, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Together they are sharing the northern boundary of Oman. Is it clear? Next important place is Norway. Now you should know the boundaries around Norway, some important portions. Why Norway came into news? Because of some new deposits that has been found in the continental shelf. Okay, some new deposits that has been found in the continental shelf. So they have discovered minerals and metals ranging from copper, nickel. So what are the political boundary? We have Barents Strait in the north, Norwegian Sea, and in the southwest, Skager Strait in the south, and it is surrounded by Sweden, Finland. Here it is Finland, Sweden and Russia on the north. Okay, so this is the political dimension of Norway. Next guys is Armenia and Azerbaijan. So if you remember, in the end of 2021 and starting of 2022, Azerbaijan and Armenia, they have they landed up in a war. Now, what was the reason for this war? Basically, Azerbaijan has recently approached United Nations to order Armenia to stop laying landmines. Okay, so to stop laying landmines, Armenia is a landlocked country on the crossroad between Europe and Asia. The capital of Azerbaijan is Baku. Now, what was the reason that has led to the dispute? The disputed region was this red portion. This red portion is Nagorno-Karabakh region. Now, Armenia is basically a Christian majority country, whereas Azerbaijan is a Muslim majority country. And this Nagorno-Karabakh region has 95% population of Armenia, but it is under the control of Azerbaijan. अर्मीनियंस वहां पर ज्यादा 95% रहते हैं, बट वो कंट्रोल किसका है वहां पर? अजरबैजान का है. इसी वजह से यू विल फाइंड द डिस्प्यूट. ठीक है, इसी वजह से आपका डिस्प्यूट हो जाता है. द लीडर्स ऑफ बोथ द नेशंस हैव फ्यूल्ड द इशू फ्रॉम टाइम एंड अगेन विच हैज वेस्टेड द पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट. इसके बाद आ जाता है लेबनन. लेबनन वॉज इन न्यूज बिकॉज this country has devalued almost 90% of its foreign exchange. Okay, this country has devalued almost 90% of its foreign exchange. The next is, guys, Suez Canal. Now, why Suez Canal was in news? Because this was one of the biggest shipping canal in the world, and very recently, if you remember, a very major big ship got stuck in this canal. अगर आप देख सकते हो, this is the satellite view of the canal. ठीक है, this has led to the delay in 2021 blockage of Suez Canal, and recently एक court case दोनों companies के बीच में शुरू हो गया है. It is a human made waterway. It is, if you can see the location, what are the location of Suez Canal? It is surrounded by Red Sea in the south, Mediterranean Sea in the north. You have Egypt. This portion is Egypt. This is Sinai Peninsula, and this portion is also Egypt. So ये भी Egypt है, ये भी Egypt है. That means Egypt is basically controlling the complete Suez Canal. It is one of the world's most heavily used shipping lane, which is carrying over 12% of the world trade volume and 8% of liquefied natural gas. So imagine a good volume of trade that happens from this part. Now, अगर ये Suez Canal ना होता, what is the alternative route that the ships has to take? They have to travel all across Africa and then enter Europe from the Strait of Gibraltar. So it has saved a huge time and cost for the international shipping lanes. Next is New Zealand. Why New Zealand was in news? Because there was a very severe cyclone that struck New Zealand. Acha, this is again an example of climate change, guys. This is again an example of climate change. Where a temperate country like New Zealand, is, getting a temperate country like New Zealand is getting tropical cyclones, and severe intensity cyclones are developing there. So the name of the cyclone that was in news was Cyclone Gabriel. Okay, the name of the cyclone that was in news was Cyclone Gabriel. It has impacted Wellington. Okay, it has impacted the capital Wellington. This is the location of Wellington. The New Zealand is separated by Cook Strait. The North Island and the Southern Island is separated by Cook Strait, and it is the part of Pacific Ring of Fire. Next is, guys, Black Sea. So you should know that what all countries surround Black Sea. ठीक है, इस पोर्शन को UPSC loves it to ask. Okay, this portion UPSC loves to ask. So a Russian warship has been sunk in Moscow. The name of the ship was Moscow, and it has been sunk in the Black Sea. So what is this portion is Crimea. ठीक है, this portion is Crimea. This is Ukraine, Russia. Okay, so you should know that what all countries surround Black Sea. So Turkey in the south, Georgia, Russia, Ukraine. This is Kerch Strait. ये वाला जो पोर्शन है जो सी ऑफ अजोव और ब्लैक सी को जोड़ता है, that is Kerch Strait. Then you have Romania, Bulgaria. All these countries, they surround Black Sea. Then Solomon Island. Now why Solomon Island came in news? Because very recently China and Solomon Island have agreed for a security agreement. Now this agreement will allow Chinese presence in South Pacific Island. So Solomon Island is located on the east of Indonesia. You can see the location. Now this is a portion where even USA is very aggressive. It is a part where USA is also present with its fleet, and it is also closer to the China Sea, and it is closer to a very important Strait of Malacca. Strait of Malacca अभी next आ ही रहा है slide में, ठीक है. Then guys, there is one more mountain that got erupted very recently there was a report basically that came out from Africa. The volcanic mountain that erupted was this Hanga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcano. It is very close to Fiji. Okay? And another volcano that erupted in 2022-23, it was Japan's largest volcano, Mount Oso. So you should know the location of both the volcanoes. Then guys, a new report that was published by WMO. According to this report, Kilimanjaro, Mount Kenya and Mount Ruwenzori are the three mountains that will be impacted with climate change, and all the glaciers on the tops of these three mountains will vanish by 2040. So जितने भी glaciers इस mountain के top पर है वो vanish हो जाएंगे. By the way, what is the importance of Kilimanjaro? It is basically on the border between Kenya and Tanzania. This is the location of Mount Kilimanjaro. This is Mount Kenya and Mount Kilimanjaro. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest volcano or highest volcano as well as highest mountain. Highest volcano and highest volcanic mountain of Africa and highest mountain of Africa. This is the importance of Kilimanjaro. Next, Kerch Strait. Now Kerch Strait, again, because Russia-Ukraine war and Crimea, all these locations near Black Sea becomes important. Sea of Azov becomes important. One small narrow body that separates or that connects Sea of Azov and Black Sea is Kerch Strait. Is it clear? That connects two states, Sea of Azov and Sea of Black Sea. Okay, this is, by the way, it has Europe's longest bridge that is constructed on Kerch Strait. It is connecting Crimea with Russia. Crimea was annexed by Russia in 2014 और इसके बाद 2020 में यूक्रेन के साथ रशिया ने लड़ाई शुरू कर दी, उसका आपको पता है. Then guys, next important place in news is from India, that is Darbuk Shiok Daulat Beg Oldi Road. Darbuk Shiok Daulat Beg Oldi Road. Now basically this is a road which is very closest to the lake. And what is so special about this part, if you can see here, Daulat Beg Oldi. Daulat Beg Oldi DBO is the world's highest, it is world's highest airstrip. दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची हवाई चोटी है ये. It is world's highest airstrip. Is it clear? It connects, it is a 225 kilometer long road that connects Karakoram, Ladakh, and it can go to China's Xinjiang province. It is very closer to China's Xinjiang province. So just after this Indian boundary, all this shaded portion is China's Xinjiang province. और यहीं से चाइना भी बहुत सारा कंस्ट्रक्शन यहाँ पर कर रहा है to counter India. Now this is Daulat Beg Oldi is one of the highest airstrip. It was abandoned till 2008, but then again it got active because of Chinese rising influence and India's counter to China. Then guys, this DSDBO highway will provide access to the section of Tibet-Xinjiang highway that passes through Aksai Chin, and this road runs parallel to lake at Aksai Chin. Aksai Chin पे almost parallel ये road चलती है. Then Shinkula Pass. Shinkula Pass again came in news. You can see the location of Shinkula Pass here. Shinkula Pass, at Shinkula Pass we have constructed world's highest tunnel. It will connect your Himachal and Ladakh under project Yojak. Under project Yojak, okay, this tunnel will be the world's highest tunnel in terms of height. It is located between Zaskar in Ladakh and Lahore Valley of Himachal Pradesh. And by the way, which is presently the world's longest tunnel right now, it is Atal Tunnel. It is around 9.13 kilometers. By the way, again, there is one more tunnel which is the world's longest tunnel which is under construction. That is the Zojila Tunnel. Once it will be completed, this will become the world's longest tunnel. Then guys, the next important place in news for Prelims 2023 is Strait of Malacca. Okay, the next important place in news is Strait of Malacca. Now if you know the location, this narrow passage is known as the Strait of Malacca. Here we have the South China Sea, and here we have the Indian Ocean. Okay, this is Indonesia, Malaysia, Sumatra, Java, and an island of Borneo. In the north, we have Malaysia in the north and Borneo in the south. Is it clear? So this is the location of Strait of Malacca. What is the importance of Strait of Malacca? Eastern Asia का almost 70 to 80% of the trade happens through this route, and that is why China's importance in South China Sea is rising. Why China is increasing their presence in South China Sea is because to control this important sea route. Okay, their objective is to control this important sea route. Now it is crucial to flow. It is a crucial to flow of the global trade, as this provides the shortest sea route between Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. ठीक है? And roughly a quarter of oil of the world passes through this strait. दुनिया का 1/4 ऑयल यहाँ से होकर गुजरता है. सो आपको यहाँ की इस स्ट्रेट की इंपॉर्टेंस पता लग जाएगी. ये स्ट्रेट फिर से न्यूज में क्यों आया? बिकॉज इंडिया एंड इंडोनेशिया जॉइंटली ऑपरेटेड अ नेवी एक्सरसाइज हेयर. द नेम ऑफ द एक्सरसाइज इज कॉर्पैट, इंडिया इंडो कॉर्पैट, between Indian and Indonesian Navy. Next is Kuril Island. Next important place in news for Prelims 2023 is Kuril Island. It is basically an island which is located in the Pacific Ocean. If you can see, these group of islands are known as the Kuril Islands. ये वाला आपका ऊपर जो चोच निकल रही है, this is Kamchatka Peninsula. Kamchatka Peninsula, and this is a dispute between Russia and Japan. So Japanese called these islands as their northern territory, while Russia called them as their southern Kuril. So Japan claims this Aiturup, Kunashir, Shinkotan and Habomai islands in the Kuril island chain. Japan कहता है ये हमारे हैं, but Russia claims that all these islands belongs to us. This Kuril island is separated by Sea of Okhotsk and Pacific Ocean. So this portion is Sea of Okhotsk and this is your northern Pacific Ocean. By the way, there are some other group of islands जो आप एक बार देख लेना. Senkaku Islands, Senkaku Islands, Aleutian Islands. These are some group of islands that remains in news. Next is Gibraltar, the Strait of Gibraltar. It is also known as the gateway to Mediterranean Sea. So this small Gibraltar is located between Spain and Africa. This narrow strait is Strait of Gibraltar, whereas on the edge of Strait of Gibraltar there is something known as British Overseas Territory. यानी एक छोटा सा पोर्शन जो कि ब्रिटेन क्लेम करता है कि इट इज द पार्ट ऑफ ब्रिटेन. सो ब्रिटिश ओवरसी टेरिटरी ऑफ जिब्राल्टर हैज बीन ऑफिशियली डिक्लेयर्ड एज अ सिटी आफ्टर 180 years. That is why this Gibraltar came in news. Now this Gibraltar was ceded to Britain in 1973 under a peace treaty signed with the following War of Spanish Succession. This is right now under the control of Britain, और इसको एक सिटी का स्टेटस दे दिया गया है very recently. Is it clear? Next guys, we are starting with international organization. Okay, we are starting with international organization, and the first organization for today's discussion is G20. इस सेशन को मैं कैरी फॉरवर्ड करूंगा फिर से at 2 PM. Okay, I am coming up live again at 2 PM. So 12 to 2 your Sanat sir will come and he will take some current affairs of economics and science and tech, art and culture and government scheme etc. ठीक है, ये सारे पोर्शन सर कवर करेंगे. I will from 2 to 4 this session I will start discussing environment and ecology. Is it clear? I will be addressing environment and ecology. So the 17th G20 summit, we all know that G20 is very important for this year's exam. One question will definitely come in prelims. 1 to 2 question you can expect. Definitely it will come in prelims. So first of all, why this was in news? Because 17th G20 was concluded in 2022 in Indonesia, Bali. Okay, so the motto of G20 summit was recover together, recover stronger. This was the motto of 2022's summit. And then India took over the presidency from Indonesia. Then guys, what is G20? Basically G20 is a group of the most important country in the world that includes 60% of the world population and 80% of the global GDP. In 20 nations, there are 60% of the global world and 80% of global GDP is part of this G20. Is it clear? And this G20 covers 75% of the global trade. Okay, this G20 covers 75% of the global trade. What all other members are part of this G20? It includes Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Japan, Republic of Korea, Mexico, Russia, Saudi, South Africa, Turkey, United Kingdom, US and EU. Now guys, this slide is very important. Very important. So the theme of G20 of 2023 will be Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It has been taken from Maha Upanishad. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. This is the theme for India's presidency. Now this theme affirms the value of all life of the planet and it spotlights life. Life is a initiative of India itself. ठीक है, इंडिया का ही अपना इनिशिएटिव है लाइफ, दैट इज लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, जो कि COP 27 में हमने COP 26 में हमने वर्ल्ड के आगे रखा था. ठीक है, और COP 27 में इसी को कैरी फॉरवर्ड हमने किया. फोकस ऑन द लोगो ऑफ G20. सो द लोगो include Indian national flag, the colors you can see, you have the orange, you have the green and the white and blue. So it has all the colors, 4 colors. Then it represents planet Earth on a lotus temple, lotus flower. So the Earth represents India's pro-planet approach, whereas the lotus represents reflecting growth amid the challenges. Now this India has created this new working group on disaster risk reduction. This is a new initiative of India, disaster risk reduction or Coalition for Disaster Risk Reduction, CDRR. This was also started by India in G20. Then guys, this was the highlights of last summit. Bali declaration में ये सारे highlights थे. You can pause the video and can read it very quickly. Then guys, another important aspect of G20 is Sherpa track. Now what do you mean by Sherpa track? India underlined the significance of Global South at the first G20 Sherpa track. What are Sherpas? Sherpas are basically the representatives of each country जो कि G20 के सारे मीटिंग्स को कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे और हर एक कंट्री का पर्सपेक्टिव उस G20 की मीटिंग में रखेंगे. सो इसको कहते हैं शेरपा. ठीक है. एंड देन गाइस, देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज ट्रोइका ऑफ G20. नाउ डू यू नो व्हाट कंपोज ऑफ ट्रोइका ऑफ G20? इट इज all those countries who were earlier preceding the G20 summit, that is Indonesia, then India, and then Brazil. So Brazil will take over the presidency from India for 2024. Is it clear? So some important initiative till now in G20 is this Sherpa track. This Sherpa track involves technical, policy, analysis of working group by comprising all the members of the country. It focuses on development oriented issues such as agriculture, fighting corruption, ये सब इसके अंदर आ जाता है. ठीक है. एक और इनिशिएटिव यहाँ लिया गया, अर्बन 20. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स ने अर्बन 20 इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करा अंडर G20 टू फैसिलिटेट द डिस्कशन ऑन अर्बन डेवलपमेंट. ये भी एक इंडियन इनिशिएटिव है. This is also an Indian initiative, and that is why I have added this in the notes. It will basically facilitate the productive dialogue between national and local government and help to promote the importance of urban development in G20. Next important international organization is Quad. Very quickly we will discuss. Quad means Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad stands for the 4 important countries. They met in Tokyo. Okay, they concluded a summit in Tokyo. How this Quad engagement started? So it was an informal strategic dialogue between Australia, India, Japan and US. ये एक टाइम पर unofficially शुरू हुआ था. जापान के it was a brainchild of Japan. Japan has initiated this Quad. The objective was free and open, prosperous, inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Now basically it was countering China. China को काउंटर करने के लिए क्वाड बना था. Now it has come beyond an informal group. Now these countries are meeting almost every year, and they are happening. The annual summits are also happening, and discussions are happening under various international other summits. Like it is expected that G20 के summit में भी the quad members will meet. Then G7 के summit में भी इस साल quad members will meet. So this quad will become important throughout the year now. It is meant to deepen the economic, diplomatic, military ties among the 4 countries. And it is not only just it is not a military alliance. It is nothing to do with like NATO. ये NATO जैसा कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पर. It is not a military alliance, but China इसको कहता है. China claims quad to be NATO of Asia. चाइना इसको कैसे क्लेम करता है? NATO of Asia. Is it clear? Then there is not much that has happened, anything not unique that has happened in this part. बस एक important चीज है. They have agreed to form a quad satellite data portal. Now it is basically all these 4 countries will try to link up their Earth observation satellite, and then उससे एक data record maintain करेंगे. Then इसके अंदर infrastructural aid है. Then they will set up a own bank also proposed. Then they will also launch a quad climate change adaptation plan mitigation package. Then they also setting up partnership for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, ताकि इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन में कोई भी डिजास्टर आता है, these countries can come as a help. Then first ever Quad Cyber Security Day to help individual across the Quad. So the first Quad Cyber Security Day was also celebrated by under this Quad summit. Next, another important summit that will happen in December 2023 is SCO. And just like G20, India will also host, or India is having the presidency of SCO summit. SCO को प्रिसाइड कर रहा है इंडिया. और आपने शायद अभी देखा भी होगा, अंडर दिस एक फॉरेन अफेयर्स का डेलीगेशन था गोवा में, and in this even the Pakistani counterpart Bhutto Saab also came. ठीक है, so SCO is basically initially it is an intergovernmental organization जो कि चाइना ने लीड करके बनाया था. It is a Eurasian political, economic, military organization maintaining peace, security and stability. It was created in 2001. Okay, it was signed in 2022 and entered into force in 2003. Now, initially it was planned by China as a counter, or you can say basically they wanted to resolve the border dispute with Central Asian countries. So जिस भी कंट्री के साथ उनका बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट था, उसके साथ उन्होंने बेटर रिलेशन के लिए इस समिट को बनाया था, जिसको इनिशियली इट वाज नोन एज शंघाई 5. इट इंक्लूड्स कजाकिस्तान, चाइना, किर्गिस्तान, रशिया, तजिकिस्तान. बट slowly you will see that more countries have entered in this. So there are series of border demarcation and demilitarization talks with the 4 former Soviet countries, like all Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan are former countries. They are following accession to Uzbekistan to organization in following the accession of Uzbekistan to the organization to 2001. It was renamed as SCO. Earlier name was Shanghai 5. Earlier name of this organization was Shanghai 5. India and Pakistan both became the members of this organization in 2017, and 2021 Iran also has become the members of SCO. ठीक है, so at present SCO has these members: Kazakhstan, China, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, India, Pakistan, Iran. All these are the members of SCO. ऑब्जेक्टिव्स वही हैं जो लगभग हर इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के होते हैं: स्ट्रेंथनिंग म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, प्रमोटिंग इफेक्टिव कोऑपरेशन, एनहांसिंग टाइज, मेंटेनिंग ensuring peace, establishment of democratic, fair and rational new international political economic order. All these are the objectives of SCO. ठीक है, then the structure. It has a head council, यानी एक मेन काउंसिल है, सेक्रेटेरिएट है. It has a governmental heads of government council. अच्छा, where is the headquarter of SCO located? That means the secretariat located. It is located in Beijing, China. One important aspect of SCO is RATS, that is Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure, which was established to combat terrorism and separatism and extremism in this part. ठीक है, and मैंने आपको बता ही दिया what are the key highlights. The next meeting of SCO will happen in India, and after this Samarkand declaration they have also adopted Varanasi is declared as the tourism and cultural capital of SCO. ठीक है, Iran was accepted as a permanent member of SCO in 2021, and this year Iran will also be accompanying other SCO delegates. अच्छा, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट वो हो जाता है. दिस इज द ओनली प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान इज राइट नाउ एंगेज्ड. ओके, this is the only platform where India and Pakistan are right now engaged. ठीक है, and they also have done this thing. They also have done a humanitarian military exercise. Okay, they have also done humanitarian military exercise, and this was the first time when all the countries, especially India, Pakistan, came together. So guys, right now we are ending here for this part. The marathon session is still on. At 12 o'clock, after 10 minutes of break, Sanat sir will take over and he will continue with the session. He will be taking economy, science and tech, and art and culture. I will be coming back with environment and polity in the next 2 p.m. session. So that's it, guys. See you.
जब हम आएंगे गर्मी थोड़ी बढ़ जाएगी, पता चल ही जाएगा. This is not what I am saying. This is what UPSC says to all the UPSC aspirants every single year. And given that every single year, so many students they appear in this exam, everybody is wanting a piece of UPSC. Everybody is wanting to crack this exam. Everybody's aspirations are associated with this goal, this dream of becoming an IAS officer. How do you go on about it? Like, this is going to be a very important week for all of us, including all those students who are preparing for this exam for next year. This week, you are going to have to fight with your emotions, the ocean of emotions, of anxiety, of stress, of working hard, of passion, of dreams, of aspirations. Make sure that you do not forget to breathe. Every single time I talk to students, I make sure that I tell them that they should be breathing and make sure that they're aware of their breath. When you keep breathing, you calm yourself down. When you keep breathing, you make sure that the best and the most wise knowledge, the wisdom that is hidden, something that you have accumulated over the last 1.5 years, that comes out in the right manner, and you surely get the right approach and the, yes, of course, the right options as well, which matters a lot, right? Now, on that note, let's begin our journey again in this marathon session. I am Sanadhat Bhardwaj and I'm going to take you further. Anshum sir will be joining us after about 2 hours, and then I'll join you again. As far as the schedule is concerned, I think you must have gone through that. Now, in today's session, let's begin with those relevant topics which will help you gain confidence, boost your confidence when you enter into that examination hall. Now, make sure to ask all your relevant doubts in the chat section. I am going through the chat section. Do not think that this is a recorded session. This is a live session. Please make sure that you mark your attendance as well. Now, follow on public offering. Recently, follow on public offering was in news. And in fact, Adani Enterprises has been in news for a very long time now. Let's not forget that. So, Adani Enterprises had recently said that it has decided to not to go ahead with that 20,000 crore rupees follow on public offer. What is this follow on public offer? That is relevant for us. Now, FPO is a follow up to IPO. We all know what IPO is. We have to understand what FPO is. It is also known as follow on public offer. FPO is basically an additional issuance of shares. It is a follow on to the just a second, guys. I think yes. So follow on, as the name suggests, are additional issuance of shares. Now, if you have noticed in the last couple of years, UPSC has tried to add and incorporate certain basic terminologies from even economics and even share markets. So, up share markets are related. You would see many questions coming from there. What is FPO? FPO is basically once anyone has issued an IPO and they want to issue further certain shares of theirs into the market, and they want to use the already existent platform that was created by IPO, they use FPO mode. Now, companies usually announce FPOs to raise equity or to reduce debt. That is the same case with respect to IPOs as well. Now, there are different types of FPOs. It is very less likely that the UPSC would ask you a question on that, but still, we should be covering this. There is one form which is known as the diluted IPO, in which you have the ownership of the existing shareholders diluted to a certain extent. They give away their own shares. Here, the company decides to issue new shares to the public, which increase the number of shares outstanding, which dilutes the ownership of the existing shareholders. That is what is relevant. Then you have the non-diluted FPO. The non-diluted FPO, you have no new shares being increased. The shares which are offered to the public are the shares that are held by the non-public shareholders. So their shares are sold. These may be promoters, the directors of the company, the pre-IPO investors, etc. There is a difference between IPO and FPO that you should know. For example, the meaning itself tells you the first issuance of shares by a company is an IPO, while FPO is a furtherance of that so that they can raise additional capital. If you know what IPO is, then you would know what FPO is as well by a corollary. See, guys, whenever any company is to issue a share in the market, that public offering that the company does, that has to be done through a procedure, and the most important procedure of them all is issuance of prospectus. Prospectus is a legal document, it is a prospective legal document, and based on the reasons of prospectus, any investor invests in the shares of any public offering. For example, many people get influenced by social media influencers and then they invest. That is a very wrong approach. That is like saying that I saw the advertisement and I went on for the product. But that product is to give you some returns. It is an asset. It is not just a liability that, like, it's not like a car, it's not like any other TV, fridge, AC, etc., that you can buy based on the advertisements. It is an equity into a share of a company, and that is why you'll have to make sure that you go through go through certain documents, certain fundamental features of that company, fundamentals of, the market analysis of that company, so on and so forth. And everything that I am talking about is generally mentioned in the prospectus, and more than that, it also mentions as to how the company is going to use the money that you're going to invest in that company. So that is why prospectus is really relevant. Then there is one thing which is also known as statement in lieu of prospectus. Statement in lieu of prospectus, where you have already issued a prospectus, or where you are not a public company, for example, then you can issue a statement in lieu of prospectus. This component is not relevant for you, but you should know that there are multiple types of prospectus or multiple ways that a company can issue shares. Now, the price can be different. Now, the price is either fixed or is at a variable range. If you have invested ever in your life, and if you have parents have invested, then you would know this, that the companies offer you a price range, the minimum and the maximum. You can bid for those shares at any point, and the unit or the slab is also mentioned. For example, if you talk about IRFC, Indian Railways Financial Corporation, the shares were issued at a range of 22 to 26 rupees. Now, you could have bid at 22 rupees, you could have bid at 26 rupees, you could have bid at 24 rupees, or you could have bid at 23 rupees, for example, given that the unit increase was 1 rupee. If it was 2 rupees, then you could not have bid at 23. So that is how the share bidding happens. Now, the share capital in case of IPO increases because the company decides to issue fresh capital to the public for its listing. Whereas if you talk about value, IPOs are generally more expensive to carry out than FPOs, because FPOs are IPO is the first time that the company is issuing any type of shares or any group of shares, whereas FPO is a furtherance of that. So already all the issues and all the challenges that the company had to face when it was going public, that happened in the IPO. IPO में already वो चीज हो चुकी होती है, कंपनी के बारे में लोगों को पता चल चुका होता है, and also beyond that, it is easier to get underwriters, it is easier to get promoters, it is easier to get investors right at the time of issuance of shares, right at the time of launching of that FPO. Now, at the time of IPO, you have to invest a lot of money through underwriting commissions, through various other processes of the market. तो IPO महंगा पड़ता है, FPO सस्ता पड़ता है. Risk, as far as the risk is concerned, in case of IPOs, it is considered to be riskier than FPOs. I told you the reason, है ना? अच्छा. Can you please let me know in the chat section if I am audible and visible to all? If you could please let me know in the chat section if I'm audible and visible, that would be great. Just checking if my chat section is working or not. Can you please let me know in the chat section? Okay, now it is working. Yeah, wonderful. Let's move forward. Hmm. As far as the status of the company is concerned, when the company is issuing an IPO, the company is, issuing unlisted issues. While when the company is already listed and it is issuing listed issues, then it is offering through FPOs. Now, there is another topic that was in news very recently, and that was Manipur's Hemang. Now, recently it was in news last year, and Hemang is a plant, creamy white flowers hemang trees के ऊपर होते हैं. They grow widely across Manipur and various other northeastern states as well. They stand out given that they have background of green leaves, and over and above you have white flowers. They are nicknamed as September Beauty. Sometimes you get questions in UPSC directly from your nicknames. Make sure that you know this. Further, they have a red cherry like fruit. This can be used as food as well as medicine. Has many nutrients like polyphenols, flavonoids. फ्लैमेनॉइड्स वाली चाय अच्छी होती है, एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स हैं, which means anti-aging properties, right? And further, in traditional healers of Manipur, they are known to be called as Maibas or Maibis. They use this as a common, medicine for gastrointestinal problems like diarrhea, dysentery, etc. Indigestion के लिए इसके fruit को water में soak करके use करते हैं. There are many ways. Further, they are also used for stomach ulcers. The kind of question that you would get from this topic is going to be related to Hemang, what is it, and also Maibis. So these are the two important and relevant points in this topic. Baki to you would remember the kind of medicinal usages it has, the properties that it has. It is also good for your teeth, for example, and also good for intestinal cancers, diabetes mellitus, sepsis, oral diseases, inflammation. If you go through this and you have some basic idea as to how the you know uh, the three doshas of body work, the vata, the pitta, and the kapha, you would realize that the medicine that is being produced using this plant is actually trying to cater to your pitta dosh in the body. And that is how the natural medicines they work. They try to create a balance between these three doshas: the vata, pitta, and kapha. If you know this, wonderful. If you don't, you can comment in the chat section. I'll explain what it is. Chalo. Now, you don't have to go into the details of it, but yes, you should know that the compounds that are getting available from the stem of this hemang tree can suppress HIV-1 activity in vitro. What is in vitro? Comments में मुझे बताना. What is the difference between in vitro and in vivo? You guys have prepared already. You should know this. HIV-1 is one of the subtypes of HIV viruses, which is more widespread compared to other variants. And there is also one thing that is prepared from the leaves of hemang tree, and that is a herbal shampoo, which is called as chingi. By boiling them in rice water, it creates a frothy mixture, and that is also used for really, lustrous hair, something which I have very less of. Now, in China, hemang is known as yanfu mu. Yan means salt in Mandarin. It also has certain beneficial unsaturated fatty acids. The kind of detail that we have covered has been significant because UPSC has been using these details. The last time I remember it was in 2017 where UPSC used such details from camels, for example. There was a question on Kharai camel. Now, the kind of details that UPSC asked pushes us to work on all these details. Now, not more than this is required. Of course, I had to bring all the details, but acha, one more thing, please make sure that you follow Sriram's IAS Telegram channel as well. And given that, all the relevant stuff, all the relevant information, all the PDFs and stuff that you have been looking for will be available to you guys on that Telegram channel. Now, co-location scam. This recently cropped up. SEBI had, decided to challenge the order of Security Appellate Tribunal. There are, for all kinds of mercantile law, for all kinds of, security laws, there are appellate tribunals. These appellate tribunals are basically a parallel or an extended limb of judiciary, and they handle. Hello, Romeo ji, how are you? I'm good. Now, this co-location scam happened, and basically, SEBI had decided to challenge the order of Security Appellate Tribunal, which had set aside the disgorgement order against NSE, which the market regulator had, put up because of the co-location scam. What is co-location is important for us, given that UPSC tends to directly ask such questions. Now, co-location is where there is a data center facility and where you have third parties who can lease spaces for servers, other computer hardware close to that. They provide you with infrastructure like power supply, like bandwidth, basically the internet facilities, and cooling for setting up servers, because servers get really heated up. You need coolants as well. For example, I have a system in my home which is water cooled, है ना? So storage of data, for example. Now all of this services, it is available by the service provider itself, and you have been given a place within the vicinities. Imagine National Stock Exchange starts providing spaces to certain brokers or certain intermediaries in the, say, in the share market particularly, and NSE के office के पास ही उनका office हो जाए, for example. Now what has happened is that there have been rumors and there have also been certain instances which have been put up. They say that the brokers have utilized and tried to hack, and they have used the facilities so that they could get a certain glimpse, a beforehand idea about the trends, और उससे they have made around, crores and crores of rupees. Now what is this co-location case? Let's realize this, and that is why it is important as well, and we have to cover this. National Stock Exchange had introduced these facilities in 2009. They were offering traders and brokers the ability to place their servers within the NSE's data center, which is, although trying to promote share market and traders, promote trading in share market, but it has also come with a challenge. A whistleblower in 2015 said in a written complaint to SEBI that there were some brokers who had leased a space at NSE co-location facility, and they were able to log into NSE systems. They were able to use this as a equipment or as a tool to better, with better hardware specifications. What happens is, most of the times, you know most of the times we tend to undermine technological advancements. For example, chat GPT. It is said that the thief tries to be more advanced than the police, है ना? That is the same thing that is happening here. Now these people, they had better facilities, they had better, better hardware. They could log into the NSE system, and they could, even for a fraction of a second, if they could get the trend analysis, they could get the algorithm of trading that was happening, then they could make very huge sums of money out of that. It is like having, I don't know if you follow Bhuvan Bam or not, but there was this, this new series that came up on some OTT platform, that where he, मुझे वरदान है, for example, it is like Vardhan, where people started to know what actually was the algorithm and what actually was going to happen in share markets, even if it was for a couple of seconds only. Now, unfair access happened during 2012 and 2014 because the hardware specifications gave them split second advantages. Now, that is what this co-location scam is. You would be asked, what is co-location and what is it associated with? As simple as that. Co-location is not related with personal laws or marriage related laws. It is not associated with any kind of ecological phenomena. It is associated with share market. So this will be the type of question I'm telling you beforehand. They will give you A, B, C, D options, not 1 and 2, 2 and 3. Most probably that will be the case, because this is a controversial topic, because there has been no judgment and establishing judgment on it. But yes, there will be a question on this. Chalo, hopefully. Moving further to the next topic, benchmark price for minor millets. Now, see, millets have been in news. It is the International Year of Millets as well. There are multiple events that are happening, including in the G20 summit. Multiple things happening with respect to millets. Now, what is benchmark price and how minor millets are relevant? What are minor millets as well? We need to know that. ठीक है जी. Now the center has decided that it would help the states to procure and distribute millets through PDS system. At present, millets that, for example, jowar, bajra, ragi, for example, they have been procured by 9 states using MSP routine. Now, benchmark price will become another way of procurement for minor millets that has been produced in various states. Number one, Poroso millet, foxtail millet, little millet, barnyard millet, and kodo millet. These are the five minor millets, most prominent ones. They are not produced at the moment at a very large scale, but yes, they are produced at certain areas. We are trying to promote minor millets as well. Now, minor millets are high energy, nutritious foods compared to other cereals, and they have better, with respect to proteins and mineral content as well, they are much better than other grains that we use. They have low phytic acid, rich in dietary fiber, iron, calcium, B vitamins, B complex, really rich in that. They have 30, with proper preparation, 30% of minor millets can gainfully substitute the added foods that we have in the traditional foods category, in the bakery products, extruded foods, allied mixes. Like, it can be a very sustainable, because millets use less of water. It is less intensive. It is more of less capital intensive, more of labor intensive crops. So you will have more of people involved, you will have less of capital involved, you will have more of water saving capacity, because you will use less water in irrigation. So you will have a much more sustainable form of agriculture if you follow this. So ये तो supply side की बात हो गई. Demand side की बात का अगर करें, high energy nutritious food compared to other cereals, rich in iron, rich in protein, rich in minerals, vitamin B, calcium, and vitamin B complex, the entire complex. In fact, Poroso millet can be used as a substitute for rice flour in various snack foods as well. Most of the times, if you are having any kind of snacks, it is seen that it is coated with rice flour to make it, sometimes make it crispy, and to give it a very thin layer of covering. The pakoras, or stuff, that the crispy stuff that you have, generally rice flour is mixed with it. Those snack foods, you can substitute Poroso millet for rice flour. Traditionally, finger millet, kodo, and Poroso millets, they have been brewed by tribal communities in India. Brewing means they have been used to create beverages. hard beverages. Now, popping of finger millet is generally done on cottage industry level. It can promote the industries, the cottage industries in your rural areas, which will also help. Now, they can be marketed in polyethylene pouches as well. So it can promote the rural industry, the kind of sustainability that we are trying to promote. It can really help into that. Given that this is the huge and the vast expanse of this topic, it is really important and relevant for us. We are going to be using this for our futures. We are going to be facing a shortage of food. Let's hope that does not happen. But if that is the case in the future, we should surely be shifting towards millets slowly and steadily. Now, moving on to the next topic, that is T plus one settlement cycle. T plus one settlement cycle is something which is like a boon for all the traders in the share market, all the traders. Because most of the times, what happens is that T plus 3 happens, T plus 2 happens. Generally, what happens is T means trade. Trade means if you have purchased, say, for example, some shares and then you have sold that share, the delivery of that share and the delivery of the money coming from the sale of that share comes after, generally, it used to come after 3 days. Now it comes after 2 days, after 2003. Until 2001, stock markets had weekly settlement system. That means T plus 7 days, or rather T plus 7 working days. T plus 7 working days. Imagine how risky someone would feel while investing in the share market. Today, we are moving towards T plus one settlement system. India will become the second country in the world. It is only China that has the T plus one settlement cycle, and it will top. US, UK, Eurozone markets are yet to move. They are not yet a part of T1 plan, T plus one plan, which means settlement within 1 day. You had a trade today, you will get your money after 24 hours. You had purchased shares today, you will see those shares reflected in your demat accounts after 24 hours. That is what T plus 1 system is. Today we are at T plus 2 system. We are at T plus 2 system. We are shifting towards T plus 1. Now, if it was T plus 3, or if it was way before 2001, for example, it was T plus 7, how risky would it have been? That is where you need to get the importance of this topic. That is how this topic is relevant. Further, what is the significance? They can be reflected into the demat account. I've talked about all the importance of this. Of course, this will boost the operational efficiency with respect to rolling of funds. People wanting to invest in India, they would start investing more in India, given that they will have more flexibility and fluidity of their money, their monies. They will have easy access to their money if they're wanting to invest and then get their money back after, say, 1 day. So that will be a flexibility to foreign investors as well, and not just domestic investors. That is why it is a very good thing, given that there is a challenge. It might lead to certain volatile situations easily. It might lead to volatility easily. Why? Because if any investor gets that leverage that they invest the money today, they can take back the money tomorrow very easily, then of course there will be more people coming in, more people going out very easily. Now, sometimes people think that this volatile situation is going to be really drastic. But trust me, guys, when you have more investors coming in, you will have more investors staying as well. Number one, it will add to the stability of the overall stability of India incorporation, the overall market that India offers. And yes, it will prove to be a very good destination. So if someone now is trying to take their money back in a shorter period of time, they would further on want to come back and want to invest more and want to stay invested for a longer duration as well, trying to increase the faith in Indian markets. So this is only for a short term. This problem is only for a short term. Just in case there is a statement based question on T plus 1, you should know this. Chalo. Moving further to World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report and what is polycrisis. The term polycrisis itself can be directly asked, and that is why we are going to cover this. If you notice the chart that I have presented to you right on the left side of your screens, you would see that there is a cascade of issues that have been created, and these cascade of issues have problems at international level, domestic governance, food, energy, economy, as well as environment. What has happened is a war happened, increased military spending, climate action money goes down. It also reduces the spend on food prices, increases the food cost. It also further enhances the need for energy, and energy prices increase. Further, international cooperation has gone down with respect to climate action, but it has gone up with respect to the war. Political polarization and paralysis is happening. Europe is trying to name and shame India for getting Russian oil, and trying to very recently there was a statement that was passed on by European dignitaries and delegates, and it was quite aptly responded by Dr. S. Shankar, and it was about India refining Russian oil and then selling it to Europe. So then the honorable minister had to quote European Union's regulations itself to make sure that people. Hello, Kartikeji, how are you? So you had to, even the S. J. Shankar ji had to, revert back in a very accurate manner, and it was quite impressive as well. Now, what is polycrisis? It is really relevant. This term polycrisis was in news, and it was for the first time used in 1990s. This was first time in news in 1990s, and it was coined by a French theorist by the name of Edgar Morin. He said that sometimes certain events in history, they create multiple crises in the global systems, directly and indirectly. Now these interacting crises, they can produce harms greater than the sum of those crises that would have produced in isolation. For example, the climate crisis happening separately, we could have tackled that, but then over and above there are international implications coming up. So polycrisis was first otherwise used as a term by former European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker. It was to describe Europe's combustible situation in 2016, particularly because of indebtedness with Brexit, climate change, and refugee crisis. It was a multi-pronged issue that they were tackling with. But the first time that this term as such was coined, it was by French theorist Edgar Morin, 1990s. Now, World Economic Forum has given a report, and the report talks about this polycrisis and its impacts: short duration, long duration. The report has mentioned that the world is facing this set of risks and that feel both wholly new and eerily familiar. They seem to be very new, but then they seem to be familiar as well. That has already happened. You don't have to go through the details of the report. Just know that these new developments that are happening, they will lead to unsustainability in the levels of debt. They will have an era of low growth. Low growth does not mean, it means declining growth. If I were to draw a graph for you guys, this is low growth. This is not growth at all. This is this. Remember that. Further, decline in human development. US particularly is facing certain challenges because of this, and then further growing pressure of climate change, all of this. Whatever has been mentioned in the report is of less significance for us. For us, the term polycrisis itself was relevant. If you notice, and if you have studied analytically previous year question papers, guys, this is a crucial 7 day period that you have, or rather a 6 day period that you have. In these 6 days, I would recommend that you should go through previous year question papers now. Go through previous year question papers, because then you will realize the kind of style that UPSC follows while asking you questions. Now, once you do that, then try to cover your, current affairs, then try to cover your revision modules, then try to cover your polity, economy, all these subjects that you have been covering. Now, let's move further and talk about the next report. The contents of this video will be available on our Telegram channel. I would be sharing it with you guys, and it is going to be a 8 long hour session. So make sure that you watch the entire video session as well. Then we come to Ganjam Kevda oil. Now, Ganjam Kevda oil was also recently in news. Direct questions aane ke chances hai. This is coming from Ganjam district, which is a part of Odisha, of course, and for years some people living in the Ganjam district, they have been preparing this aromatic kevda oil for years, and a recent growth in demand has put a smile on their faces. A price was, for a liter is around 4.5 lakh rupees last year. Every year, kevda farmers, flower sellers, oil makers, they earn around 50 to 60 crores. It can add to sustainability of your coastal regions. Ganjam Kevda is prepared basically using a very, you know, traditional technique, I would call it, not primitive, but traditional technique. Ganjam Kevda comes from the flowers which are steam distilled. This is the process that happens. So the steam, it distills and then it passes through these pipes, and then further this is a distillation process which is happening, and by the end you get a very pure form of Ganjam Kevda. The name itself has Ganjam Kevda. It has been given a GI tag under the GI of Goods Registration and Protection Act of 1999 by Government of India. It is used as an aromatic in the food industry and various other sectors. It is produced in Chhatarpur, Ganjam, Chikiti, Rangailunda blocks of Odisha. It is a main source of income for about 2 lakh people, and that is why it is relevant as well. Now, there is a fragment and flavor development center which is having an extension unit in Behrampur, Ganjam, which works under Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. MSME ministry के अंदर काम करता है, which is trying to promote the production as well as sale purchase of this kevda particularly. Now, this is used in food industry. It is used also in that thing, Jarda, which is flavored tobacco, and pharmaceutical companies as well. They try to use this. To that extent, it is relevant. What is kevda? How does it come, and how is it produced? These are the small things that they are relevant, and the area, the location that it comes from. That is it. इससे ज़्यादा इसमें relevance नहीं है. Moving on to the next topic. National Financial Reporting Authority, NFRA. It recently published certain draft requirements on preparation and publication of ATR, Annual Transparency Report, by auditors and audit firms. Now, all the auditors in the country, all the audit firms in the country, they need to follow certain rules, certain procedures while they are pursuing their uh, processes of auditing and financial regulations. Now, FRA, National FRA, basically protects the public interests and also the interests of the investors, creditors, and other associated people with the companies or body corporates by keeping an oversight of accounting functions that are performed by various companies, body corporates, auditors, auditing firms, all the auditors, all the auditing firms, all the financial services companies that provide auditing services, that provide accounting services. The watchdog for all these firms is National Financial Reporting Authority. It is an independent regulator coming for the auditing profession from MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It was created in 2018 by Government of India under Companies Act. It is a statutory authority. Companies Act 2013 as amended to date. The authority consists of a chairperson, there are 3 full-time members, and then there is a secretary. The total number of members should not exceed 15, which means maximum number of members can be 15. That is it. Acha, it can impose penalties of not less than 1 lakh rupees. Not less than 1 lakh, which means at least 1 lakh ka to fine lagega hi lagega, but not exceeding 5 times the fee collected. whatever the fee has been collected for auditing process or accounting process, उतने का 5 गुना हद से हद पेनल्टी लग सकती है for it, for us, for people. If you were working in any accounting or auditing firm, you would know that this is a huge number. 5 times maximum ये दिया हुआ है, minimum 1 लाख दिया हुआ है. So from 1 lakh till 5x the fee. This is the range of penalty. No, it will not put you in jail unless and until there is some kind of a fraud that has happened, collusion that has happened, which otherwise becomes a part of some crime or definition of some crime under Indian Penal Code. Remember that. Further, functions not really relevant. What is ATR? Let's understand that. This annual transparency requirement, that report requires certain things. The Rule 8, Clause 2 of NFRA Rules 2018, they empower NFRA to require an auditor to report on its governance practices, internal processes of accounting and auditing, to promote audit quality, protect its reputation, reduce risks, so on and so forth. So they have to come public with their processes. That is what ATR is all about. It is to ensure high quality audits, preventing any kind of conflict of interest, which makes sure that the independence of the auditor is not maligned. Moving further to the next topic, loan loss provision. अभी क्या हुआ है, recently RBI had published a discussion paper with respect to loan loss provision, and this tells us, because of this, it tells us that we have to go through RBI's official website every now and then. You should be doing that. If you are not doing that, you don't have to worry. We guys do it for you. ठीक है ना? Now, RBI had published this discussion paper. It was talking about expected loss based approach, EL based approach. So, what is the expected loss? Let's understand that. RBI defines loan loss provision as an expense that the banks will have to set aside for defaulted loans over and above the provisioning process that the banks have. The banks will set aside a portion of expected loan repayments from all loans in their portfolio to cover the losses either completely or partially. अभी इसमें आरबीआई ने नहीं बताया है कि कितना होगा, but this will happen in the future. When this happens, the banking people, the banks or the bankers rather, they will have lesser money to infuse in the economy. They will be further more regulated through the expected loss based approach or the EL provision that the RBI has started off with. The level of loan loss provision is determined based on the level expected to protect the safety and soundness of the bank. The impact of a loan on the bank, if it is more, you will have to keep provisioning more provisioning will have to be kept. This is over and above extra for all the provisions that you already have. This will enhance the resilience of the banking system. You are already keeping or setting aside money which you know is going to potentially be going to be converted into non-performing assets. That is what RBI is trying to do. RBI is trying to make the banking system in India more resilient, given that there have been, if you notice, there have been certain instances even in the United States that people have lost their money. Very recently example happened, and that bank which was recovered by, I think at $1 or £1 was the price that was given, and it was acquired by some other company from Europe, which is like a very scary situation. An entire bank was purchased for $1 or ₹100 or something. If you had the abilities, if you were a company, you had a status, you could have done that. You could have offered $2 very easily. It's more, it's even less than the money that you spend on Zomato or any other food delivery apps. Chalo. Now, moving on to role of microfinancial institutions in the financial inclusion and growth of economy. There have been questions in the past where UPSC has tried to ask you very generic and principle based questions. I call them principle based questions. In principle, what is the benefit of this particular provision? In principle, what is the benefit or loss or challenges with respect to this particular situation and this particular provision or this particular scheme, so and so forth. Now, our IRDAI has increased the maximum number of tie-ups for corporate agents and insurance marketing firms. Insurance companies are now approaching microfinancial institutions for partnerships so that they can enhance the last mile connectivity for deeper penetration of insurance sector in rural markets. Microfinancing institutions are institutions that finance at micro level to the self-help groups or other financial institutions at rural level. Microfinance is a form of financial service that is providing loans, small loans, and other financial services to the poor and low income households. The definition itself of small loans is somewhere around 1 lakh rupees, less than that. It varies from country to country. In India, it is less than 1 lakh rupees. Now, microcredit generally is delivered either through scheduled commercial banks, but जहां ना पहुंचे रवि वहां पहुंचे कवि वाली सिचुएशन हो जाती है. Scheduled commercial banks are unable to reach the last mile, but there are certain types of scheduled commercial banks like small finance banks, RRBs, regional rural banks, that are able to do that. But beyond these RRBs, SFBs as well, there is cooperative banking which is possible, which has the capabilities of reaching the last mile. And then there are certain NBFCs which allow you access to credit very easily. NBFCs allow easy access to credit. A very simple example, Bajaj Finance. Now, these MFIs are financial companies. They are ruled and governed through multiple regulatory laws. We will understand that as well. MFI promotes financial inclusion. It enables the poor and the low income households to come out of poverty. Yes, it does. So, what I am preparing you guys for is these kinds of statements. You will be very confident कि हाँ ये तो पढ़ा था, ये आ गया. चलो. Significance of these microfinance institutions. Of course, they make you available with the credit, bettering the income and employment scenario in rural areas, particularly financial inclusion, the underfinanced sections of the society, the women, the unemployed people, people with disabilities. You can reach out to these individuals, low income households. They have a stabilized source of income because of the credit that is offered to them. Further, in good times, it can also help families and small businesses prosper as well. In times of crisis, they can help them cope and rebuild all the things that they have lost. So all these things are relevance of microfinance institutions. What are the challenges? The first challenge is the inadequate data that is available. The kind of clientele that they are targeting, the levels of poverty, the data on that is unclear because the available information is dispersed. It is not one source of information that you can get data from. Then over indebtedness. There are ineffective risk management policies in these microfinance institutions. Money given is generally given with no security. It is unsecured advances most of the times, which raises the possibility of bad debts, NPAs. If this comes up as a report, it will be a very challenging situation. It might be a very challenging situation for this country if the kind of non-performing assets that are at the MFI level or at the rural levels that comes out as a report. Eroding social objectives as well, because the social goal of a multilateral, microfinance institutions, for example, is to enhance the lives of socially marginalized groups, which is weakening over the time. They are pursuing development and profitability, which is good for the short span, because unless and until you ensure profitability, you cannot sustain yourself for a very long time. Then there are regulatory issues. Microfinancial sector is finding it difficult to survive due to lack of an adequate regulatory framework. I told you that there are multiple ways of regulating these institutions. There are reasons for that. Given that they come from different structural approaches, they are, for example, insurance companies, there are certain banks, there are certain other companies which are involved, NBFCs which are involved. So they are regulated through different processes. MFIs have entirely different needs. They have different organizational structure. They need a separate regulator. That is not available. Abhi tak RBI is handling them. Further, you will need more and better. Now, One more thing that you guys have to understand is that they have a very poor structuring of an organization. It is very difficult to manage such organizations, given that their credibility is impacted because of the structure. Their management system is marred by frauds and lack of standardized data. They are creating more NPAs in the system. I told you, if a report comes out on MFI NPA, you would be not surprised as to what is the plight and what is the health of rural financial system in this country. Moving further to the next topic, and that is Financial Services Institution Bureau. Now, this organization, this institution, this body was set up under DFS. What is the full form of DFS? Chat section में बताइएगा. And this was introduced in 2022. Secretariat of the Bureau currently has a secretary, has 4 officers. It has replaced the Banks Board Bureau, BBB. Now, FSIB had recently recommended names for the posts of MDs of Bank of Baroda and Bank of India. I think it happened somewhere around last year end के आसपास, December के आसपास. But yes, this body is relevant. This term, this fact is relevant, of course, and it has been entrusted to make recommendations for full-time appointments for all the directors and non-executive chairmen of state-run financial services, public sector organizations, banks, basically, as well, comprises of an ex officio member from government other than the regulatory bodies and experts from relevant fields. What are the functions? They are to advise government with respect to matters of appointment, transfer, extension of term, services, termination, etc. etc. So ये सारा जो है banking sector से associated है. That is it. Moving further to the next topic, and that is RBI's contingency fund. Now, RBI's contingency fund was in news, and in fact, I had created an entire half-hour separate video with respect to this contingency fund. The surplus that is available with the RBI for transfer, or RBI dividend that is paid to the government. It was supposed to be likely to be remaining low during 2023, but not important for us. What is important is what is the surplus, or rather, what is this contingency fund. Contingency fund is to meet out all kinds of अनएक्सपेक्टेड अनफोर्सीन कंटिंजेंसीज. अगर खुदा ना खास्ता कुछ गलत हो जाए देश के अंदर या सरकार की तरफ से, if the government is going all risk, it is going through a risky mode and is spending a lot, or there are any kinds of challenges that are coming because of the fluctuations in the international market, then RBI uses this fund as a contingency. Be it depreciation in the value of securities that RBI holds, the kinds of risks that are coming out of monetary or exchange rate policy operations. If rupee is plummeting, or if dollar is rising obnoxiously, then contingency fund is utilized. This amount is retained within RBI. It is not with the government. You should not confuse it with the funds that are, for example, a part of those 3 funds. The your consolidated fund of India, the contingency fund of India, and of course the fund which is with the public, which remains with the president. Of course, it does not actually remain with the president. It is handled by your finance secretary. Is it? Chat section में बताओ. अच्छा. Amount is to be retained with RBI. Then there is another type of fund which is known as the CGRA, Currency and Gold Revaluation Account. Now, this CGRA is with respect to currency risks, interest rate risks, movement in gold prices. Then RBI uses this. Only then. It is unrealized gains or losses with respect to valuation of foreign currency assets that RBI holds, or even gold, if they are not taken to the income account but instead accounted for in CGRA. What happens is that there are certain losses and certain gains that happen, and if those gains are realized, then they are pushed into the income account. But unrealized gains or losses, they remain in CGRA, and if they are to be cared about, they are cared about through CGRA process. Any kind of up and down of foreign currency assets and gold that is cared for by CGRA. अगर realize हो जाए, if you are an investor or if you are a trader, for example, you would know what realized gains or losses are. Realized gains or losses change themselves into reality from when they were unrealized. अभी अगर हम शेयर मार्केट में अपने अकाउंट को खोलते हैं, you would see some numbers written in red, plus 50 crores or plus 50 lakhs. I'm not that big a trader, of course. I really wish I was. And I think everybody would wish they were. Plus 10 rupees plus 50 rupees is unrealized gains, minus 10 rupees minus 50 rupees unrealized losses. But if you want to sell that security at that increased price or that reduced price, then that gain or loss is realized, and then it becomes a part of the income account, then it goes into the balance sheet. Otherwise, that portion of foreign currency assets, the unrealized gains or losses, not the actual money that was invested, no, not the principal amount, but the over and above amount or below and under amount, over and above or below and under amount of those foreign currency assets, that if there is any kind of risk that is there, वो CGRA handle करता है. CGRA is not sufficient to fully meet the exchange losses that are happening, then it is replenished from contingency fund. पैसा CGRA में कहां से आता है? If you were to ask, it comes from contingency fund. So the contingency fund is the mother of all funds, so to say. Further, let's talk about IRAFS and IRARS accounts. What are these accounts? Let's understand that. Now, all these unrealized gains, unrealized losses that you have not yet incurred because you have not yet sold those securities. When you sell those securities, sale of securities realizes these gains and losses. जब तक नहीं होगा, तब तक है जान. Foreign dated securities are to be recorded in your investment revaluation account of foreign securities. Then rupee securities are to be noted down in IRA-RS. This IRA-FS has foreign dated securities which are marked to market. What is marked to market? There can be a direct question on this as well. If you want to know what is the accurate value, because there are market fluctuations, and with those market fluctuations also comes one important fact: the data that you receive कि अच्छा मेरे को इतना प्रॉफिट हो रहा है, इतना लॉस में हूं, that is not exactly real time. There is a gap of a couple of seconds, sometimes even minutes अगर system slow है. Every broker or every intermediary, so to say, the securities, the security agencies that you use, for example, if you're using HDFC Securities, if you're using Zerodha, if you're using, the Kite app of Zerodha, for example, you're using all these security, these brokers or intermediaries. They don't tell you the exact real time value of your security. If you are wanting to sell your security at market price, the market price actually is different. It is generally different. So how do you check your market price? RBI does that by marking these securities to market. When RBI marks these securities to market, RBI gets the real time information of their values, and based on that, RBI realizes what is my unrealized gain and unrealized loss. Let's not call it loss. Loss बोलते ही नहीं है, unrealized gain. ऊपर वाला करे gains ही gains हो. Now, marked to market will tell you the accuracy of unrealized gains. It is not selling of government securities in case of rupee securities or dollar based securities or foreign currency assets or foreign securities, etc. Marked to market is not equal to sale of securities. Let me write it down for you guys. Marked to market is not equal to sale. Marked to market, in fact, is just trying to sell just to know value of unrealized gain and unrealized loss. That is it. You should know this. It is not the actual sale of that security. Mark to market is generally happens on the last business day of each week, which ends on Friday, and last business day of each month as well. The unrealized gains or losses, they are transferred to IRA FS and IRA RS. जितना भी पैसा अनरियलाइज्ड गेन में था उनको इन अकाउंट्स में डाल दिया जाता है. These unrealized gains and losses, this money that is added to IRA, FS and RS basically helps you in maintaining any kind of loss that RBI would incur just in case there are losses. In these unrealized loss segment, अगर कहीं पर realization of loss हो जाए, in that case RBI uses money from this. So again, it is another kind of provisioning. Then there is one more term or terminology that was in news, and that is economic capital framework. ECF basically is a framework as to how RBI is going to manage its own capital. There was a Bimal Jalan panel which had been constituted to review RBI's economic capital framework. Guys, if you want to cover this particular topic in depth and in detail, I would recommend you go through Unacademy UPSC Articulate channel, where we guys have from Sriram IAS, we have given an entire lesson on the same. If you want, I can add that link in the chat section. Just give me a second. I can do that right away. Just give me a second. It has a really funky looking thumbnail. Just like organic farming, I've delivered a session on organic farming as well. You should go through that. Or let me just search it for you guys. Yep. This is the video. How is RBI generating income for government? I'm sharing the link right away. Just a second. If you look in your chat section, I have shared the link of that YouTube video. Let me see. Yes, sorted. Okay. Moving further. Now, Bimal Jalan panel had actually been constituted to review how the government is to receive monies from RBI. RBI transfers the surplus money to the government as per the ECF framework, and it is not like government says कि मेरे को इतना पैसा चाहिए, RBI कहता हाँ भी देता ना भाई. That is not how things happen. RBI normally pays the dividend from the surplus income. That dividend is paid to the government, and that dividend is created from the earnings that RBI has based on investments, on valuation changes in dollar holdings, various currency assets, and other assets that RBI holds. From there, it creates this entire framework where it gives money to the government. RBI should maintain a contingency risk buffer as well. That was what Bimal Jalan panel had talked about too, which should be somewhere around 5.5 to 6.5% of central bank's balance sheet. Now, generally, it is seen that this CRB contingent risk buffer, it mostly comes from the contingency fund of somewhere around, this is somewhere around 5.5% to 6.5%. That is what RBI has to from its own balance sheet. 5.5% to 6.5% of the balance sheet money, it should send it to contingency fund as contingent risk buffer. What has been seen is RBI has not been able to maintain that CRB while RBI is providing surplus money to the government. That was the issue in the past. Cool? Chalo. Moving further to another important topic, and that is carbon trading in agriculture sector. Recently, the Ministry of Power had notified the Energy Conservation Amendment Act of 2022 that was to be coming in force from the 1st of January this year. The amendment had empowered the center to lay down a carbon credit certificate system, a trading scheme within this country where it could be introduced even in the agriculture sector. What is carbon trading? What is carbon credit? You must have known this. This already exists, even though not to a very popular extent, but it still exists as a market based system which tries to offer financial incentives to all those enterprises, all those individuals who have tried to have an effort, who have made an effort to lessen their environmental footprint. And they can use that certificate to be traded to other people who have not done so, and then those individuals who have not done so, they can give money for that credit. That is how credit system works. Now, in contrast to the voluntary offsets which already exist, which should be available, it allows the consumers to pay to offset their carbon impact. That is what it is. Now, given that agriculture sector has been a major contributor to global warming, to greenhouse gas emissions, that is why this system has been introduced even in the agriculture sector only recently. The level of emissions that are allowed for each carbon producing industry, that is measured, and based on that, over and above that, if you are emitting, then you will have to either say purchase carbon credits or you will have to cut down. Generally, cutting down becomes very difficult. Cutting down of carbon emissions gets very difficult. So what the companies do, they try to find carbon credits, and those individuals who have actually made efforts to reduce carbon footprint or environmental footprint below the allowed norms. So the level that they have reached, the minus that they have created, is offset by money that is offered for their carbon credits. So these carbon credits now become a tradable commodity. They become tradable, which means that now if you have a carbon credit certificate, then you can trade it in the open market. That is what that means. What is a carbon credit? It's basically an instrument. It is a tradable permit as per United Nations standards. It should be as per UN standards, which equals to 1 ton of CO2 removed, reduced, or sequestered from the atmosphere. Removed means that it has been completely removed. Reduced means it has been reduced in its form. Sequestered means that it has been stripped off from the atmosphere and has been stored somewhere. That is like carbon capturing. Carbon allowances or carbon caps are determined by the countries, by the governments, according to their emission reduction targets. And it is also based on your, the entire, of course, the emission targets, and also with respect to various sectors. So sector based decisions bhi rehte hain. This is how the carbon credit system actually works. CO2 sequestration happens, then carbon credit certificates are generated. Any company or any industry which is emitting greenhouse gases, will now purchase these credits from those individuals who own these certificates, basically, to offset this. This is all to offset. Now, carbon credit allows CO2 emissions to be tradable, created into a tradable format as a commodity. This is something which is very simple, and I think you must have known this for a while. So इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा focus नहीं करते हैं. Let's move forward and talk about the advantages of the system for the agriculture sector. Just a second, guys. Now, in agriculture sector, there are multiple activities which actually result in carbon dioxide emissions. For example, tilling. That is why in natural farming, when you are pursuing natural farming, you know what happens? You avoid tilling of land. You keep the land fallow, because the land, if you start tilling it, the aeration of land, we used to think as kids, we used to think that aeration of land is good thing. Yes, it is for crops, but it also tends to remove the already sequestered carbon from the soil into the air. So it releases carbon. Then using of chemical fertilizers, stubble burning, all these are processes which lead to carbon dioxide emission. In fact, agriculture sector entirely is the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in the world. In the world, not just India. It is a major source of emissions, but it could offer as a carbon sink, or it can also store carbon and thus reduce the greenhouse gas emissions or CO2 emissions. It has the potential to do that, right? Now, how you can do that? You first start incentivizing those good practices, those green good deeds. I hope you remember green good deeds. If you do that, then certainly there will be incentivization of all these green good habits, and then people will start working on them, and slowly and steadily the entire sector will start to push towards more sustainable processes. The improvement in carbon storing and the capacity of the soil, it could improve the fertility, crop yields, farmers income. I keep on talking about this wonderful environmental activist by the name of Vandana Shiva. You should listen to what she has to say, and she's written multiple books, and she also talks about the top 1% of the world, and how organic farming can ensure food security in the future. She talks about it a lot. Just go through 1 to 2 video sessions that she has created, and you would realize how important it is today to move towards organic farming, for example. And organic farming can actually have beyond that, not just organic farming, natural farming is different from organic farming. There is a basic difference. Organic farming has multiple levels. If you have reduced the amount of chemical fertilizers that you use, then it is organic farming. The purest form of organic farming, while also using farm management practices, that is natural farming. It is a specialized branch of an entirely organic, 100% pure organic process of farming. That is what natural farming is, using all the natural ingredients. Further, you can use the direct seeding method to cultivate rice instead of transplantation of saplings. This also reduces methane emissions, which are generally is released by bacteria in the flooded fields. Water consumption is also reduced. You help improve soil nutrition as well. The soil nutrition is not utilized at multiple layers, it is utilized at the same level, and then you can reduce the amount of fertilizers and pesticides that you require. Similarly, you can promote similar other practices as well. I've given you no tillage practice. I've told you about this reduction direct seeding method of rice cultivation, for example. You can then get these credits, or you have if you reduced the CO2 emissions which otherwise would have happened, now you've reduced that, that would create certain level of credits. Now those credits can be sold in the market and additional source of income can happen for the farmers, thus incentivizing good deeds, and based on these good deeds you can further enhance your capabilities as a reducer of carbon emissions. But there are certain challenges. Those challenges include the fact that how will you determine the fair value of CO2 emission based credit system to make sure that you incentivize the farmers in the right manner? What would be the value that you will be associating it with? What will be the basic underlying asset? It should not just be based on reduction of carbon emissions. There are carbon emission reductions which are much better in the longer run, and which are not as good as they are in the longer run. They are good for only shorter period of time. There can be multiple practices. Aaj abhi if I start reducing the amount of say chemical fertilizers, but I start using it again the next day, that is not how things are, because agriculture as an activity is not an event. It is not happening right now, it is happening over a period of time. These are the technical challenges that if in the initial phase of my sowing, for example, if and furthermore, for example, while you are covering this, understand kharif season, rabi season is not the same for all the farmers. The season standardized form में सही है, same है, but otherwise one farmer might start sowing today, another farmer might start sowing tomorrow. So how will you have a standardized data set or a pool of set of data where you will get the idea कि इस field से इतने carbon emissions हुए? That is going to be a very difficult challenge. There are low level stakeholders, and awareness of these stakeholders is very low. Low level of methodology for determination of emission reduced, avoided, sequestered due to agricultural activities. Reasons I've just mentioned. Non-performance of carbon sequestered in the soil. Verification of quality of carbon credits. How would you verify them? Which particular say field has been the reason of carbon emission reduction, for example, will be a very difficult situation. Now, that is one of the few reasons why you have very low participation of agriculture sector when it comes to carbon credits system. As per a recent project that was run by Berkeley Carbon Trading Project, agricultural activities accounted only for 1% of all carbon credits that were issued for emission reductions that happened in 2021. It is not a very famous practice per se in the agriculture sector to do that. What you need to do is make them more aware, create pool of farmers. Cooperative farming will help you have better data collection. It will improve further. The benefits can be redistributed to the community based on those cooperatives. That will be much better. So what you need not just consolidation of land, and also farmer associations. Only then the benefits can percolate and actually enhance the income levels. It can be used as a very good source as well. बहुत अच्छा source हो सकता है पैसे का, income का, but that right now is not too available, है ना? चलो, further let's move further to the next topic. Alternate Investment Fund AIF and Credit Default Swap. SEBI had recently allowed for the AIF to participate in the credit default swaps as protection for both buyers and sellers. What is this AIF? We will understand that, and also what is credit default swap. Now, there are two categories of AIFs, category 1 and category 2. They have been allowed the purchase of CDS, credit default swaps, on the underlying investment in debt securities only for the purpose of hedging. What is hedging? Hedging is when you try to use money to make good of any kind of losses. When you're trying to invest that money to make sure that this money will help me cover up for the losses that otherwise would be incurred from some other investment. That is hedging. Hedging is something which is, a very famous practice per se, and it is a practice of many, investors, many traders, and uh, these investors and traders, they use this money, generally pooled resources that come from many people. They make sure that their investment is risk free using the investment from this money, and then they make money. Hedge fund investors or hedge fund partners, they are probably the most most stable billionaires in the world, one of the most stable billionaires in the world. Now, AIF has been defined by Regulation 21B of SEBI AIF regulations that came up in 2012. These are regulations. This is not an act, not an act. So not statutory. This fund is not statutory. It is a regulation based. Executive regulations होती हैं. Statute होता है Act of Parliament. This is not an act of Parliament. It means to any privately pooled investment fund, whether it is Indian or from foreign origins, in the form of a trust or a company. You can create an investment trust, or you can create a company for, or a body corporate, or a LLP, limited liability partnership. This can be angel funds, this can be commodities related funds, real estate से related हो सकते हैं, REITs for example, real estate investment trusts, venture capitals, private equity, etc. These are all alternate investment funds. Now, there are different categories of AIFs. Category 1 basically invests in startups, SMEs, etc. Government considers economically and socially viable. उन sectors में अगर invest कर रहे हैं, these are category 1 investors. Further, you have category 2 investors, private equity funds or debt funds for which no specific incentive or concession is given by the government. It is purely for commercial purposes. That are category 2. Then there are category 3 funds, which are generally hedge funds. They are open-ended and they have no specific incentive or concession from the government. So category 2 and category 3 have no concessions given by the government. कोई subsidy नहीं है, कोई government की तरफ से incentives नहीं. Just remember that. Category 1 has, because the government incentivizes you to invest in startups and SMEs. That is the reason. Further, what are the benefits of AIF? There are multiple benefits. It is like a security against volatility of the market. These schemes, they do not put their funds in investment options that trade publicly. They are not related to the broader markets. It happens separately. They do not fluctuate with their ups and downs in the market. They have excellent portfolio diversification, given that they have specific individuals who do actually work on that portfolio diversification. So you have fund managers, portfolio managers, and various other individuals who are senior, managers coming from really reputed institutions. They handle these funds. It is not very easy to get into hedge funds. It's not very easy to do that. But once you get into it, you are certainly going to be earning in crores. Certainly, because you get commissions, you get incentives, and you get a lot of stuff. A lot of money is made out of these. Now let's understand that what are credit default swaps. Now they are basically a type of insurance. This was introduced by JP Morgan and Chase. JP Morgan introduced this type of insurance, a credit default swap. It is used for hedging counterparty concentration risks and credit risks. What does it mean? Let's understand that. धीरे धीरे करके पूरा समझेंगे. It is a contract between two parties called protection buyer and a protection seller against a default risk. So there will be a transaction and there will be a risk in that transaction. A and B are having a transaction and there is a risk involved in that transaction. Now there will be a person who will buy protection against this risk and somebody who will be selling protection for this risk. So there will be a protection risk seller, risk protection seller, which will be against a particular company, against a default risk by a particular company. So for example, C is going to be selling A the protection. C is going to be the protection seller. A is the protection buyer against company B, because there might be a risk of default by B. Risk of default by B. तो A प्रोटेक्शन खरीद लेता है और C प्रोटेक्शन बेचता है. In very simple sense, companies generally are called as reference entities, and default is known as a credit event. In case of credit event, in case of any kind of risk, if it gets realized, खतरा था, डर था, वो हो गया. In case of that, in case of the credit event, the protection seller has to provide protection. Under the contract, the protection buyer is then compensated for any kind of loss because of that credit event. Who does that? It is provided by the payments given to them by the protection seller, which is sometimes insurance companies, sometimes hedge fund managers, sometimes those individuals. अगर नहीं हुआ तो आपने जो protection खरीदी थी becomes a very good source of money. For the seller's perspective, CDS provides a source of money, easy money, if there is no credit event. भाई इंश्योरेंस कंपनी तो आपको तब पैसा देती है अगर कोई भी मिस हैपनिंग होती है. If there is no mishappening, or if there is no sort of credit event, there is no risk for the insurance company. Insurance company is working on your fears of in case any mishap happens. That is the entire business of insurance. It is a business of fear. JP Morgan had created this credit default swap facility to make sure that there was another way to make money. It is like an overlaying process where the fear of the company A, fear of A is that B might default. Now A purchases from C, which is a company which provides protection against these defaults. Can be any kind of company, can be an insurance company, can be a hedge fund company, can be a any other type of multi-pronged portfolio company. It provides you with that stability. Now, moving further, there are other features as well. I hope you've understood the process. If the credit event does not occur before the maturity of the loan, the protection seller does not have to make any kind of payment to the protection buyer. Settlement of CDS takes place either through cash settlement system or through physical settlement. There are different varieties. There are binary CDS, basket CDS, contingent CDS, dynamic CDS. All these different types of CDS cater to different types of credit events like bankruptcy, failure to pay, restructuring, etc. Asset-backed securities are the most common types of CDS, credit default swap. There are securities that are traded, which are known as asset-backed securities, which are basically secured securities, so to say. तो जिनकी बैकिंग के ऊपर एक एसेट होता है, लैंड एसेट हो सकता है, फिक्स्ड एसेट हो सकता है, या एक वेरिएबल एसेट भी हो सकता है. Now CDS can be structured either for the event of shortfall in the principal or shortfall in the interest as well. If you were to receive, say for example, if you have purchased a CDS in lieu of the loan that A had given to B. Now, if B is able to provide you with the interest, B has been able to give A the interest, but not the principal. In that case as well, or not the interest, but the principal, for example, in that case as well, you can have your CDS encashed. There are three options for calculating the size of payment by the seller to the buyer. How the seller will give the protection buyer the money. There can be a fixed cap. The maximum amount to be paid by the protection seller can be at a fixed rate. Then it can be at a variable rate set with respect to the LIBOR plus fixed pay. LIBOR rate is a variable rate. Then there can be no cap, interest without any limit. With respect to any shortfall, you can be compensated. So these are the three different types of credit swaps, default swaps. You can get a direct question out of it, but that direct question will certainly be based on the in principle meaning of the term credit default swap. How it is calculated, you don't have to go into these details. The kind of trends in investments, you don't have to go into these details. Capital expenditure, you don't have to go into these details. I've kept these for your ready references. Let's move forward to the next topic, and that is viscose staple fiber, VSF. Now, Association of Man-Made Fiber Industry has appealed to the Finance Ministry to accept the recommendations that DGTR, Directorate General of Trade Remedies, had given with respect to the anti-dumping duty ADD being levied on the import of viscose staple fiber from Indonesia. Now, AMFI of India, the Association of Man-Made Fibers of India, was set up in 1951 as Rayon Manufacturers Association. All the man-made fibers come under the purview of this association. This is basically a conglomeration of all the members of the industry, particularly from man-made fiber industry. The membership varied from time to time, included both synthetic, cellulosic man-made fibers, filament yarns that we produce in India. In 1987, it was registered as private limited company under 25A section of 1956 Companies Act. That is relevant information, that it is a company registered under Companies Act 1956. It was also registered under Section 12 of Income Tax Act as an organization for charitable purposes. So it has charitable purposes, and the main object of the association is basically to formulate general help in formulating general policy with respect to production development of the industry itself. Now, on behalf of this industry, and it basically liaisons with the government and also communicates with the chambers of commerce. All the interests that are of man-made fiber manufacturers, वो सब सामने रखते हैं. Association is registered, office इसका मुंबई में है, branch office दिल्ली के अंदर है. What is viscose staple fiber? That is of course relevant for us. Let's understand that. Now, see, viscose staple fiber is a natural and a biodegradable fiber. First and foremost, natural, biodegradable, dono. Remember this. It has characteristics similar to cotton. It can be degraded, it is natural, it is biodegradable. Yaad rakhna. It is because of its versatility that VSF is generally used in apparel industry, home textiles, dress material. You have the furnishings being made out of it. You have knitted wear made out of it. Non-woven applications as well. You have, for example, if you notice these, इसको लत्ता बोलते हैं जो ये पड़े हैं. These are, let me see if I can zoom in. I hope you can see this viscose staple fiber. Just a second. Wait. Sort the view for you guys. Sorted? Yes. Now, moving further, what is anti-dumping duty? People generally tend to get confused between anti-dumping duty and countervailing duty. We will understand the basic reasons why you have anti-dumping duty, and then we'll realize what countervailing duty is and how is it different. Now, anti-dumping duty, just like countervailing duty, is a protectionist tariff that is generally imposed by one domestic government on certain foreign imports that are at a lower price than the price it normally charges in its own home market. So अपने देश के अंदर तो मान लीजिए X प्रोडक्ट सस्ता मिल रहा है, चाइना में वही सेम प्रोडक्ट is at a cheaper rate, you know. No. And when you want to dump it in India, it is already in a cheaper rate in China, for example. Now that X product, when it enters into India, you further lower the price. It is through various processes that might be coming from any special reason. One being where you start producing it more in your own country and start pumping it or dumping it into India. The use of anti-dumping measures as an instrument of fair competition is permitted. It is permitted by World Trade Organization. It is not something that has been stopped. वो रोका नहीं गया है. Dumping जहां भी होगी, World Trade Organization has allowed the governments, the domestic governments of the affected country to take legal actions against dumping country, and it can be based on evidentiary value of genuine material injury to the industries in the domestic market. नहीं है तो नहीं कर सकते, but on the basis of evidence you can. Now, moving further, what about digital economy? Digital economy has been a part of, see guys, what happens is that there are so many new stuff that happens in current affairs that we tend to skip on stuff that already is there. और उसकी वजह से नुकसान ये होता है कि यूपीएससी जिस तरीके के सवाल पूछती है, we tend to skip on all those things and we then realize when we are sitting in the exam, we realize that यार ये तो बहुत सिंपल सा सवाल है, बहुत सिंपल सा टॉपिक है, मैंने ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया. Generally that happens, and that is why I've brought for you the concept of digital economy, given that CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency or Digital Rupee, has been launched in a pilot form. Pilot project के तौर पर launch हुआ है, and particularly in a select location, set of locations, and for closed user groups comprising somewhere around 15,000 customers and merchants across the country, from Mumbai to New Delhi to Bengaluru and Bhubaneswar. 4 centers have been selected and वहां पर digital rupee launch हुआ है. So far 4 banks, SBI, ICICI, Yes Bank, IDFC, have been a part of the first phase of this project. CBDC is an initiative that was launched by RBI. It is not exactly a government initiative, it's an initiative by RBI. Now, RBI has made sure that this digital form of rupee is not exactly a cryptocurrency. Digital rupee is not the same as any cryptocurrency, because the underlying asset here is not some block of code. The underlying asset here is the same as any physical form of rupee. That changes everything. It changes the way you see digital rupee, right? Just a second. Yes. Now, e-rupee लीगल टेंडर है, डिजिटल फॉर्म में है, इट कैन बी ट्रांसफर्ड इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस. What is the difference? Let's understand that. E-rupee will be passed on from one hand to another through digital wallets or e-wallets or mobile wallets. It is the same as the fiat currency that you are right now using, the hard cash that you are using. Exchangeable hai one to one, and it is also exchangeable with, for example, if you have 10 rupees of digital currency in your wallets, you can exchange that for 5 rupee notes or 1 10 rupee notes in the physical form. It is exchangeable. Simply put, digital rupee is the same as a banknote, but in a digital form. But if you were to convert cryptocurrency, say if you wanted to convert 1 Bitcoin, gosh, you are really rich if you have 1 Bitcoin. But if you had 1 Bitcoin, you wanted to convert it into dollars. The ease of conversion would depend on the various countries. It is not very easy. Yogesh ji, it is all about the hard work that you put in. Nobody is trying to mislead you. It is just that you have to focus on getting as many correct answers as you can. मिनिमम अपनी एफिशिएंसी पे काम करना है. हम आपने ये नहीं सोचना है कि किसने कितना बोला, कैसा बोला. इन सब चीजों में समय नष्ट मत कीजिए. 1 हफ्ता से कम का समय रह गया है. इट इज बेटर टू वर्क ऑन योर ओन सेल्फ, पर्टिकुलरली पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमी को अच्छे से रिवाइज कर लीजिए. करंट अफेयर्स को अच्छे से रिवाइज कर लीजिए. जो अपने सोर्सेज हैं उनको लिमिट कर दीजिए, बिकॉज यू शुड नॉट बर्डन योर सेल्फ विद अ लॉट ऑफ स्टफ राइट नाउ. एंड डू नॉट पैनिक, डू नॉट वरी, डू नॉट फोकस ऑन ऑल दीज थिंग्स. ये समय आपका इन सब चीजों के बारे में सोचने का है ही नहीं. ऑल यू नीड टू बी वरीड अबाउट इज what I have covered, what I have been left with. सिर्फ इतना. ठीक है जी. परेशान नहीं होना। बाकी दुनिया जैसे है वैसे ही रहने दीजिए, बदलेंगे उनको तब जब हम पेपर क्रैक करेंगे। फोकस अपना अपना पेपर निकालने में होना चाहिए। नाउ e-rupee will be issued in the same denomination as paper currency and coins. Same denomination होगा, same backing of assets होगा. It will be distributed through intermediaries, of course, just like banks have been intermediaries for other things. नहीं, ऐसा ऐसा कुछ नहीं है जी, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है योगेश जी। आप आप बाकी सबको छोड़ दीजिए, जो पहले हो चुका है उसको छोड़ दीजिए। जस्ट मेक श्योर दैट यू आर फोकसिंग ऑन योर ओन सेल्फ। डू नॉट थिंक अबाउट द पास्ट, पहले किसने कैसे किया कैसे नहीं किया। सिर्फ स्ट्रैटेजी अपनाइए और स्ट्रैटेजी अपने लिए जो सूट करती है। बी हैप्पी विद योर ओन स्ट्रैटेजी राइट नाउ। दिस इज 6 days लेफ्ट, डोंट फोकस ऑन ऑल दीज थिंग्स। चलो, basically you should be able to use this money for sending and receiving money from a digital wallet. डिजिटल वॉलेट जो है इस केस में बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है, इट इज अ मस्ट। यूजर्स कैन लिंक देयर वॉलेट्स टू देयर बैंक अकाउंट्स। इट विल बी लाइक अ पिगी बैंक और लाइक अ वॉलेट इन योर फिजिकल फॉर्म। जैसे आप फिजिकली एक पर्स रखते हैं वैसे ही वो डिजिटल वॉलेट होगा। दीज डिजिटल वॉलेट्स विल बी ऑफर्ड बाय पार्टिसिपेटिंग बैंक्स so that you can store your digital rupee in your mobile wallets. But there are challenges associated to that. We are from India. We like the smell of old currency notes. We like the smell of notes. We want to keep hard cash. We are a fiat currency based market. We are not a digital currency based markets. Yes, we have started to incorporate digital payment modes. UPI use करना शुरू कर दिया है. But as soon as there is payment for availing the services of UPI, you will realize that there will be a slight dip in the number of transactions that happen through UPI. UPI की transactions में एक dip आ जाएगा, that is for sure. But what we have to work upon is the way digital currency can pave the way for accessibility, enhanced accessibility of Indian rupee, Indian digital rupee, not just for investors but also for the last mile individuals जिनका financial inclusion नहीं हुआ है. Digital rupee can help in financial inclusion also. Now, e-rupee transactions can be a person-to-person transaction, person-to-merchant transaction. If you are purchasing something, P2M हो जाता है. If you are giving someone money, for example, pocket money given to your kids, for example, parents giving pocket money to their kids, you receiving your pocket money, you spending that money with your friends or you giving it to your friends, for example, that is person to person. Person to merchant एक business transaction हो जाता है, sale of goods and services हो जाता है. For P2M transactions particularly, for example, shopping अगर हो रही है, QR codes रहेंगे just like UPI, just like Bheem, just like Google Pay, and in fact you will be able to withdraw digital tokens from the bank in the same way that you withdraw physical cash. जैसे cash withdraw होता है वैसे ही आप banks में से digital tokens withdraw कर सकेंगे. That digital token will then be kept and stored in your digital wallet in form of digital rupee. Linking of PAN will be there. The same rule will apply to digital rupee as well. Banks will send out links to certain identified customers. This is the process that is happening for the pilot project. You don't have to remember this, only remember the stuff that I've already talked about. The significance or the objective of this entire process or this entire scheme would be, of course, faster transactions because there will be no intermediary. यहाँ wallet to wallet transfer हो रहा है. Banks are not involved. Just like in the physical transfer of money, banks are not directly involved. It is only when that rupee note, that bank note goes to the bank, only then the bank is involved. Or it is coming from the bank, only then the bank is involved. If you are going to purchase something, you have cash in your hand. Say, for example, you have to purchase a mobile phone, you have 20-30,000 in your hand, and you go and give that money to the merchant, and you receive your phone. That is a wallet to wallet like transaction. If based on that there are digital transactions as well, you will not require intermediation of banks, which generally happens in your UPI transaction. आपको यूपीआई कोड डालना पड़ता है, यूपीआई का पिन डालना पड़ता है, तब जाकर वो ट्रांजैक्शन होता है। वॉलेट टू वॉलेट ट्रांजैक्शन में इसकी टेंशन नहीं होगी, इट विल बी अ मच स्मूदर प्रोसेस। There will be no requirement of settlement in the banking system because it will not, and that is the reason it will not be as slow as UPI is, or as slow as a check system or truncated CTS system is. There will be financial inclusion and formalization of digital consumption of money as well. This can be the next big thing only if it is accepted by many and all, because this should be the next big thing. Reason being that आगे चलकर we want to reduce the wear and tear of money. There was a student of mine who was asking this question. I was talking about digital currency, and I was also talking about the fact that 2000 rupee note has been revoked. It's legal tender. It will stop being legal tender after September. Now I was discussing this with him, and I was telling him that this process in a way is trying to push for digital rupee, and if you have digital rupee, there is lack of wear and tear which generally happens. नोट खराब हो जाते हैं, फट जाते हैं, जो कि गवर्नमेंट को, आरबीआई को खर्चा पड़ता है। आरबीआई को वो नोट, वो कॉइनेज दोबारा से मिंट करनी पड़ती है, दोबारा से प्रिंट करनी पड़ती है टू कीप अप विद द कैश फ्लो। And it is not over and above. RBI is not increasing the money supply here. RBI is only maintaining the already existent money supply, because the wear and tear is happening within that money supply. So for that reason, this will reduce the money that is generally spent by RBI in replacing those worn off or torn notes. जब आप RBI के पास जाते हैं, सर मेरा नोट फट गया है, सर मेरे को ये नोट रिप्लेस कर दीजिए, that has to be destroyed and new fresh currency note has to be created. Now, e-rupee is also targeted at those who don't have a bank account, because they would now can at least, just like mobile prepaid recharge system, they can now at least maintain their wallets, and based on those wallets, they can also make payments as well. Transactions be possible only, but there is a difference between UPI and e-rupee. What is that difference? Let's understand that. Now, e-rupee and there is see, UPI is a transaction mode, it is a process, it is an overlaying infrastructure, whereas e-rupee is a currency. There is a difference. There is no intermediation of banks in case of in case of UPI, NEFT or RTGS. You have to go through the banking process, but not in case of e-rupee. Money gets transferred from one wallet to another wallet. बहुत simple process. There is anonymity with respect to e-rupee. Digital transactions अगर e-rupee के जरिए हो रही हैं, they are more anonymous as compared to UPI, NEFT or RTGS, which can be easily tracked because it involves intermediary banks. So banking के process के जरिए. Now this anonymity, how good is it as a feature, as a salient feature of e-rupee, that has to be put up to question. But of course, when you want transactions to be anonymous, to make sure that there is privacy concerns meted out, अगर मान लीजिए कोई भी किसी भी तरीके से हैकिंग का प्रोसेस हुआ या कुछ ऐसे हुआ, in that sense, if the mobile phone is hacked, then the wallet might be hacked. That is a risk that is involved. But apart from that, the transaction itself is not risky because it is far more anonymous. Then holding limit. SBI, for example, has allowed 1 lakh rupee holding limit for mobile phone wallets for e-rupee, whereas the upper limit for UPI transaction is right now at 2 lakh rupees. So you can spend more money through UPI and less money through digital wallets or digital rupee. There are certain other settlement risks as well. अभी UPI system जो है exist करता है, बहुत जबरदस्त system है. It works on settlement basis between two banks. So you transfer money from A to B. For example, A has transferred money to B. What happens? So A actually tells its bank to transfer money to the bank of B, and then bank of B gives this information to B that yes, A has sent you this money. This is the settlement process that UPI follows. And at the back end of it, it takes about a day for settlements. A has given money to B. you get the money reflected within the same minute, but A has to give that money within 1 day. So there is a process of settlement that the banks have to follow. That process of settlement and the risks involved in that process of settlement go redundant. वो चीज आपके डिजिटल वॉलेट्स और डिजिटल रुपी के केस में नहीं रहती हैं. Then further, with respect to e-rupee, the issue of anonymity can also enhance the risk. How would the government know who is the owner of the wallet? For example, now while UPI is a bank to bank payment mode, there is a trail of paper trail जिसको audit किया जा सकता है, जिसको manage किया जा सकता है. Further, it can also lead to cannibalization of UPI. What does it mean? It means that it might eat up into the customer base of UPI settlements. UPI works on a settlement basis between two banks. At the back end, these banks have to settle the ट्रांजैक्शन जो आपने तो कर दी, लेकिन बैंक्स को फर्दर मैनेज करना पड़ता है. इट टेक्स अबाउट अ डे फॉर द इंटर बैंक सेटलमेंट्स टू कंक्लूड. So therefore there is settlement risk in UPI. Further, there can be delay in transactions. अगर कोई डिले हो गया, कोई कस्टमर से एक जगह वॉलेट से दूसरी जगह पैसा गया नहीं गया, who will be held liable? You cannot talk to the bank. Who will be managing the wallet? There are certain practical problems with respect to CBDC transactions. Then the success depends upon the accessibility. We are a people of focus on physical cash. हमें पैसा पसंद है. We love movies, we love songs talking about that hard cash. दो खोखा लेके आ जाना, so on and so forth, right? वो काली पहाड़ी के पीछे, है ना? For us, keeping digital wallet money, how useful it would be, how practical would it be, is still a challenge. Then there can be instances of digital theft that I've already talked about, and the kind of cultural and social mindset that happens in India. ये भी हमने discussion कर ही लिया है. How can you enhance digital economy if through e-rupee is to be handled, or if it is through to be gone through UPI या कोई और process होता है? One of the things is that you will have to make sure that you have enhanced the digital infrastructure and connectivity, including your regular maintenance and upgrade of that system. Right now, an improvement of just 6% on connectivity aspects of mobile phone services will help you cover more than 99% of the population with at least 3G services. अगर ये नहीं होगा तो फिर आप कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मैनेज करोगे, कैसे ट्रांजैक्शंस को हैंडल करोगे? दिस विल बी अ चैलेंज. इफ देयर इज फाइनेंशियल एक्सक्लूजन, अगर देश के अंदर वित्तीय समावेशन नहीं है, देयर इज नो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन इन द कंट्री, how would you make sure that the people who have digital wallets have people to spend it on, or have goods and services to spend it on? So then it will be a redundant money, है ना? वो फिर वो वेस्ट ही जा रहा है, बेसिकली पड़ा है. क्या यूज कैसे होगा? मनी का फायदा तो तब है जब वो फ्लो, उसकी फ्लूइडिटी होगी. If that is not the case, then what will be the benefit? Further, you'll have to secure and maintain the infrastructure. Policy changes are required with respect to, including changes to ease the business doing capabilities. We are improving our rankings with respect to EODB, but that is not enough, because that is not entirely happening in the banking sector or in the money sector, in the money market. So you'll have to reduce red tape, you'll have to encourage cross border trade as well. That will have to happen. Skilling and capacity building, वो तो सब जगह लगता ही है, ये तो बेसिक फॉर्मूला है ना? Improving quality of services, quality of digital services, basically structural reforms that need to happen. For example, with respect to reducing the 40% reduction of 40% in the market entry barriers to FDI infrastructure, में improvement of 13% on the indicators for FDI regulation. So you'll have to remove structural issues with respect to coming in of FDI. India is closing in gaps with the G20 median. We are using G20 as a medium of unlocking our potential in digital economic growth and trying to make it more inclusive. Increase to access with respect to e-payment platforms by 17% will help you cover the gender gap and rural urban gap as well. Of course, this is relevant. Further, participation of private sector will help. Reliance को use करते हैं, किसी को use करते हैं, that depends totally on the the kind of policy and the kind of process that we are following. We have seen a data cost reduction by more than 95% since 2013. आज आपको इंटरनेट फैसिलिटीज सस्ते में अवेलेबल हैं compared to 2013. We guys used to use internet in 2013. We know how difficult it was to pay the bills. It is really easy for us right now. It is a much better situation for you guys, and of course for us as well, given that we are now able to reach you guys out in a very easy manner. आप लोग YouTube के ऊपर अपने को live देख लेते हैं, है ना? So all of that is relevant. अच्छा, further, digital economy can also contribute to about 20% or around 1 trillion US dollars of $1 trillion of India's $5 trillion economy vision. उसका 20% आपका digital economy से आ सकता है. In developed countries, they spend around 1.2% of their GDP on digital infrastructure. We don't. Indian government needs to acknowledge that we have a certain basic lacking of digital infrastructure. There needs to be certain transformational areas that we identify and we start investing. We need to give it the same importance as it is given to physical infrastructure, where more than 80% of the investment goes. On that note, I will be giving you guys a 5 odd minutes break. 5 मिनट के बाद अंशुम सर आपको ज्वाइन करेंगे, and till then if you have any doubts you can ask in the chat section. I'm right here. I'll wait for you guys to ask doubts. Yes, and after that Anjum sir will be coming at 2 p.m. and then I will be sitting with you guys again at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Sanat sir, right now at 2 p.m. Anshum sir, he will be joining in fast. Let me go through the chat section, just a second. We will continue with the next topic. The next topic that I have to cover with you guys is natural farming. Natural farming cover करेंगे. So let's take a short break and sir will join you.
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Guys, can you hear me loud and clear? Okay, so guys, I am continuing my discussion. We were discussing international relation in the session from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. and then Sanat sir has taken over. Thereafter, again, after the end of this session, you will find Sanat sir again joining you for the remaining portion from his area, that is economics, science and tech, government schemes, etc. Okay. So I guess we are live. So guys, next summit that we will be talking about is India, Israel, UAE, US. That is I2U2, I2U2 summit. Now this is the first summit that has happened virtually. The reason for happening of this summit on a virtual platform was because of the COVID outbreak. Okay, this happened in 2022. Okay, so this I2U2 summit was initially formed in 2021, October 2021, following Abraham Accords. Now, what do you mean by Abraham Accords, guys? What is Abraham Accords? Basically, if you are aware of the politics of West Asia, the problems happening in West Asia, that is Israel, the countries around Israel which are creating problem, Iran, Syria, and all other nations like Lebanon, Iraq, Egypt, etc. So all these countries, they do not like Israel much. And then there is an ongoing crisis of Palestine and Israel as well, right? So basically the history of this problem or this conflict goes back to the religious history, the battle of Karbala, where there has been two wars, the wars between the Jews and Muslims. So basically, Israel is a Jewish nation, whereas UAE and other nations are dominantly Muslim population. So all these countries, they do not withstand each other. They do not like to have any relation with each other. Okay, but in Abraham Accord, actually this place Israel and Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the birthplace of three big religions in the world. Those religions are Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Judaism, the religion followed by Jews. So, why this summit came into news? Because USA tried to mediate between UAE and Israel. So they tried to have a mediation between a Islamic country and a Jewish country. Now this is something very big, okay, and this makes I2U2 very important. Now you will say, where India comes into the picture? इस पूरे गेम में इंडिया कहां से आ जाता है? So India comes because India has a prominent position in the global scale, and India has a good relation with all these three countries, and particularly UAE. UAE has from past few years you will see UAE turning to be India's one of the biggest trading partners in last 5 years, and the scale is still rising. It is, I guess, at present third biggest partner in terms of trade. So this summit I2U2 is also referred as the Western Asian. It is also referred as the Western Asian Accord. Is it clear? So this type of information can be asked in prelims. Then guys, Abraham Accords. So as I have told you, this is the first level of discussion between USA, Bahrain and Israel. Now why this term Abraham? Because this Abraham has significance in all three religion. Okay, Abraham is considered to be the messenger of God who is symbolic to promote unity between the Arabic and the Jewish world. Okay, so basically उस एंशियंट टसल को खत्म करने की कोशिश करी है यूएसए ने. Right now this grouping I2 stands for India and Israel and U2 stands for USA and UAE. This we have already seen. They will try to revitalize, re-energize the system of alliance and partnership. So all the cooperation, defense, military, science and tech, space, they are right now under consideration to increase their partnership in a multilateral way. Okay, so this is how I2U2 come into news. Next summit, again important current affairs, because this organization was in news in 2022, in 2023 as well. Why in 23? Because this April, around April only, 4th or 5th April in 23, your NATO has added one more member, Finland. So Finland became the 31st member of NATO. This transition will further, change the dynamics of Europe. Okay. Achha, by the way, along with Finland, there is one more country who is about to join NATO. और वो बोला जा रहा है in next 2 to 3 months you will see that member entering NATO. So can you guys tell me which country is that who is about to join NATO? Can you tell me in the comment box? Till then, I will tell you the objectives of NATO. So guys, North Atlantic Treaty Organization was an organization that was formed just after the World War. Okay, this was basically the start of the Cold War era. So America launched their own set of alliance called as NATO. Okay, so जो भी कंट्री नेटो को ज्वाइन करता उसको एक पैसा मिलेगा, उसको डिफेंस मिलेगा, उसको अमेरिका सपोर्ट मिलेगा और अमेरिका के एक अलायंस नेटवर्क में आ जाएगा जिसको मिलिट्री अलायंस के रूप में नेटो ने और अमेरिका ने प्रेजेंट करा. दे प्रेजेंटेड इट एज अ मिलिट्री अलायंस. अच्छा, द काउंटर पार्ट ऑफ दिस अलायंस वाज यूएसएसआर. अब ये बताइए यूएसएसआर ने जो ग्रुप बनाया, व्हाट वाज द नेम ऑफ द ग्रुप दैट वाज द काउंटर ऑफ नेटो आफ्टर द वर्ल्ड वॉर? एनीवन knows answer to this question? The answer is Warsaw Pact. Answer is Warsaw Pact. So what are the objectives of NATO? It protects obviously the democratic values, ऐसा ये claim करते हैं. However, it is not true. They try to consult and cooperate on the defense and security related issues and solve their problems. So NATO act as a kind of a mediator among different states. They try to act as a mediator among different states. Then military alliance, this is the most important. The military objective of NATO is that it is committed to a peaceful resolution of dispute. Acha, whenever diplomacy fails, the military power can undertake the crisis management. This is how they claim. However, NATO is not successful in tackling the war between Russia and Ukraine. Now, very important article for prelims perspective, Article 5 of Washington Treaty. Article 5 of Washington Treaty. How this treaty is important, guys? This treaty, according to this treaty, there is a collective defense clause that the NATO has. Okay, there is a collective defense clause that the NATO has. That means an attack on one member will be considered as the attack on all members. It will be considered as attack on all members. So this Article 5 was invoked on 12th of December 2001 after the 9/1 elect. So till now this Article 5 of NATO has been invoked only once. ठीक है, एक बार ही ये आर्टिकल इन्वोक करा गया है. It hasn't been invoked even during Russia-Ukraine war. Then very recent summit of NATO has held in Madrid. NATO has approved a new strategic concept which is described as how NATO will address the threats, challenges in its security and in the security environment in the upcoming years. So it is for the first time NATO recognizes China's threat to the alliance security. First time they have recognized China as a threat. Then a recent membership has been given to Finland and Sweden. Finland has become the 31st member, and Sweden right now is not a member, but most probably Sweden will become the 32nd member of NATO. However, Turkey was against their inclusion. Now, why Turkey was there for the inclusion of Finland and Sweden? Actually, in Turkey there are many such rebellions. One such prominent rebellion clan there is Kurdish people. So these Kurdish are there in different parts of West Asia, and they are demanding their separate land. And when prominent leader of this Kurdish community, they were demanding separation from Turkey, the Turkey started taking actions on such people. As a safeguard, they took a asylum in Finland and Sweden, because all these countries are European countries and they have good protection of democratic rights such as freedom of speech and expression. So Finland and Sweden, they gave them political asylum, and this is why Turkey was against them. Then there is a NATO Innovation Fund which will invest $1 billion in dual emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. What are dual emerging technologies? Linking two technologies like the conventional warheads, like all your missiles, plus AI, artificial intelligence. So this type of mix of technologies are called as the dual use technology. Next, G7. Now G7 again is an intergovernmental organization formed in 1975. Now this body has these following members: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, US. These are the members of G7 nation. However, they do not have any fixed headquarter. So wherever the annual summit of G7 is happening, the secretariat will be that country. That means the headquarter will be that country, just like G20. For 2023, this summit is about to happen, G7 nation summit, and even Indian Prime Minister is invited as a guest in this summit, in this G7 nation summit. And this time, this summit in 2023, this summit is happening in Hiroshima, Japan. This year, this summit is happening in Hiroshima, Japan. So a little more information about G7. Now guys, these type of questions are very easily, these are some prominent questions which can be asked in UPSC, right? So G7 composed of 10% of the world's population, 31% of the global GDP, and 21% of the global carbon emission happens through these 7 nations. Now, in total, most of these G7 nations are having a high gross debt. That means their economy is running in a debt. So Japan's GDP is, right now, Japan's economy is running at a 263% of debt. Okay. Italy's 151, US 133. So you can realize the importance of G7. The last summit has happened in 2022. In 2023, the presidency is with Japan. This is the summit will happen at, so जो भी country इस G7 summit को host करती है, वो कुछ guest बुलाने का उसको अधिकार होता है. These countries can invite some guest. The host country has this right. So this year, even Japan has invited India as a guest of G20. Then guys, what are the other highlights of G7 summit? So they have launched a partnership of global infrastructure and investment scheme. Infrastructure and investment, as the name suggests, they will building up infrastructure like road, railways, connectivity, transportation, ports, harbors, and an investment of 600 billion USD is expected to be expected to be delivered by 2027. Also, this partnership is also supporting Build Back a Better World initiative. This is a G7's initiative to counter China's Belt and Road initiative. Now guys, there was one counter of European Union as well. There was a counter of European Union as well. So your European Union is also countering the G7 One Belt, One Road initiative of China. What is the name of the initiative of European Union? Please add that in the comment box. Next, International North-South Transit Corridor. What do you mean by International North-South Transit Corridor? Basically, it is an alternative route to connect Europe and India. Now, what is the traditional route? What is the present route that India is using with Europe? It is through this port of Mumbai. Then this is Strait of Bab al Mandab. Then Red Sea. Then your Mediterranean Sea, entering the Mediterranean Sea, and thereafter through the Strait of Gibraltar, North Sea, and then they will enter your Baltic Sea and the Norwegian Sea, etc. And then reaching St. Petersburg. Now this traditional route, guys, is a old route and a very long and expensive route. It is a long and expensive route, costly route in terms of transportation. All right. On the other hand, you will have a counter route which will have sea link, which will have road links, railway links, and which is much shorter and cheaper. Much shorter and cheaper. So from India to Iran, and then from Iran via Afghanistan, using Azerbaijan, using Central Asian countries, it will reach Moscow and then St. Petersburg. So basically this is a total 7,200 kilometer multimodal transportation network system. 7,200 multimodal transportation network system, which was envisaged in 2000 by Russia, India and Iran. This was the founding members of this summit. It will connect Indian Ocean, Persian Gulf to Caspian Sea via Iran, as I have shown it here. Indian Ocean, Caspian Sea, and then via Iran reaching Russia. The countries which will be part of this is, there will be 13 countries. Members will be India, Iran, Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Turkey, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Oman, Ukraine, Syria. All these are the countries. Then what is the significance of this for India? It will cut down 30% of the total transportation cost. Okay, it will cut down 30% of the total cost, reduce the carriage cost by 30%, and it will bring the transit day, that means the time taken to reach St. Petersburg, from 40 days to 25 days. That means saving of 15 days. It will help India to gain smooth access into Central Asia. Okay, and it will counter China's Belt Road Initiative. Then guys, there are some similar north-south corridors, or there are similar such multimodal initiatives which has been started by India. So you should be aware of these multimodal connects as well. So first, Kaladan multimodal transit facility. Kaladan multimodal transit facility will cut down the transportation system, or it will cut down the distance between India and Myanmar. So it will connect Sitwe port of Myanmar and Kaladan port near Hooghly. Then India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral project. So it is a connectivity link which is around 1360 kilometers. It will connect Moreh, India, Mysore, Thailand, and Bagan in Myanmar. Then Mekong India Economic Corridor. This will connect the Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, Dawei in Myanmar, and it will reach Bangkok, Phnom and further the possibility is to connect it with China. So this is Mekong India Economic Corridor. Then Stillwell Road, which will connect Lido and Burma, Lido in Assam and Kunming in China through Myanmar. Then Delhi, another proposed project, Delhi Hanoi Railway Link. So from Delhi till Hanoi in Vietnam, there is a proposed railway link that will further connect India and Southeast Asia. Then there is one more such similar project, BCIM corridor. Now BCIM stands for Bangladesh, China, India and Myanmar. It will connect these four countries, BCIM. Then Re-Thidam Road in Myanmar, 80-kilometer cross-border road from Re to Thidam in Myanmar's Chin state. Re is in India. Okay, so Re-Thidam Road is one connectivity. Then a cross-border 160-kilometer of cross-border road from Tamu to Kalemeo in Myanmar. From Tamu to Kalemeo in Myanmar. Then guys, next is Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Now basically it is a US-led initiative to strengthen economic partnership among the participating country. So एक तरीके से ट्रेड को बढ़ाने के लिए किस रीजन में, इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन में this initiative was launched. A similar initiative RCEP, which is ASEAN plus it has to be 6 countries, but India rejected RCEP. ये एकदम similar एक रीजनल काइंड ऑफ अ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट है, बट इट इज नॉट अ कंप्लीटली फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट. इट इज वर्किंग ऑन द लाइंस ऑफ RCEP. So what are the main pillars of IPEF? That is supply chain resilience, to improve the supply lines, to develop clean energy, decarbonization, infrastructure, taxation, anti-corruption and fair and resilient trade. These are the 4 pillars of this initiative led by led by US. Then India and 13 other countries are part of this initiative in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, and if you see, all these countries are basically the good allies of US in Pacific Ocean, right? Next is a New START treaty, that is Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Now, in order to develop a trust between Russia and US, they signed a major agreement. It was known as the START Treaty. So basically, the agenda of this START Treaty was to confine their strategic nuclear warheads. That means both the country will reduce their amount of nuclear warheads so that they can come out of the nuclear war race. Because after Cold War, आपने ये जरूर पढ़ा होगा कि दोनों कंट्रीज ने अपने अपने न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स का जो प्रोडक्शन है वो बहुत ज्यादा स्केल अप कर दिया था. ओके, सो दिस न्यू स्टार्ट ट्रीटी इज अ ट्रीटी बिटवीन US and Russia to reduce strategic arms. It came into force in 2011, which placed a kind of a limit on both the countries, especially on intercontinental nuclear missiles. Now, what are intercontinental nuclear missiles? The missiles which are of greater range, which can travel more than 750 kilometers till 5000 kilometers, and at present world there are missiles like that can even travel 10,000 kilometers. Okay, there are missiles which can even travel 10,000 kilometers. So this treaty has taken over the START treaty. That is why this was a newly signed treaty. But very recently, both the countries have came out of this treaty. They have cancelled this treaty in 2022, in the beginning of 2022. Then there is one more alliance known as the Fab 4 Alliance. Now guys, one thing which is very much necessary as a raw material for all IT based industry is the semiconductor chips. These semiconductors or the microchips are used in every electronic device these days. Any electronic device that you are using right now has a semiconductor chip, whether it be your phones, laptops, your vehicles, electronic home appliances like microwaves. Then guys, next we are entering into the current affairs of environment and ecology. Next we are entering into the current affairs of environment and ecology. In this first, we will start with a very important environmental summit which can be asked almost every year. Last year मेंस में लगभग 2 क्वेश्चन GS3 से. In GS3 2 questions directly came from this summit, and yes, there was a question in prelims as well. So even this year, this is an international organization, or sorry, this is an international summit that can be asked as a question. So very recently, that means in the December of 2022, which is recent for this year's of current affairs, obviously, a summit has happened in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. This was the host country of 2027 UNFFC summit. Now, what is UNFFC? If I talk about this organization, this is an outcome of the first environmental summit. Basically, after the first environmental summit, there were some organizations that were formed. Okay, so this is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is an intergovernmental treaty which was opened for the signature in the first Earth Summit known as the Rio Earth Summit of 1992. UNFFC came into force in 1994, Headquarter is in Bonn, Germany. The major objective of UNFFC is to stabilize the greenhouse gas emission. The main target is to stabilize the greenhouse gas emission and also to allow all necessary ecosystems to protect them and to ensure proper food production is not threatened. To ensure the food production is not threatened globally. And then also to match the economic development in a sustainable manner. So India is a member of UNFFC and right now it has 198 members. So each year all these members meet in an annual meeting known as Conference of Parties. Okay, so the annual meeting is known as the Conference of Parties, and in 2022 27th Conference of Parties has happened. And what was the location? Egypt, in Sharm el Sheikh. This was the name of the place. Can you guys tell me in the comment box where will 20th COP will happen? What is the location of 28th COP? Then guys, along with this, there was a 17th session or 17th conference of Kyoto Protocol has also happened, and the 4th conference of Paris Agreement. These are some sub summits under COP. Then what are the larger outcomes of COP27? First, the climate targets. So the countries have requested to revisit their targets of 2030 so that we can get in align with the Paris Agreement. So for example, even India has their NDCs, National Determined Contributions. So the major agenda of COP27 is to request all the member nations to revisit and strengthen their NDC. And by the way, we will cover in the upcoming topic that India has even have revised their NDC. That means we have taken up some stronger targets for 2023 because India is running at a very good pace, okay, to meet climate targets. We are running at a very fast pace. Next is mitigation. In mitigation, they have finalized the details of mitigation work program at a urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation. Then they have worked on adaptation of the global goal to structure the approach under the Glasgow Sharm el Sheikh work program in 2023. So basically to merge the pledges of the last summit, Glasgow in Scotland, and this year's Egypt, to merge both the agendas of last two summit. Then finance, there is a dialogue to be launched that how we can reduce the average temperature below 2.1 degrees Celsius. And this earlier during the time of Paris Climate Summit, the global targets of curbing the temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. And you won't believe that right now the average temperature has already crossed 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now we are targeting 2.5 to 3 degrees Celsius कि भाई इतना नहीं पहुंचने देना है हमने, ठीक है. सो एक आर्टिकल लॉन्च करा, एक आप कह सकते हो इसी के अंदर एक प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च करा. दिस प्रोजेक्ट इज नेम्ड एज आर्टिकल 2.1 डिग्री. इसका जो मेन एजेंडा होगा, so that how we can arrange the financial flows. Then loss and damage. The new funding arrangement established for loss and damage will assess the developing countries which are particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change. So what country has the highest risk of climate emergency? All these things will be analyzed, and how relief can be provided to such countries is the main agenda of 27. Then what are the key outcomes of COP27? First, just transition. Now this is a work program which includes annual high level of ministerial roundtable conferences. That means every year they will come together to discuss the plans on transition, that what transition we can make. For example, in terms of energy, what are the transition needed, like installing more renewable energy, etc. Then agriculture. There is a Coroniva or Coronivia joint work for agriculture, which is given under 4 year of lease establishment. Basically, how it will work on how climate action can impact agriculture and food security. For example, the present heat wave condition in the country is on the rise. The present heat wave condition is on the rise, and it is impacting the food security of the world. So more crop failure and more such instances are very vulnerable to the agricultural cultivable land. So this Cornovia joint work for agriculture will work for the transition of climate change and agriculture. Then technology transfer and deployment. This is the first joint work program of Technology Executive Committee and Climate Technology Center Network for the time period of 2023 to 2027. So what all technology will be added and what all technology will be transition or will be used as transition is the objective. Next, energy. Then how we can create a system of low emission energy systems, because if you know that one of the NDC is basically to create net zero by 2070. So in order to achieve this net zero, we need some low emission energy systems. Then call to accelerate towards the phase down of unabated coal power and phase out inefficient fuel subsidy. So even today, especially in developing countries, thermal power is one of the biggest source. It is one of the biggest source of renewable energy. So कैसे हम उसको cleaner technology में transition करें, and cannot we upgrade the coal technology so that there can be less emission. For example, a very important byproduct of coal technology is fly ash. So there are policies which are utilizing this fly ash in road construction, in other infrastructure construction, etc., etc. And then another outcome is financial system reforms. So all these COPs, that means the UNFCCC, UNFCCC, all these conferences, they are struggling to arrange the finances. The biggest struggle right now is to arrange the finances. So financial mechanisms are also being developed. Then a one initiative which is India is also a part of, it is the Mangrove Alliance for Climate. This is very important for prelims, guys. Very important. Mangroves Alliance for Climate. This includes, or what all countries have taken the initiative of this? UAE, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Australia, Japan and Spain. It seeks to educate basically mangroves. You know the importance of mangroves. You must have done in environment and ecology, the static portion. So what role these mangroves plays? So this initiative will educate and spread awareness worldwide on the role of mangroves in curbing the global warming. It is an intergovernmental alliance work on a voluntary basis. Okay, all these parties will have their own commitments. They will have their own deadlines regarding the plantation of mangroves. Now, when it comes to data, the total mangrove cover in the world is around 1,150,000 square kilometer area, and South Asia has 6.8 of the world's mangrove cover. Out of the complete world, 6.8% of the mangrove cover is in South Asia, and out of South Asia, almost 50%, that is 45.8% of South Asia's mangrove cover is in India only. And in which site India has the maximum mangrove cover? It is Sundarban Delta. The maximum mangroves, which accounts for 0.15% of the total country's geographical region. Second highest is Gujarat and third highest is Andaman and Nicobar in terms of mangrove cover. This type of data is important, guys. This type of data is important, okay? Then first mover coalition, again another initiative of COP27. So guys, in COP27 you will find many such initiatives which are launched as a climate initiative, and UPSC loves asking these initiatives. So first mover coalition, basically it is a collaboration with the corporate sector plus the government sector to tackle climate change. So it is called as the first mover coalition. Again, this coalition has India as a very important member. Italy, Japan, Norway, Singapore, Sweden, UK, and even USA has also joined this. Okay, the significance of this is, this was first launched in COP26. It is to bring together all global companies with supply chain that can introduce some carbon intensive sectors. Like for example, a company like Amazon. अभी थोड़े टाइम पहले तक when you used to order, or last year when you used to order Amazon products, have you seen that it used to come, the smaller products, it used to come in polythene wraps. But after many such agitations by different environmental groups in the country, they have started moving into using them as a cardboard packing. Cardboard packing में अब Amazon products आते हैं. So this is, you can say, a kind of their initiative to come out of pollution, that is plastic pollution. अब lesser polythenes will be used. But on contrary, one thing which still remains a problem for such delivery and e-commerce platforms, plastic tapes. क्या plastic tapes और उसको branding जो उसको wrap करा जाता है, it is done in plastic tapes. So it is still a problem. So how we can come out of this as an issue is part of first mover coalition. So this first mover coalition will basically target those sectors which are the one of the highest emitters. ऐसे सेक्टर्स जहां पर सबसे ज्यादा एमिशंस होता है वो आप इसमें आपको मिलेगा. सो 30% ऑफ द ग्लोबल एमिशन हैपन्स इन दीज सेक्टर: एल्यूमिनियम, एविएशन, केमिकल्स, कंक्रीट, शिपिंग, स्टील, ट्रक. ठीक है. एंड इट इज एक्सपेक्टेड दैट बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस मिड सेंचुरी, that is 2050, this sector will contribute 50% of total emission. Imagine. So this sector is rising its volume, rising its scale, and this is the result. Moving ahead, some more initiatives under COP. First is beat the heat, that is Nature for Cool Cities Challenge. Now this is basically a collaboration where all the cities of developing nation will be participating and pledging to increase nature based solution in urban areas by 2030, and the progress will start by 2025. So can you tell me, बीट द हीट इनिशिएटिव, ऐसे सीधा सीधा क्वेश्चन आ जाते हैं कई बार, और ये एक इनिशिएटिव है COP 27 के अंडर. सो अर्बन सिटीज किस तरीके से अपना टेम्परेचर को कम कर सकती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अर्बन गार्डन्स, रेन गार्डन्स, यूजिंग अ टाइप ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन और कंक्रीट दैट एब्जॉर्ब लेस हीट. ऐसा कंक्रीट और ऐसा कंस्ट्रक्शन इस्तेमाल करना जिससे लेस हीट प्रोड्यूस होगा. जैसे आज के टाइम में कई ऐसे कंस्ट्रक्शन आ रहे हैं, फ्लाई ऐश बेस्ड कंस्ट्रक्शन. ठीक है. सो ऑल दीज टाइप ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन विल हेल्प टू रिड्यूस द अमाउंट ऑफ हीट एब्जॉर्ब्ड बाय द कंक्रीट. और किस तरीके से आप सिटीज को कूलर रख सकते हो? बाय चेंजिंग द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल डिजाइन इन थ्रू पॉलिसी. जैसे ओल्ड ट्रेडिशनल मेथड्स को आपको अगर यूज करना है. सो गाइस, डू यू रिमेंबर अर्लियर हाउसेस और द ओल्ड कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स वर वेयर द रूम साइजेस वर वेरी लार्ज. रूम साइज बहुत बड़ा हुआ करता था, जिसकी वजह से देयर इज अ बेटर वेंटिलेशन एंड अ बेटर हीट सर्कुलेशन दैट इज हैपनिंग. And a better heat. Then guys, there is one more initiative: Action on Water Adaptation and Resilience, AWARE. Now this is under the partnership of WMO, and it is a collaboration between various stakeholders including African Union. So basically adaptation and resilience on water, कैसे हम पानी की रिक्वायरमेंट को कम कर सकते हैं, how we can reduce the requirement, and then how we can build up resilience, decrease the water losses worldwide and improve water supply, promote mutually agreed cooperative and water adaptation actions, promote cooperation and interlinkages between water and climate action. These are the initiatives. One more international initiative, Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council. Okay, Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council, basically to accelerate the pace of global transition to zero emission vehicles. It will be represented by Niti Aayog and participated in the fourth ministerial dialogue at ZEVTC or ZEVECT. Okay, so full form is Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council. So in this aim, have you heard that the government is planning to ban all diesel vehicles? This is just a proposal, a recommendation as of now. There is a plan to ban all diesel vehicle by 2027. Ministry of Petroleum has very recently submitted its recommendation to the government कि भाई you ban all the diesel vehicles so that we can reduce the emission, and this summit basically is working on how the economies can transition into zero emission vehicles, that means electric vehicles. Can you tell me any other category of vehicle which is zero emission? For example, green hydrogen. Green hydrogen vehicles. नेक्स्ट हम बात करेंगे स्टॉकहोम कॉन्फ्रेंस की. वेरी रिसेंटली स्टॉकहोम हैज कंप्लीटेड 50 years. This conference is why it is important, guys, because this is the first ever conference on environment. वर्ल्ड में पहली बार अगर एनवायरमेंट से रिलेटेड कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है वो स्टॉकहोम कॉन्फ्रेंस थी 1972 में, एंड दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस हैज कंप्लीटेड 50 years in 2022. Okay, so United Nations General Assembly will be convening this meeting. There was a special meeting that was called, and this meeting was called in Stockholm only. Stockholm में ही इस मीटिंग को बुलाया गया because it is completing 50 years. This is being held when the world is facing a triple planetary crisis. Right now, the world is facing the world is right now facing triple planetary crisis. Now इस तरह की terms UPSC बहुत पूछता है. So the first is climate change, the first crisis. Second, pollution. And waste. Third, nature and biodiversity. Nature and biodiversity. Okay, so now this is basically quite threatening for all the SDGs goals, and also after the COVID-19 all these agendas have further taken a back. For example, during the COVID-19 time, if you remember, guys, how much the use of plastic pollution have increased over the period of time. How much there was an increase of plastic pollution during the time of COVID-19. So all your goals which was set up under Stockholm has been compromised. So the background of this was there was a first discussed emerging scientific evidence of climate change which was presented in United General Assembly in 1968. Then In 1967, a research provided actual estimates of global temperature based on CO2 level, and they predicted that CO2 is doubling from their current level, and it could lead to a 2-degree rise in the global temperature. So this idea of Stockholm was first proposed by Sweden, and that is why it is called as a Swedish initiative. So United Nations Conference on Human Environment in Stockholm was first held in 5th of June till 16th of June in 1972. And that is why we celebrate the Environment Day on 5th of June to commemorate this. So the Global Environment Day is celebrated on 5th of June. The theme was Only One Earth. So this was the theme of the first summit. What was the aim? To create a common governance framework for planetary environment. Stockholm Declaration and Action Plan for Human Environment. There are 70 out of 122 participants that adopted this plan. Stockholm Declaration had 26 principles. The main agenda was to build interconnections between development, poverty, and environment. It has an action plan. The three main categories of action plan with broken down into 109 recommendations. So the first action plan was Global Environmental Assessment Program, then Environmental Management Activities, International Measures to Support Assessment and Management Activities carried out by national and international levels. Next guys, what is the importance of Stockholm? It is the first global conference, as I have already told you. This is the first global conference. The United Charter ever contained the domain of environment to dealt with. This is the first UN Charter which contain environment. That means that recognizes environment as a subject. No country had an environment ministry till 1972. Imagine. So the first countries like Norway and Sweden, they set up their environment ministries for the first time. In 1985, India sets up its Ministry of Environment and Forest. And right now, further the name has been changed to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. In 1972, environmental issues like species extinction, mercury poisoning, all this becomes a drastic headline, and this started the contemporary environmental era. So all these environmental problems that the world was facing at that time, it has further opened the eye of everyone, and then they started working on protecting the environment. It led to the introduction of 3 summits under the same Stockholm Conference. It led to establishment of UNFCCC, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, and Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. By the way, the last summit of UNCCD has happened in New Delhi. This makes UNCCD important. Okay, so these are some important conventions which has been signed with their respective years. So before Stockholm Conference, you have Ramsar Convention on Wetland, very important. Then Convention for the Protection of World Cultural and Natural Heritage. Then a convention to protect the endangered species of wild flora and fauna, 1973. Then convention to control the pollution from the ship. If you remember, International Maritime Organization, जो मैंने सुबह वाले सेशन में डिस्कस करा था, under UN. In 1979, the Convention of Long Range Transboundary Air Pollution, LR-TRAP. Then Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol for ODS, ozone depleting substances. Very important conference. 1989 Basel Convention to control the transboundary movement of hazardous waste and disposal. Then Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, 1992 it was launched. UN Framework on Climate Change, which is known as UNFCCC. United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Rotterdam Convention on Hazardous Chemical in International Trade, 1998. And then Aarhus Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation, Justice to Environmental Matters, all this were launched. Minamata Convention on Mercury in 2013, it was launched. Then guys, next important current affair for prelims is the World Ozone Day. The World Ozone Day, India observed this day on 28th. World Ozone Day was observed on 16th of September. This is why 16th of September, because on this day Montreal Protocol was signed internationally. Okay, it was on this day. Now the theme of the International Ozone Day for the year 2022 is Montreal at 35, Global Cooperation Protecting the Life on Earth. Then what are the key highlights of this World Ozone Day? Very quickly, an action plan for implementing the recommendation on India's cooling action plan for thematic airspace, cooling the buildings, I study report, refrigerating and air conditioning, then study report. All these things are not that important for the prelims perspective, but you should have a broader idea of, for example, this India's cooling action plan. This is very important. Then there is a national level poster making conference. Then there is a call for adoption of lifestyle for environment. I will be covering this life in just a couple of slides. So broadly speaking, I am elaborating what is more important is India's cooling action plan. So this was launched in 2019 by Ministry of MOEF. Basically, it is a 20-year perspective of how we can work and we can transition into sustainable cooling. First, to reduce the cooling demand across different sectors. That means if we can introduce any technologies which can further reduce the demand. For example, cleaner and greener buildings. If the buildings are cooler, lesser will be the dependency on the efficiency of electricity. So it aims to reduce by 20 to 25% by 2037-38. Then to reduce refrigerant demand by 25% to 30% by 2037-38. Reduce cooling energy requirements by 25% to 40% by 27-38. Recognize cooling related areas, then training certification of 1 lakh servicing sector technicians and synergizing their Skill India mission. The other significance, it will supplement adopting climate friendly alternatives, promotion of energy efficiency during implementation of hydrofluorocarbon phase out under Kigali Agreement. So Kigali Agreement basically targets hydrofluorocarbon. Then India's climate action in achieving the net zero emission by 2070 through the Panch Mitras, that is the all 5 elements, how we can reduce India's energy efficiency. Very quickly, what is Montreal Protocol? We have just seen 16 September 1987, a conference has happened for a specific target of depleting such substances which are or reducing such substances which are depleting ozone. So this was signed, and that is why this Montreal Protocol is about to complete 35 years. Okay, and this year, that is why it is celebrated as Montreal at 35. And India is a party to Montreal Protocol under this summit. Okay. Then guys, world further, what are the India's implementation to reduce ozone gas? India has phased out chlorofluorocarbons, carbon tetrachloride, halogens, methyl bromide and methyl chloroform. All these things we have banned in our country. Right now we are targeting to reduce hydrofluorocarbon in a phased manner. So the first stage of hydrofluorocarbon, we are targeting to reduce it in the time period of 2012 to 2016. We are successful in curbing this. Then stage 2, we are implementing to reduce it by this year, end of this year, and the stage 3, we are targeting to reduce it by 2030. Then India has a very prominent target of reducing HFCs in all manufacturing sector comprising refrigeration, air conditioning, and it is targeted to be completed by 1st January 2025, and the target year is 2030. Next is UN Oceans Conference of 2022. So there is a conference that has happened to reduce the cooperation towards protection and sustenance of the ocean ecosystem of the world. This conference was co-hosted by India, Kenya and Portugal. Okay, so there was a United Nations conference which was co-hosted by Kenya and Portugal. Now, Ministry of Earth Science has led their Indian delegation to the UN Oceanic Conference. All right. So, Ministry of Earth Science has led a delegation to this conference, and it has promised to provide science and innovation based solution for implementing the goal 14 of SDG. Okay, now water is life below water is part of goal 14. So there is a triple threat for oceans. What are these? First is ocean acidification. Okay, now ocean acidification, then coral bleaching, along with this habitat destruction. Then what are the key agendas of this conference? First of all, this conference wants to curb the deep sea mining, a moratorium, that is a completely ban on the deep sea minings. Actually, all these deep sea minings are basically done for the metals that are needed for the electric vehicle batteries, like lithium, yttrium, polymetallic nodules. All these important minerals are required for electric vehicles, and that is why deep sea mining is going on. For example, if you remember in my morning session, International Seabed Authority, we have done International Seabed Authority. What was the aim of International Seabed Authority? Basically, it is a regulator of managing the seabed, the polymetallic nodule available at seabed. Then carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration, basically it is the amount of carbon which is absorbed by the ocean. वो कार्बन का पोर्शन जो हमारा ओशन एब्जॉर्ब करता है, either as a natural sinks or through geo engineered schemes, यानी artificially. So इस प्रोसेस को फर्दर डेवलप करना इज द टारगेट ऑफ दिस एजेंडा. एंड देन द ब्लू डील और विच इज कॉमनली ऑल्सो नोन एज द ब्लू इकोनॉमी. ब्लू इकोनॉमी के अंदर आ गया टू इंक्रीज द वैल्यू ऑफ ओशन रिसोर्सेस और टू अनेबल दैट सस्टेनेबल यूज ऑफ ओशनिक रिसोर्सेस. इट इंक्लूड increasing global trade, investment, innovation, and create a sustainable, resilient oceanic economy. The focus is blue food to ensure marine harvest from all sources that are sustainable and socially responsible. Then to regulate high seas. Now, what are high seas? Basically, these are those portions of the ocean that provide food and livelihood to billions of people. Basically, it is the continental shelf area. So, as per international laws, that is UNCLOS, all these high seas are managed by the countries themselves. यानी इंडिया का जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है, यानी इंडिया के कोस्टल इलाकों के पास वाला एरिया, वहां पर मिलने वाली सारी रिसोर्सेस इंडिया रेगुलेट करता है. अब इंडिया में भी आप देखोगे कितना ज्यादा पोल्यूशन है. देयर इज सो मच ऑफ पोल्यूशन ऑन द कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ ऑफ इंडिया. सो द यूएन ओशन कॉन्फ्रेंस वांट्स टू regulate the high seas as well, because 70% of the earth's surface and the food comes from this portion. And then this conference also targets on threat to ocean. What are the different kinds of threat? Like global warming, pollution, acidification, marine heat waves, coral bleaching. These are some threats to the ocean in the present context. So इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इस इन सब चीजों पर बात की गई थी. Then climate mitigation and adaptation. Let us talk something on climate mitigation as well. The first is life campaign, lifestyle for environment. Now this lifestyle for environment basically is a kind of a transition that India is promoting so that you adopt certain technologies which can help you to save the planet, which can help you to save the environment. So this idea was proposed by India only. ठीक है, इंडिया ने दो तीन चीजें एनवायरमेंट के कंटेक्स्ट में पूरे वर्ल्ड को दी है. फर्स्ट इज कोएलिशन फॉर क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. कोएलिशन फॉर क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये इंडिया का पहला गिफ्ट है वर्ल्ड को. देन इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, क्लाइमेट कोएलिशन फॉर क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, लाइफ कैंपेन, और फिर एक और बड़ा इनिशिएटिव जो कि 2 महीने पहले इंडिया ने इंट्रोड्यूस करा, ये था कोएलिशन फॉर बिग कैट अलायंस. द इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस. तो ये इनिशिएटिव इंडिया ने अभी हाल ही में प्रपोज करा है पूरे वर्ल्ड को, जहां पर 7 ऐसी बिग कैट्स का कंजर्वेशन और इस सब चीजों पर बात की जाएगी. एंड व्हाट इज दिस लाइफ program will counter? It will work on the use and dispose economy. It will try to educate people to come out of consumerism. To come out of consumerism. The objective of this is to leverage the strength of social networks to influence the social norms. Particularly, it is working on the pro-planet approach, pro-planet people. It will have the shared commitment to adopt and promote environmentally friendly lifestyles. This is the main agenda. Through this mission, it seeks to create an ecosystem that will reinforce, enable environmentally friendly behaviors. Then what are the achievements of India in conserving the environment? First is increasing India's forest cover. So we have a total forest cover of 21.71%. The target is to increase this to 21. It has come from 21.74 in 2017. Now for you it seems to be a very small minor increase, but broadly speaking this change is quite a big. Then installed electricity capacity, that is reaching 40% of the installed electric capacity from non-fossil fuel based sources. India is right now 9 years ahead from its schedule. Then ethanol blending target. Basically ethanol is a kind of a biofuel, and we are trying to increase our dependency from the biofuel. So target is to have So the target is that to blend our fuel at least 10%, so that this area it is achieved 5 months ahead of our target. Then some renewable energy target, that the country's installed renewable capacity stands at 150 gigawatt. Right now this is the present renewable energy capacity, out of which solar is 48.55 gigawatt, wind 40.3 gigawatt, small hydro and biopower this much. This data is till 30th November 2021. So this is the total installed renewable capacity guys. ये डेटा आपको हेल्प करेगा प्रिलिम्स में भी और मेंस में भी. It is important data. And according to the Renewable 2022 Global Status Report, India ranked third in the wind power and fourth in the solar power in the world, and third in renewable power installed capacity. Next topic is India's updated NDCs, nationally determined contributions. Now in COP26 Glasgow 2021, the Prime Minister of India has given a series of promises to strengthen climate action for India. So there are total 5 targets that we have kept for 2020, so for 2030. But India is working at such a high pace that we have revised and we have further taken up stringent targets. We have taken up stringent targets to counter climate change. So the first target is emission intensity. So India's earlier target was 33% to 35% reduction in the total emission intensity. India from what level? 2005 level. So from 2005, India will reduce, earlier target was to reduce it by 35%, but new targets is 45%. So till 2030, India will reduce 45% of emission intensity. Then electricity generation. The existing target earlier was 40% to have the electricity from non-fossil fuel based sources. It has been increased to 50%. That means we will have 50% of the total generation from the renewable resources. What is the significance? It will help to enhance India's contribution towards achievement of strengthening of global response to the threat of climate change. So as agreed under the Paris Agreement, NDC basically it will be the efforts of each country it is the efforts of each country to reduce their national emissions and adapt to the impacts on climate change. So the new NDCs will kind of show India's commitment at a very highest level to decouple the economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions. Then India's net zero target by 2030 of Indian Railways. Indian Railway is trying to achieve its target of running at zero emissions by 2030. That means Indian trains will not carry out any emission by 2030. So this will lead to a reduction of total emission by 60 million tons annually. So this is another important initiative. Then इसके अलावा जो other initiatives NDCs हैं इंडिया के, first of all net zero at 2070, ये मैंने आपको ऑलरेडी बताया. बाकी all these things remained unchanged. So दो अपडेट्स हमने करा है. सबसे पहले we have changed the energy generation capacity. Earlier target was 40%, it has been increased to 50%, and the total reduction in energy efficiency जो पहले 33 से 35% था, अब उसको इंक्रीज करके 45% कर दिया है. So you can read this chart. I am giving you 2 minutes so you will have a better understanding. Then what are the other initiatives that India has towards climate change? First, reforms in transport sector. So we have come up with a new scheme which is called as the FAME scheme. Full form, faster adaptation and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicle scheme. और अब तो इंडिया ने FAME 2, FAME 3 भी लॉन्च कर दिया है. So this will help in transition of the regular vehicles to the electric vehicles. We are planning to ban diesel vehicles by 2027 as per the recommendation of Ministry of Petroleum. Then India is among the handful countries that will support the global EV 30 at 30 campaign that aims to 30% vehicle sales of electric vehicle by 2030. This is our support to vehicle campaign. Then India is also working on Panchamrit, that is increasing the climate contribution. Then role of government schemes like Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, which is providing LPG connections to 88 million households in the country. Then there is Ujala scheme, LED scheme, where cheaper LED bulbs will be given. Then role of industries in low carbon transition, where the public private sectors in India are already playing a key role in the climate change. Then what are the other initiatives in climate change? First is hydrogen energy mission. So the focus on hydrogen from green power resources. We are developing green hydrogen even for the vehicles. So green hydrogen will have the electrolysis of water with presence of biofuel, and the result will be hydrogen is separated with the process of electrolysis and the car will be powered with this hydrogen, and that is why it is called as green hydrogen, and the result or the waste will be just the water. So imagine the car that will emit water. This will be the future. Then perform, achieve and trade. It is a market-based mechanism which will basically promote energy efficiency in the large energy intensive industries. A very quick important report, adaptation gap report. Who is the issuing agency? UNEP. Adaptation gap report basically measures that what are the adaptation of different countries at different places. How far is these countries from their regular targets? So what are the major findings of this report? Now this is a very important report, so UPSC can ask in a statement form that they will give the key findings of this report in some statement, so you can select, or the options will be to select the correct statements. So right now, 1/3 of the total parties of UNFCCC, they are right now running beyond the targets of adaptation. So whatever targets they have set for 2020 2030, they are running behind. Then financial inflows, right now the world is struggling to gather the climate finance, which is 5 to 10 times lower than what is required. Now if you remember, during the Paris Climate Accord हुआ था ना, green environment fund, which was decided that it will be created, but then USA withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, and later other countries also didn't contributed in this fund. So there is a estimation of around $340 billion that has to be collected by 2030, and almost $565 billion by 2050. These are the requirements. So who issues it? What are the key highlights? I have given this in this report. Rest, it is not important, but this we can discuss. What are the other initiatives or regarding climate finance in India? इसके बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. It is National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. The first thing is National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. It was established in 2015. Agenda: to meet the cost of adaptation that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. So we have our own fund. Then National Clean Energy Fund. This fund is to gather all the financial resources so that we can invest in technologies that can use to abate the coal-based industries. So it has introduced carbon tax as a mechanism. So this is an interministerial group under Finance Secretary. Okay? It is our own fund, so that we can arrange some international and national funds so that that money can be spent in clean energy technologies. Then National Adaptation Fund. This is on the lines of the adaptation report of UNEP. This is important. National Adaptation Fund, established in 2014 with a corpus of 100 crores, and it is aimed to bridge the gap between the needed fund and the available fund. So right now this fund is operated by MOEF. Then what is UNEP? Very quickly, it is the leading global environment authority, which was established on 5th of June. If you remember, we have done it. Stockholm Conference has led to, along with that, UNEP was also established. Major reports other than the adaptation gap, it is emission gap. Adaptation gaps work on majorly on finances. Emission gap is the true scale. Then global environmental outlook, frontiers and invest into healthy planet. This is another report. Frontiers / investment into healthier planet. Major campaigns: beat plastic pollution or beat pollution, UN at 75, World Environment Day, and Wild for Life. These are some major initiatives under UNEP. Headquarter Nairobi, Kenya. UNFFC we have already discussed. Let us move on to the next topic. Next is carbon capture utilization storage, CCUS. So Niti Aayog launched this policy framework as a deployment mechanism. This aims to develop and implement the practicable framework to accelerate research and development on CCUS India. Now basically it is an initiative by Niti Aayog, so this becomes important, carbon capture utilization storage. So the main aim is to explore the importance of technology so that emission reduction strategy can be achieved and decarbonization can happen so that steel and cement industries can work emission free. These industries can work emission free. It encompasses technologies to remove CO2 from the flue gas and atmosphere. What is flue gas? The gas which is produced when coal, oil, natural gas, wood and all these things, they burn up. It is called as the flue gas, the gas which is coming out as a result of combustion. So this initiative tries to capture such technologies so that all such flue gas can be captured. So नीति आयोग ने इसको implement करा है, and this gas can directly be used under fire extinguisher, pharma, food, beverage industry and agricultural sector में इसका implication है. So if we can capture it using the CCU technologies, we can further use it. Next important current related fact is India's first carbon neutral panchayat. So Pali in Jammu and Kashmir became India's first carbon neutral panchayat. That means, what do you mean by carbon neutral? This panchayat is overall, the emission in this panchayat is less than the electricity generation, or the total emissions are less than what the carbon sequestration which is happening in Pali. So can you tell me which is the first carbon neutral village of the country? हमारे देश का पहला कार्बन न्यूट्रल विलेज कौन सा है? पहली पंचायत तो पाली है. फर्स्ट कार्बन न्यूट्रल विलेज कौन सा है? It is Modhera, Gujarat. It is Modhera, Gujarat. Another important news which can be asked as a UPSC question in prelims, it is climate tipping points. Now ये climate tipping points क्या है? कुछ ऐसे locations on the globe, there are some locations on the globe that are showcasing the worst climate degradation or climate slash environmental degradation. So a rise in temperature in these points will impact, the impact of the rise of temperature in these points will further have a greater impact on the earth. जैसे आपने पढ़ा होगा ना, Antarctica becomes very important because in Antarctica you yourself has so many tipping points. वहां पर छोटा सा भी minor change होगा, उसका रिजल्ट बहुत मैसिव स्केल पर होगा. एक तो आपका ओजोन लेयर डिप्लीशन स्लैश ओजोन होल. Then in Antarctica there are 9 climate tipping points as of now. So if you want to see that these are the climate tipping points in the world, A represents the Amazon forest which is experiencing droughts B represent Arctic Sea, that represents reduction in area. Arctic is reducing in size. Why? Because ice sheets are melting. Atlantic circulation, that means sea. Sea. So if you know the ocean currents here, they follow a very specific path. They follow a very specific path. So this circulation is changing, which is changing the intensity of all the cyclones slash hurricanes. It is changing the cyclones slash hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean region. इस हिस्से में. Then D represents the boreal forest. Boreal forest are the type of a continental forest, or they are the coniferous type of vegetation which is found in the northern landscape. Then F stands for the coral reefs. The coral reefs of Great Barrier Reef, Australia, they are dying. The other reefs at different locations are also dying. Then the Greenland ice shelf. This is another climate tipping point. ग्रीनलैंड की आइस शेल्फ बहुत ही तेज स्केल से पिघल रही है. रिजल्ट, सी लेवल राइज, ओशन एसिडिफिकेशन, सी लेवल वार्मिंग. H is the permafrost, I is the West Antarctica ice sheet, and J is the Wilkes Basin, again in Antarctica. So alone in Antarctica there are many such places which are experiencing the climate change. Next, greenwashing. The Reserve Bank of India has called for a new term. They called for a taxonomy known as the greenwashing. Now, what is greenwashing? Basically, it is a kind of a practice that will lead, or it will mislead the people to believe that the company is doing more environmental friendly work, but in reality they are not. So ऐसी कुछ पॉलिसीज और ऐसा कुछ डिजाइन कंपनीज फॉलो करेंगी जिससे लगेगा कि वो बहुत ज़्यादा एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन में काम कर रहे हैं, बट असली में ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. ठीक है, दिस इज नोन एज ग्रीन वॉशिंग. देन गाइस, वेरी क्विकली, दिस इज द लास्ट subtopic of environment, air pollution. We will be discussing about air pollution. सबसे पहले नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम यूपीएससी ने कई बार पूछा है. व्हाई इट केम इन न्यूज? बिकॉज देयर इज अ न्यू टारगेट दैट हैज बीन सेट अप बाय द गवर्नमेंट. The new target is 40% reduction in the particulate matter and the concentration, and this will be achieved by 2026. Now, it was launched by Ministry of MOEF in January 2019. This is the first ever effort in the country to frame the national framework for air quality management with time-bound reduction target. It also seeks to cut down the concentration of the courses. That means to cut down particulate matter PM10, to cut down particulate matter 2.5, by 20%. It covers 132 non-attained cities which can be identified by Central Pollution Control Board. That means all these cities which are carrying out huge pollution, those will be selected, and the target will be to reduce the pollution in these cities. National Ambient Air Quality Standards has worked for over the 5 years under CPCB, and they are working this National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Basically, they are working to control 10 of these list of pollutants, which include PM10, PM2.5, sulfur oxide, nitrous oxide, carbon monoxide, ammonia, ozone, lead, benzene, benzopyrene, arsenic, and nickel. So these 12 pollutants are targeted under National Air Quality Standards. Objective: to evolve effective, proficient ambient air quality, to have efficient data dissemination and public outreach mechanism, to have a feasible management plan for prevention, control, abatement of air pollution. What are the other initiatives taken by India for controlling air pollution? First, the SAFAR, System of Air Quality Weather Forecasting and Research. Air quality index have been developed on 8 pollutants. Now this is the difference, guys. Earlier it was air quality standards. Okay, ambient air quality standards, it has 12 pollutants, whereas here we have 10 pollutants: PM2.5, PM10, NH3, which is the third, lead, nitrogenous oxide, sulfur oxide, ozone, and carbon monoxide. So these are the initiatives which is working on controlling the air pollution. Then reducing vehicular pollution, then introducing BS6 norms. Very soon we are introducing the BS6 phase 2 norms, that will be much tighter norms. Push for electric vehicles and odd even policy, all these are the measures that help to curb your pollution. Then subsidy to farmer, turbo happy seeder machine. Basically this is a machine that will help to pluck the stubble burning. This will help to solve the pollution problem. National Air Quality Monitoring Program, it works on 4 pollutants: sulfur oxide, nitrous oxide, PM10, and PM2.5. Next is Commission for Air Quality Management. This Commission for Air Quality Management basically bans the use of coal in Delhi and nearby cities from January 2023. This is a kind of a initiative that will help to curb the use of industrial, domestic, and other miscellaneous application of the greenhouse coal. So the date of implementation of this ban of coal is from 1st October 2022, and in the areas having PNG and in the infrastructure, and from 1st January 2023 where the PNG supply is still not available. So this is Commission for Air Quality Management. Now basically This commission was set up under, it is a statutory body which was set up under National Capital Region Adjoining Areas of 2021. Okay, so this was set up as a statutory body, first established in 2022, headed by a chairperson which is having the experience of at least 15 years in the field of environment and conservation and air pollution. Okay, so this is, then the appeal, if this commission has ordered a kind of a ban or any other executive action, the appeal against this lies in the National Green Tribunal. What are the functions? It coordinates the actions of monitoring the air quality, planning, executing all the plans preventing air pollution in NCR, and conduct the research in development through networking and technical institutions. So this commission is basically working for the NCR region, and that is why under a statutory act of Delhi, this commission was created. Okay, so this is it for this session, guys. Now Sanat sir will take over for the next session, and I will be signing off.
So, how's everyone doing? Session's going well? Hanji, could you please let me know in the chat section if I'm audible and visible, guys? Good afternoon, Pooja ji. So, let's join in quickly, and I think this time on you did not get any break. So let's make sure that this session is live and running and it's as lively as it should be. Make sure that you guys are with us with full zeal and full enthusiasm. This is really going well for all of us. Now, I had promised you that we will start off with natural farming, and so that is the same thing that we are going to do. Now, we are going to start with natural farming. I told you natural farming is actually related, closely associated with organic farming, but not the same as organic farming. नेचुरल फार्मिंग और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का बेसिक डिफरेंस भी मैंने आपको बताया था वी विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट टू बट अभी फॉर नाउ let me give you just a let's just say it's a push up thing. Let's just say that let me pump in the force that you require. I can fairly understand that it's been about 6 odd hours now that you have been attending this class. let's make sure that your energy is the same as mine जो अभी इस वक्त है ना? So for that, what you will have to do, you'll have to make sure that every single time that you're reading something, you do not forget why you are doing it. I never forget, I never allow myself that leverage to forget or, to. Yes, Arunji, I will share the slides. Make sure that you are a part of the Telegram channel that Sriram IAS brings for you. Make sure that you don't skip on that. Just if you could go through the description, and if you go through all the video sessions that Sriram Dayas is bringing for you guys, you will realize that we have been making sure that our Telegram channel links, our social media handles, they are all out there for you guys. So you will definitely get the PDF, and I'll share this PDF with the team, and they will make sure that it reaches out to you guys as well. Now, the prelims examination is right around the corner. You have around 6 days, around 6 days, 6 God-loving days. Now, during this 6 days, what you should be doing? Make sure that you change your sleep cycle. You become a morning person. The first thing that anybody should be doing, they should be changing their routine. I know, as a matter of fact, that majority of the students who are pursuing civil services, they tend to have this approach. They tend to be reading and learning stuff at night. These are the 6 days. You can change that habit, and it will be for your own benefit. Sumit, there are so many strategy sessions that we have conducted on Sriram's IAS YouTube channel as well as on Unacademy platform. I would recommend कि एक बार उन्हें जरूर देख लीजिएगा. You are starting off a bit early, but it is a good thing. आप धीरे धीरे करके आप अपनी तैयारी को build कर सकते हैं. ये सेशन उनके लिए है जो अभी इस साल एग्जाम दे रहे हैं. सो इट माइट नॉट बी यूजफुल फॉर यू पर्टिकुलरली, बट यस, आपको तैयारी के लिए स्ट्रैटेजी सेशंस मिल जाएंगे. Now, for those individuals who are about to prepare for this year's exam 2023, they are going to be appearing this year. Make sure that you use these 6 days to first change your sleeping habit. Because unless and until you do that, your brain, like I've been that night owl, I know how being nocturnal has an impact on your abilities to study, to think, and to cover a lot of things. So what happens is, generally those nocturnal individuals, they tend to be live and kicking and all well in their brain segment after 12 o'clock during the day. And this is a very crucial time, guys. 12 o'clock तक तो prelims का आधा निकल चुका होगा portion. And for that reason, I would recommend all the students to change that. Make sure that during this time, you should be at least from 9 till 12 in the morning, you should be live and kicking. Your brain activity should be very crisp, so that all the answers to those MCQs, which are based on logic, on reasoning, on your understanding, and on your wisdom, there should be no silly mistake. So, for that reason, these 6 days are crucial. That is the first thing that you should be doing. Number two, make sure that you have faith around your, you know, in your corner. Having faith in your corner will give you confidence. There will be something or some supernatural being, even if you are religious, even if you are not religious, or irreligious, you are atheist, you are monotheist, or you are polytheist, whatever kind of theist you are. Make sure that you have faith in something. If you are an atheist, I would recommend that you should have faith in your preparation. Have faith in the entire process. Do not ever disrespect UPSC. Do not do that. This is not for you guys. For you have to understand that every question has been there not just to test your knowledge, but to test whether you are right now capable enough to sit or to be able to fit in that position where you have to deliver. So prepare yourself mentally and psychologically, and calm yourself down, soothe yourself down. One of the things that I generally happened to do was I used to breathe a lot, slowly and deeply. Breathing slow and deep. Very simple exercise. You don't have to be a yoga expert in doing all of this, but yes, this will help you in a very good manner. बहुत अच्छे से help करेगा. इतने में ही you will get your confused state of mind with respect to B or C, B or D, A or C, whatever the options are. The confusion that you get, that will no longer be disturbing you during the exam. This is the first thing that you should be doing. Be a morning person as early as it can be. Also, eat right. Avoid food which is too oily. Avoid food which is too spicy. Avoid food which is too, sweet, for example, which will bring in lethargy. Drink more of water. Drink electrolytes. Drink water. Try avoiding coffee, try avoiding tea for this entire 6 days. Yes, you should use tea and coffee on the day or a day before, because then you will get a pumped up energy. अगर आप रेगुलर इंटरवल्स पे डेली बेसिस पर चाय या कॉफी पीते हैं तो चाय कॉफी का असर नहीं होगा आपके ऊपर. फॉर दैट रीजन जस्ट गिव इट अ ब्रेक. Further, try avoiding those foods which give you sleepiness or dizziness. You should not feel sleepy during the day. That should not happen. Try eating less as well. Eating right and eating a little less. Eat less. जितना भूख है उससे थोड़ा सा कम खा लीजिए. इंसान को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता इतने में. Make sure to drink water. If you follow 2 3 things that you can change in your in your routine, daily routine, your circadian rhythm will be strengthened. You will now have the benefit of your body as well, and your body it being healthier compared to what you have been doing, because most of the times we have seen that many aspirants they follow these bad habits which have a negative impact on their bodies, and hence a negative impact on their mind and their capabilities, mental capabilities, that should be now overturned. These are the 6 days that you should do that. Whatever you have done, now is the time to revise that. While you're revising, do not panic, because you might revise less, but you should make sure that whatever you are covering, cover that in the right manner, in the most deepest sense. Do not under the purview of either ego, or in the purview of, or under the wheel of that मुझे तो ये आता ही है, I know how this is, I like, do not skip on anything, do not leave any stone unturned. Work on your basic credentials of polity, economy, history, geography, these 4 subjects. Cover current affairs in the right manner. If you have made up a list, if you have not, then also, but if you have, then wonderful. If you have made up a list of certain topics, then you should follow that list of certain topics. That should how things should be. Now, once that is kept in mind, let's understand what is natural farming. I told you natural farming seems to be similar to organic farming. It is not entirely the same as organic farming. Organic farming is a process of transition from chemical based unsustainable way of farming that we follow today towards a more natural one. Natural farming actually is the extreme situation in organic farming, where nothing unnatural or nothing chemical based is being used. I hope you get the idea. Just a second. Guys, if you guys could let me know in the chat section if I'm audible and visible. Arun, if you could please do that. Just a second. Yes. Hmm. Now, so natural farming is there's an urgent need. Thank you, Arun. Thank you for letting me know. There's an urgent need to scale up the alternatives, because there has been quite an uproar against the green revolution that has happened. And green revolution, thank you, Arun. There was some lag in your chat, so that was the reason I did not know. Now, green revolution has had a negative impact on overall, sustainability or overall health of the soil and overall health in general of these regions of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP. I've talked about it quite equivocally. We've discussed this in our organic farming related class as well. If you want, by the end of this topic, I will share the link of that video as well. I've delivered that session on Unacademy UPSC Articulate channel itself. We have discussed the certification processes for organic farming, be it the PGS or the NPOP certification. PGS and NPOP certifications. One is internationally acknowledged, other one is not. Other one is still building on its credentials. Now, it was introduced by Masanobu Fukuoka, a Japanese farmer and a philosopher. He had talked about it in his book, The One Straw Revolution in 1975. But natural farming has been practiced in India since ages. It is not something which is new to us. It has been there for a very long time. Just a second. Now, so what is natural farming? Let's understand the basic features, because there can be a direct question where you might be asked about natural farming. Number one, it is chemical free. That is why I told you it is an extreme case of organic farming. Number two, I will, Arun, definitely. Now, number two is use of alternative systems in place of chemical-based inputs, in place of chemical fertilizers or chemical pesticides. We are using techniques like crop rotation, green manures are being used. In fact, in my hometown in Chandigarh, what I'm seeing is there are green belts. It is the city is famous for its green belts, parks, and roadside trees and whatnot. What we are seeing, they have come up, the municipal corporation there, they have come up with initiatives where all the biodegradable waste is being collected and is being converted into manure through composting process, and then it is being sold to the farmer. So it is like a sustainable process that is happening, that can happen throughout the country. India, with such a huge population, with such huge possibilities of green waste and biodegradable waste, we can actually convert waste into energy. And something like that is also happening in Hyderabad. Very recently I was going through some news, and it was being seen that they were in Hyderabad, they are converting the agricultural waste, the vegetable waste, into electricity. If that is a possibility for Hyderabad, it can be a possibility for the rest of this country as well. It can work really well for us. Now, these examples might be useful for your mains examination, but the process itself becomes useful for your prelims examination. Then there are certain additional practices that you can follow apart from crop rotation. You can also go for intercropping. You can also go for seed soaking with liquid manure. You can use neem coated urea, for example. But that goes into the domain of chemical fertilizers. That should be avoided. Growth regulators, fertilizers, pesticides, use of such chemicals is avoided. GMOs also are entirely shunned, entirely shunned. That is where there is a difference between organic farming and your natural farming. The basic difference that comes from the fact that organic farming is a zone of a, a plethora of different types of farming techniques, where you might use less chemical fertilizers, or you have only added some organic manure or organic fertilizer, for example, or you have reduced the use of chemical pesticide, you have reduced water intensive techniques, for example, and you have been using some organic processes. some organic processes. Then you start moving towards organic seeds, then you start moving towards seeds coming from the same field, for example. There are multiple ways. So that is why it is a plethora of practices within organic farming. As I told you, natural farming is the extreme case. This you might not find anywhere else, but I'm telling you this, it is an extreme case of organic farming. Now, there has been a negative impact of green revolution on agriculture in 1960s. While promoting ship to mouth culture of trying to trying to transform India's agriculture sector, infusing PL 480 variety of wheat into India's agricultural systems, India moved into a different realm. We started not just building on the stability and resilience of agriculture, we started creating India into a food surplus nation where we were facing scarcities. Now we were moving towards food surplus. Now it is high time that since we have ensured food stability, we have ensured sustainable existence or availability of food resources. Now we should move towards more natural, more sustainable ways, and that should be the agenda about you know uh, promoting climate resilient agriculture, CRA, climate resilient agriculture. Now, there are multiple initiatives that the government uses to promote that, be it the NICRA, be it various other, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, be it various other missions on sustainability, be it be you talk about, for example, retaining and attracting youth in agriculture, which is being run by ICRA, for example, your agriculture agencies, research agencies, and various other institutions. Now, natural farming will have a positive impact on soil health. It will have a positive impact on environment and also on crop yield, because since your inputs or input expenditure will go down, the crop yield per unit money or per unit input invested will go up. There will be reduction in costs. Water use will be based on efficient means. There are so many examples. I've been following this account on Instagram by the name of micro irrigation. And I am looking at certain techniques that they have been promoting. I have keen interest in agriculture, and I've been following this account where what they do is they are converting water with air mixture into mist, and sometimes they can also, they have talked about it, whether you want to mix water with some fertilizer or with some manure, you can liquefy the manure with by creating a mixture in water, and then you can create a mist of it, and that will be settled down. There will be less of impact of the of health on the health of farmer. It will have lesser impact on that. Further, it will reduce the amount of water that is required, plus the wastage through that water evaporating through that run of water, that also goes down. So it has a very good and a positive impact as such. Now, so natural farming certainly has good benefits. Food quality will improve, income and livelihood of the farmer will also be better because it will be fetching premium prices. Today you have whole food markets, you have shops and grocery stores which are dedicated to natural farming processes that will help you get more money for the same produce. So you might be producing less in the initial part of your the initial seasons. Later on, slowly and steadily, it is seen that the productivity would increase. But there are certain challenges of sustaining that productivity that we will have to overcome. वो अभी तक overcome नहीं हुआ है. We are still working on that. All right. Chalo. On that note, let me just share the link. Arun had asked for the link. I will share the link. I think it is right here. Nitrogen cycle. I had delivered a session on organic farming on YouTube. Unacademy channel, Unacademy UPSC Articulate channel. Let me just share the link. Then we'll move on to the next topic. What is organic farming? Everything you need to know. Yep, there it is. Share. Arunji, I am sharing the link in the chat section. Just a second. Uh, just a second. I'll have to open it up in the laptop. I've been looking at your chat in the uh, mobile phone. Just a second. Uh, So I've sent you the link. You can copy it and you can save it. आपको chat में दिख जाएगा. All right. चलो. आया नहीं आया. आ जाएगा. Let's hope that you receive it. Yes. Or now did you receive it? There is some lag. Let's hope that lag is covered up. चलो कोई बात नहीं. Now, okay, I think it is only sending top messages. All messages. Uh, yes. Arun, just when you receive that message, do let me know, huh? In the chat section. Chalo. Now, further, let's move towards the challenges of natural farming. There will be yield drops. India's first organic state, Sikkim, has started seeing the decline in the yield after a few years. In the initial phase, you will see a stagnation, but then there is a decline because the productivity of those crops or productivity of those seeds as such goes down in the future. It goes down because the seeds have been designed so Monsanto's and Bayer's and various other companies of the world, they have made sure that they would not give you the yield. These are known as lysosomal or suicidal seeds. There was a question, if I'm not wrong, it was in the year 2012 when this topic was in news, where suicidal seeds came into being. Suicidal seeds will allow you to get good yields the time, for the time being when you're purchasing those seeds. Then you deploy them in your in your fields, and then they will give you a yield. From that yield, if you take out seeds and then plant them again, your yield will go down. The reason is that the seeds have been planted with certain genetic modifications so that the seeds only work for the first generation. In the second generations, they give lesser yields. That is why they are known as suicidal seeds. The yield goes down, it plummets dramatically, and that has gotten into the Indian agricultural system, which is the reason why most of the times when you see a push or when you start moving towards organic farming, it tends to decline. The yield starts to decline in the initial years. That is the reason. Now, conviction among policymakers is very limited, given that the lobby of chemical input based industry is huge. That is why there is a huge resistance by fertilizer industry, by chemical fertilizer and pesticide industry. They're fighting tooth and nail to sustain the application of chemicals in agriculture. Further, there is a lack of consensus among scientific community. Now when you're talking about chemical industries, you should not undermine the fact, we when we are preparing, when we are studying, we are very socialist in our ideologies, but we should not undermine the fact that there are people who are employed in these factories, in these industries as well. What would happen when you decide to shut down these factories? Where will where will those jobs of engineers, technicians, managers, foremen, and blue collar and both white collar jobs, both, what will happen to those jobs? In the era where we are seeking more jobs, we are hoping to shut down certain jobs that already exist. What will be the burden of shutting down those industries? What will be the impact? And how we can move or proceed further? This is a matter of discussion with respect to mains examination, not for prelims. Further, there are certain government initiatives that have come up. For example, the government initiative with respect to policy on organic farming 2005. This policy was launched under Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, and Parampragat Krishi Vikas Yojana, which is based on organic farming itself. It is a subcomponent of soil health management under NMSA, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. I have talked about it. The primary aim here is to develop healthy agriculture models so that you can use traditional knowledge, traditional wisdom, and the modern scientific advancements together, working for enhancing the earning capacities and capabilities of farmers. Further, there needs to be having a mass movement in India. जब तक mass movement नहीं होता है इंडिया के अंदर, कई चीजें accepted ही नहीं हो पाती हैं. Now there should be certain ways to scale up natural farming as well, promoting natural farming in tribal and rain-fed areas at least. There is one more concept, and that concept is known as dry land farming or dry land agriculture. What is this dry land agriculture? The practices and the techniques that you follow when you have less of rainfall, that is dry land agriculture. That is dry land agriculture. Also, just a second. I think I'll have to share the link from phone itself. I'm not seeing the link being shared or being copied. Just a second. Just 1 second, guys. I don't think the link was shared. Let me copy it from the phone itself. Yes. Wonderful. I hope now you have received it. Chalo, let's proceed further. So one, you'll have to integrate. There is a thinker by the name of Mary Parker Follett. She used to say that for any conflict to be resolved, it should not be that you decide on some resolution process or a solution and everybody has to agree to that. That should not happen. It should not be a compromise. It should be integration. There should be a process of integration. What does that mean? It means that things should come with an acceptance from within. You should accept certain things, certain people, certain processes from within. Unless and until you do that, there is no integration of those practices within your system. So what can you do? You can follow dryland farming in those areas where there is less of rainfall, and where there is rainfall and there is no irrigation. रेन फेड एरियाज के अंदर इरिगेशन करना मुश्किल जहां पर है, you follow dryland farming. In those areas, particularly in tribal areas, you start practicing, at least in those areas, you start practicing natural farming. Promoting natural farming in rain-fed areas beyond the Gangetic Basin, because most of the times the focus of all the initiatives that happen in India, they it tends to have focus on the Gangetic Plains. That should not happen. We should focus also on the Deccan Plateau. We should also focus on our coastal plains. We should also focus on the northeastern region. There should be a staggered approach. It should not be one size fits all. Securing insurance of organic farmers as well, making sure that they are a part of, there is financial inclusion directed towards farmers. Farmers' financial inclusion should be targeted in a different manner as compared to other individuals in rural areas or in areas of financial exclusion. There should be a different approach, or there should be a approach on case to case basis. Any transition in agriculture that happens, be it crop diversification, changing practices, they can add risks for the farmer. You should be able to cover such risks, be it through insurance or be it through government initiatives. We should promote micro enterprises. There should be promotion of farmers cooperatives, farmer producer organizations, farmers cooperatives, and various other associations and conglomerations of farmers. It should not just be consolidation of land, it should also be consolidation of farmers. Further, we should be able to leverage NGOs and champion farmers. Champion farmers are those individuals who are, like, who get really famous because of their practices, get really into the news, and for example, big sized, say, bottle gourd, big sized pumpkins, and they're using natural farming processes, they're using sustainable agriculture. Their practices, they become the talk of the town. They get really famous, वो social media influencer हो जाते हैं in the field of farming. So those individuals, they should be used, as in they should be leveraged to create more awareness. Further, moving to the next topic, and that is lambda. Lambda is basically a sister concern, if I were to say, of Chat GPT. It is, it was talked about by some senior engineer at Google, and he was really, worried about Lambda becoming sentient. You know what sentient is? Sentient is an independent individual. Sentient being has his own knowledge, works on his own, does not require anything. He can, in fact, he can cure any problems on his own. He or she, they can do that. That happens in artificial intelligence. We should be worried. The claims that have spurred a debate on capabilities. In fact, if you listen to what Elon Musk has to say, he's one crazy individual, but this crazy individual, he generally talks really spooky stuff when it comes to artificial intelligence. He's very open to the idea of nuking the Mars, nuking the planet Mars. Like, he wants to send nuclear bombs to Mars and kaboom, just to create an atmosphere there. But here he's worried about artificial intelligence. Now, Google had first announced Lambda as its flagship developer in its flagship developer conference. Lambda is language model for dialogue applications. That is what Lambda is. Language model for dialogue applications. If you notice, and if you have ever used Chat GPT, you would know this, that you have to ask questions from Chat GPT, and based on those questions you receive certain answers, and those question answers, they're basically in the form of dialogue. That is what it is. Just a second, what is happening now? In simple terms, Lambda can have discussion based on users input. You ask the question, they will give you the answer. In 2022, Google announced Lambda 2.0 version as well, which was further building upon Lambda 1.0. The new model can possibly take an idea and generate imaginative and relevant descriptions as well. In fact, many a times I was recently going through the internet and I saw that many uh, there were images that were being made based on the knowledge that was or information that was available online. There were funny images of Mahatma Gandhi. There were funny images of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, even Jawaharlal Nehru. These funny images were made up as if these individuals were alive today. That was really funny. Now, there are certain challenges with respect to AI. What if it metamorphoses? What if it evolves beyond the scope that you had thought it would be working in and becomes more sentient in the future? Unethical AI perpetuating historical bias can also happen, where you can, promote a false narrative through artificial intelligence because of the availability of data. If you eschew or if you limit the data which is available to artificial intelligence, the kind of resources that are available, then certainly AI can fall prey to that. And if it becomes sentient, if it evolves to that extent, there will be challenges. So that is the major issue. चलो खैर इसमें it is not too relevant for prelims. That is why we are not going into these details, the ethical aspects of AI, etc. The only thing that is relevant is they might ask you what is lambda and what is uh, who made up, who was the one which came up with lambda. Is it OpenAI? No, it is not OpenAI. It is Google's model. In fact, most of the AI models are language based models most of the times. Apart from that, there are certain, I was going through a lot of AI based tools that are available online. There are a few friends of mine who have been running a company on artificial intelligence. They have been checking whether students are AI ready or not. So there is this company that a friend of mine runs. Now, these companies, they keep on sharing AI based tools, which today can be really beneficial for many individuals. But what is the scope? What is the ethical concerns? That, of course, is going to be a part of your mains discussion when we will be discussing our ethics component. Right now, moving towards the next topic, and that is the technology that powers hybrid vehicles. Now, this is a topic of huge significance. Recent months, automakers have launched hybrid vehicles in India. The first hybrid vehicle, or rather, the first electric vehicle that was launched in India was for above, I think, above 1.3 crore rupees. It was Mercedes S Class. Imagine that a car of electric fuel, or rather, electric car was being launched in India, or a hybrid car. The first one to be launched in India was of this level or this status, Mercedes S Class. And I was quite surprised, given that it should have been something which was more consumer segment based. That did not happen. Oh, it's just a second. I'm right here, not going anywhere. Just making sure that my laptop stays alive. I charged myself up. I charged you guys up, but I forgot to charge my laptop. I hope I'm audible and visible also. Uh, Chalo. Now, technology powering hybrid vehicles, and also we will be discussing about regenerative braking. Now, hybrid vehicles, they move away from the conventional internal combustion engine. What does happen is there is an injector mixes the fuel with air, and there is a spark plug which sparks the fuel and based on that spark there is a kaboom within the combustion engine. That is why it is known as combustion going internal. That is why the internal combustion engine. And because of that combustion, the energy that is produced, it pushes the pistons. Now the pistons are linked with crankshaft. This is a crankshaft. These are the pistons. These pistons go up. This crankshaft goes like this, like this. So it moves like this. All right. So because they are connected alternately, that is why it moves up and down. When this crankshaft starts moving, there is a transmission line which is connected with that crankshaft. The crankshaft is moving alternately, ऐसे, just like this. Whereas when it starts moving, because of the timing belt, it transmits the energy in a circular motion, and then the transmission starts to rotate. The transmission transfers that energy to the axle, which is basically the rod as such. बहुत simplify कर रहा हूँ, which is connecting the two wheels. And based on the kind of transmission that is, if it is automatic transmission, or if it is a 4x4 car, if it is a 4x2 car, if it is all wheel drive, it is front wheel drive, or is it anterior wheel drive, the energy is transferred to those respective wheels or to the axles of those wheels. The axle rotates the wheel, and then you start the car, and then you start moving further, like that. This is how the cars move. Now the main process in the entire list of processes that I've just told you is the process of burning the fuel. Because once you burn the fuel, energy is generated, and then the fumes are generated, which the fumes are the ones that you basically exhale, or they are exiting the exhaust. Through the exhaust, they are exiting the car. That has to happen. Sometimes there are certain cars which have turbo. What happens is they recirculate this air into the engine, and then all the unburnt carbon further burns, and it adds, it gives a push. That is what turbo is in a very simple sense. And based on that, then further cleaner fuel comes out. BS4, BS5, BS6, we were trying to make the exhaust cleaner through various processes, be it the SCM, the catalytic converter, that selective catalytic converter that we have added, or be it the turbo process, through which, or also through recirculation, gas recirculation process. BS5 otherwise did not require any further addition to the engines. It was only a recirculation of gas. It was easier to do, but the government pushed for BS6. That happened. Acha. Let's not take things towards that end. Make sure that you have covered BS6. It is a very old topic now, but still it is relevant for all of you guys. I've explained what BS6 is, but still you should be working on that. Now the technology that powers hybrid vehicles, they do use ICE bolte hain isko, internal combustion engine, be it petrol engine or a diesel engine. Both the cases, the combustion is happening internally inside the engine. Cool. Now it is powered by an electric motor. If it is powered by electric motor alone, it becomes your electric vehicle. Sometimes what happens is that in case of hybrid vehicles, the power comes from electric motor alone, sometimes from ICE, the internal combustion engine, or sometimes both. For example, when you halt your vehicle, the engine stops, internal combustion engine stops, no fuel is being used. Now you are running on an electric motor. And as soon as you start pumping in the gas, when you start pushing the accelerator, initially it is only the electric motor that is helping you. Further, when you start needing more and more power, the ICE kicks in, the internal combustion engine kicks in, and then it helps. These are certain technologies as to how that balance is created, when the electric motor will be active, when will the ICE be active, how the balance will be maintained, and how the power is going to be mixed up and be utilized by the transmission. That is all the technology is about. The powertrain of hybrid electric vehicles is more complex, just as I told you, as compared to conventional ICE or even electric vehicles. They have components of both electric vehicles as well as conventional ICEs. Now, that means that a typical HEV will have low voltage auxiliary batteries. It will have a traction battery pack to store electricity when the electric motor is not running. So the ICE engine sometimes help you to charge that battery. You will have to have an AC DC converter. You will have to have a power electronic system controller as well, which is like a computer which has multiple chips and multiple, sensors and multiple, what do you call them, fuses, that is put up right above the battery, generally is kept above the battery, or sometimes behind, थोड़ा वो पीछे जो वो wall होती है जिसके बाद डैशबोर्ड शुरू हो जाता है वहां पर होता है generally. And it is sometimes also needs thermal system to maintain working temperatures as well. An internal combustion engine, you have to have a fuel tank, you have to have a fuel filler as well, a transmission, an exhaust system, all these things are required. But how does the power train work? I've explained it to you in very simple words. Let's stick to that simple explanation, but थोड़ा सा उसमें value addition यहाँ से कर लेते हैं. Hybrid electric vehicles, the powertrains are designed to power cars in series, in parallel, or in series parallel power split methodologies. If it is in series, then it uses only electric motor to drive the wheels, while ICE powers the generator. So the internal combustion engine is running, it is charging the battery, then the car is being run on batteries. That is what it is. So the series wala to it is out of my mind. Why do you have to have series wala methodology? Further, parallel में क्या होता है? In parallel HEV, it is based on driving conditions. Whichever best power source it is, you are requiring more of push. You are like pedal to the metal. For example, you are wanting to have a race, then certainly you would be using internal combustion engine. But if you are driving through city traffic, then certainly your electric vehicle motor or electric powertrain will be working. Acha. In series parallel situation, you have a combination of both models, which allows the power to split, can come from both the sources. In all these three designs, battery is charged through regenerative braking technology, something which is a constant for all these three designs, and that is regenerative braking. What does that mean? And this is something that when I was pursuing my master's in chemical engineering, or rather, nahin, I was pursuing bachelor's. During my bachelor's degree, I was working on regenerative distillation columns, and they work on the same technology, same principle as regenerative braking. In, for example, distillation columns, you heat the stuff up in the bottom and then you cool it down at the top. And I was like, if you're cooling it down, then you are taking away its heat energy. Why don't you take away that heat energy and supply it right here? Many major industries, they were moving towards that, and it was like a concept. Like you have concept car designs, it was like a concept technology that not yet had been researched upon, but I was researching on that. It could have saved crores and crores of rupees for the industry. The same thing happens with regenerative braking. When you are providing the power to the through the engine to the wheels, then that energy creates certain momentum. But when you stop those wheels, you are actually losing on to that energy that was being used to run the car, used to run, or make the wheels rotate. When you start braking, what if I were to say that braking, which is going to lose the energy, let's use that lost energy to create or recover that some of the kinetic energy, and use it to convert it into electricity. If that could happen, how beautiful it would be. It would be improving your fuel efficiency, it would also be improving the way the cars are run today. So regenerative braking is a way to taking away the wasted energy from the process of slowing down a car, using it to recharge the car batteries. That is what it is in simple sense. How does it work? You don't have to go into these details, but yes, let's do it for the sake of UPSC. You never know what happens, what kind of stuff UPSC tends to ask. It's sometimes out of the blue and out of nowhere. Let's prepare ourselves for that. RBS, regenerative braking system, is used generally in automotive applications. Generally, what happens is you have better braking efficiency in stop and go traffic, है ना? And while you are doing that, you enhance the fuel economy as well. It helps you in energy optimization. It is improving the efficiency of HEVs and EVs both. This will, in large be a part determined by their abilities to recover how much energy they can recover while they are braking. That will be their enhancing efficiency. That is going to be a very important part of their process. This technology is also used in electric railways. It is being used for rail transits as well. It can be described as frequent acceleration and braking of the trains across many stations. While doing that, you regenerate that energy, increasing the potential for braking energy recovery using energy storage systems, which can recuperate and reuse the braking energy from a metro car, from rail, trams, etc., further enhancing their energy efficiencies. That is how it is happening. Basically, what is regenerative braking? In To give you in simple sense the idea of RBS, when you are pushing through the traffic, you give a huge push to the accelerator, the energy is generated, but by the time it reaches the wheels, you start to break down. But that energy, that motion, if it was possible to take it to some generator of इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेटर होता है ना वैसे ही, तो उसको अगर मैं उसको ट्रांसमिट कर दूं, बिकॉज द ट्रांसमिशन इज स्टिल इन मोशन, you have started applying brakes from outside, because braking is a phenomena. It does not happen internally. It is not like you apply brakes and the engine slows down. No, it is like the wheels slow down and then the transmission stops or slows down, and then the engine stops or rather slows down to the extent that whatever the amount of energy is required. That is a very external phenomena. वो बाहर से अंदर जा रहा है. It is a top down approach, so to say, or external to internal approach. What if internally I had some mechanism through which I could transmit that energy which was going to the wheels? When the wheels break, I shift that transmission to somewhere else, and that somewhere else being a motor or a generator of electricity, and then I store that electricity. I use that electricity to charge your batteries, right? That would be really amazing. That is what it is. So it is a wonderful piece of revolution. It's a marvelous piece of technology that we have come up with, and yes, it is relevant. There are different types of HEVs. You don't have to go into those details. There is a full HEV, then there is a mild HEV. Micro hybrids are there. They do not offer electric torque assistance, but they do have idle start stop systems that I had explained. That once you stop the car, ice stops, and then it becomes micro hybrid, or rather, it uses electric motor to run the car during idle start stop. This was probably the first few cars that were launched in India that were hybrid. They were micro hybrids. Then you have mild hybrids, where you have this motor only in stop and go traffic route situations. Full HEV is more powerful. The electric motor is more powerful. You don't have to go into those details. Advantages, I think you know what are the advantages, but there are certain challenges. Those challenges involve lithium batteries. No doubt, India is saying that we would have huge reserves of lithium, available in Jammu and Kashmir and other parts of the country as well. Slowly and steadily, I think it was Karnataka, or it was also in Rajasthan, where many people were saying that there are prospects in fact, there were prospecting was starting off. I hope you know this. Prospects license. There is a license for prospecting. There is prospect of mining. There is a prospect license for exploration. I hope you know that in the mining sector. If you don't, you should go through this. You should know this. And if you want to know where to find material for this, do not follow any other stuff except the Ministry of Mines explaining it. If you go to the website of Ministry of Mines, you will find details about it. So yes, lithium itself, it is said that lithium is one source that requires a lot of efforts from mining till converting it into batteries, and then the menace of waste, because it's not based on Z, zero effect, zero defect. There will be waste that is generated from the products that we will be creating using lithium. So there were certain engineers and certain scientists that I was listening through when this entire scheme of things were working, and I'm quoting them right now. The fact of the matter is that it is said, many have been saying this, that it will be more environmentally degrading to use electric vehicles than howsoever beneficial you think it would be. By shifting to EVs, you think that you would stop fossil fuel burning, but the process of shifting itself or transitioning from conventional engines towards electric vehicles is going to cost the environment a lot, a lot. So are we up for that or are we not? We should be basically, the reason I'm sharing this idea or this viewpoint is because I want you guys to have a holistic point of view when it comes to these topics. Now, there are certain challenges. India is a price sensitive market and these vehicles cost a lot. We know that they do. It is at least 1.5 to 2 times the cost of the other vehicle that you could have chosen if you were okay with running on diesel or on petrol. That is the major reason. मल्टीपल कंपोनेंट्स हैं जिसकी वजह से कॉस्ट बढ़ जाती है, इंक्लूडिंग आरबीएस. Now, let's talk about data localization. This has been in news since 2015, 2015 and 2016. There was an issue with respect to GDPR. GDPR is a regulation by European Union. What is this data localization? Let's understand this. Now, in fact, it has become the most debated matter in the recent times. Data localization is basically a practice where you want to keep the data within the region where it originated from. You don't want to shift it to any other country. There are concerns with respect to privacy, right to privacy, and also there are concerns with respect to who owns that data, the ownership of that data, and yes, also with respect to the sharing of that data. Countries have mandated that data that are created within their borders, they need to remain stored within their territorial jurisdiction, within their territorial boundaries, because if that does not happen, they fall prey to they fall prey to the multiple multiple policies, multiple regulations that otherwise should not have happened. Can you just give me a couple of seconds, just a couple of seconds? There's an ant on my screen, and if I my laptop is touch screen, I don't want to harm it. Just a second. I'm right here, huh? Just a second. Sorry guys. Like this is the first time that I am going through this. Uh, they say that like my wife just told me that the laptop produces such kind of heat that actually the ants are quite attracted to it. Now, let's hope that does not happen. I'm really like it gives me jitters. चल, let's move further. The छोटे छोटे शहरों में बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती रहती हैं. Let's talk about GDPR and data localization. What is this local versus global debate? Countries have been trying to make sure that there is data localization or the data gets localized. Data does not leave the boundaries. They have mandated companies who are collecting critical data about the consumers of that country to keep the servers well within the borders of the country so that they have jurisdictional advantages over such pieces of information, over such data. That was the main reason. Further, the recently RBI came up with a circular with respect to storage of payment system data. In 2018, RBI had come up with this circular with respect to which it directed all system providers to ensure that within the period of next 6 months, the entire data relating to payment systems, they should be stored in a system only in India. That is what data localization looked like. This covered not only the card payment systems like Visa, MasterCard, for example, it also included companies like Paytm, WhatsApp, Google. The arguments are that you want to make sure that one, privacy of the consumers and customers should be maintained. The data should not be breached. Number two, there should be no tax evasion because GAR rules have been in news for a very long time. General anti-avoidance rules. So arguments in favor of need for data localization, you need to strengthen the protection. GDPR is an example where EU already has this provision. Further, you need to have a control over the data because it not only has to protect, the governments have to protect the privacy of their citizens, but also to exercise their control over the data. A private firm or a commercial entity utilizing that data can be a very sensitive information with respect to individuals, and that is why you need to have that, you need to protect that. That is also one of the reasons why you have data protection bill, and it should be foolproof given that its implementation should not be filled with glitches. That is why we are taking a very long time in coming up with the act of data protection. Chalo. Further, this payment system data information, because you have in every single year the digital transactions, the number of transactions, they are increasing. You need to make sure, and RBI has also mandated this data information, this payment system data information to be stored in India for better monitoring and safety of the consumers is of paramount importance. But there are certain arguments against localization. What if the data becomes more vulnerable? What if the governments themselves, look at, if the governments are looking at data localization from the point of view of security, what if there are easy access to the security? If there is easy breach of security in the same domestic country, what if that happens? So it is a challenge. Further, risk of local surveillance that will also increase. How will you ensure that privacy is maintained when there is government snooping around? So is the government snooping allowed or not? Further, there can be a hindrance to global trade where you are wanting to make a mark, or the present technology powered age, there will be a huge impact on global trade at different levels. Imposing restrictions will only stop the free flow of data. It is not going to have a positive impact on the flow of trade. It will also impact the local markets. Further, there can be varied nature of compliances. National interest के नाम पर आप data breach करवा दें, कुछ हो जाए. So it will be a challenge. Increasing operational costs as well for the companies and for businesses. Further, you will have a promotion of monopoly. Why? Because more and more large sized businesses will be able to do that. Small and mid sized businesses might not be able to do that. So there will be a promotion of monopoly in that sense. High investment and energy costs will also go up. Keeping data or keeping servers is not too easy. Do you know how difficult it is to maintain the servers cool, maintain the cold environment for these servers, and how much energy does it take to run these servers? These are not energy efficient servers. Energies used or utilized, or electricity being pumped into servers, is huge, huge. High investment and energy costs. Further, there are certain suggestions as well. You can go for a globalization approach where there can be multiple stakeholders or multiple countries working together in this prospect. Increasing the efficiency of IT systems can also be one way, where even in local areas you can enhance your capabilities in the IT sector. Growing businesses, cross border data flow is going to happen. United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, is in their digital economy report. They found that businesses using internet for global trade have higher survival rate than those who do not use it. So for that reason, you will have to make sure that there is a sustained infrastructure which is available for these entities. Further, you will have to make sure that all the requirements and innovations that are necessary for the growth of these businesses, that enable these businesses to thrive, we should work on them. And it is a multiple stakeholder approach. The society, the ones which are creating the data, the governments, the private sector, and every stakeholder should be taken into consideration, and a policy should be created, be it at the local level, and but much more favorable if it is at not just global or not just local, but at a global level. Go local or global level. So let's talk about something related to science and tech further, and that is benzene being found in dry shampoos. What are these dry shampoos? You should not laugh. I use dry shampoos for my dog, and he we call it a he. So he uh, when he's not very okay with taking a shower, taking a bath, so what we do, we just apply dry shampoo, we use a damp cloth, and we just rub off the dry shampoo, and he's basically taken a sponge bath. As as in when we as kids used to do this. When we were kids, we used to take sponge baths. Sponge baths were taken when it was too cold. It was very difficult to take a shower. That was the time, so benzene has been found in these dry shampoos, and Valley Shore, a New Haven, Connecticut based analytical lab, has tested 148 batches from 34 brands of spray on dry shampoos. Spray on dry shampoos are somewhat similar to, I don't know if you shave or not, if you have that foaming leather shave that just sprays that leather, that is how dry shampoos are. Spray on dry shampoos, they found that 70% of them have contained benzene. Benzene is a very famous chemical. Benzene ring is an amazing structure. This is the structure of benzene ring. Alternating double bonds. In fact, these double bonds keep on shifting from here to here. At one time they will be like this, and another time they will be like this. So this structure and this structure, both these structures are actually correct for benzene. So benzene is a cancer causing chemical, popular found in popular sunscreens. Antiperspirants. Antiperspirants are basically that those roll-ons and those deodorants that stop you from sweating. Hand sanitizers as well. Highest benzene levels have been found among dry shampoos, including the popular brand called Not Your Mother's. Now, the name of the brands are not important. What is important is this. What is important is this. We will talk about these. Dove is also one of those brands which has been found to have benzene in it. So if you are using, ये वाला हिस्सा डव से धोया, ये वाला हिस्सा नहीं धोया, and डव वाला हिस्सा सॉफ्ट है because of benzene. चलो. Dry shampoos are used basically to freshen up the hair between washes. Between washes, as in it's a very long time that you have taken a head wash, and in between that, you want to have a head wash, so you use a dry shampoo. With we people, with boys, you have very few hair, so you don't need dry shampoos. Now, what is the impact? Benzene is a contaminant of petroleum products. It is a contaminant. It also is extracted from petroleum products. Spray on personal care products like dry shampoos, propellants, propane, butane, etc., that are, petroleum distillants or distillates, they made through refining of crude oil, they have benzene contamination, and it has to be removed. In fact, this spray from one can of dry shampoo contains 158 parts per million of benzene. Not a very good thing. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, has said that inhaling benzene of at around 0.004 parts per million. This is 0.004 parts per million. Chronically over the entire life could result in one additional cancer per 1 lakh people. And here we have 158 parts per million. I don't have to tell you how difficult this situation is, right? Now let's talk about benzene. FDA, acha, this is also important. The FDA, and Drug Administration, has not set benzene limits for cosmetics. इसीलिए उसमें आ जाता है. अच्छा, further, what is benzene? Basically colorless है, light yellow color का liquid होता है, chemical at room temperature, colorless, or sometimes light yellow color. It is primarily used as a solvent, generally as an organic solvent बोल देते हैं इसको. ये one of the major organic solvents है in chemical industry as well as pharmaceutical industries. If any solute is soluble in the solvent of benzene, it tells a lot about their properties. Benzene is produced both naturally and through man-made processes. Natural component of crude oil is found in crude oil. You should know this. Other natural sources include gas emissions, volcanic eruptions, forest fires, etc. Even your cigarette smoke is another source of benzene exposure. That is one of the reasons why smoking kills or smoking causes cancer. है ना? चलो. No. Benzene may also be found in glues, adhesives, cleaning products, paint strippers. Paint strippers are those chemicals that are used to remove the paints. जैसे nail paint removers होते हैं, जैसे for example outdoor air can contain low levels of benzene from second-hand cigarette smoke or gasoline fumes, but motor vehicle exhaust, industrial emissions, etc. But otherwise, to a very less extent. But these exposures can happen in general. So this is something that you should know. Moving on to cloud forest bonds. One of my favorite topics from the last year. Just a second, guys. Yeah, all set. The chat was not working. Now, cloud forest bonds. According to a recent report, cloud forest asset financing is a valuable nature-based solution that was recently released by Earth Security, which is a global nature-based asset management advisory firm. What are cloud forests and what are these bonds? How will they be helpful? Let's understand that. Number one, cloud forests generally happen in montane rainforests. वेजिटेशन ट्रॉपिकल मॉन्टेनस रीजन्स में होती है, हेवी रेनफॉल होती है, ह्यूज condensation is there resulting from the cooling of the moisture. It creates huge loads of clouds, and that is why the name cloud forests. They are usually characterized by persistent, frequent, seasonal, low-lying layer of mist and cloud cover which remains like forever. Cloud forests, they are rare, and exceptional conditions exist, and they are really pristine in its nature. Due to their unique characteristics, these cloud forests are usually found along the sides of the mountain elevations, generally somewhere around 3000 to 10,000 feet height पे होते हैं. But somewhere even in the tropics you can find them as low as 1650 feet as well. For example, if you were to talk about Nilgiris, you can find cloud forests in Nilgiris. If you were to find them, then quite certainly you will not have to go to very huge elevations, for example. But generally हम कहते हैं कि इंडिया के अंदर you do not find cloud forests. Only 1% of global woodlands can be considered as cloud forests. There has been a decline from 11% in the 1970s due to human interferences, of course, anthropogenic factors. Only 25 countries hold 90% of the world's cloud forests. Indonesia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Peru, Venezuela, Mexico, Papua New Guinea, Brazil, Ethiopia, Ecuador, Cameroon, Bolivia, China, Laos, Myanmar, Republic of Congo, Gabon, Philippines, Madagascar, Uganda, Angola, Malaysia, Kenya, Vietnam. It seems like I'm, Eminem of places. Chalo. It seemed like I was rapping. Chalo. Now, what is the significance? Yes, their hydrological function is huge. It is of huge value, existential value to millions of the people living downstream. It is because of them that they get access to clean drinking water, they get access to irrigated fields, they get access to a lot of minerals as well. Then they capture moisture from the air, provide fresh and clean water to the people and industries below. And then these industries, these people, they pollute the water and then it flows downstream. Now these 25 countries have around 979 hydropower dams. They are able to thrive only because of the existence of cloud forests. The total value of the electricity that they can produce in these 25 countries is estimated to be around 118 billion US dollars over the 10 years, and this will increase to 250 around 246 billion dollars when new hydropower plants that are being developed, they become operational. This data is relevant for mains, not for prelims, but you should know what cloud forest bonds are. Bond, cloud forest bond. The name is bond, cloud forest bond. This will incentivize the governments to protect these cloud forests. These are like green bonds where you will be investing in these cloud forests. This will encourage carbon sequestration, carbon storage systems, and it will be like payment for the ecosystem services that these cloud forests produce. And it will also help you mobilize finances. People will start investing. Those bonds will allow these developing countries to improve their debt position as well. New bond issuance, debt swap arrangements, and result based financing instruments can be the next big thing for your environmental safeguards. Cloud Forest 25 Investment Initiative, CF25 Investment Initiative, has been established to establish a collective of all these 25 countries which have cloud forests, so that international application of this market template based on carbon credit system, that also internationalizes, and you can mobilize funds based on that. Further, we have talked about regenerative braking. Let's talk about regenerative farming. What is regenerative farming? But before that, let me have a sip of water. Another one. Another one. चलो. डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है. Now, regenerative farming. recently, there were certain farmers in Madhya Pradesh. They had followed this methodology of regenerative farming, and they found that there was a reduced need for frequent irrigation. Regenerative farming, dryland farming, then natural farming, these are different terms. Make sure that you know that. Now, what is regenerative farming? It is a process of farming and grazing practices which benefit by reversing the climate change, by rebuilding the soil organic matter, restoring the degraded soil. Just wanted to check if I was audible and visible or not. Acha. Uh, they are trying to improve soil and water for better agriculture practices, increasing the soil organic matter, which is in short known as SOM. है ना? So how do you do that? You use less of chemicals, not chemical free, but chemical less. Less chemical and chemical less are two different things. Less chemical happens in organic farming. Chemical less farming is happening. Natural inputs are being used, manures, mulching processes, crop rotation, crop diversification. Then now you would say, sir, what is the difference between natural farming and regenerative agriculture? Basically, regenerative agriculture is trying to work on five basic principles: reduce the disturbance in the soil, cover the soil by mulching, for example, ensuring that the roots in within the soil they live all around the year. You integrate livestock, you incorporate practices of crop diversification, crop intensification, multi-cropping, for example, multi-layer cropping, and there are multiple processes. Regenerative agriculture is trying to regenerate the health of soil, reduce soil degradation, act on climate change, reduce the carbon dioxide emission or greenhouse gas emission from the agriculture sector. Extreme events can be avoided, soil damaging, soil erosion, which have a negative impact on the environment overall and have led to events like flooding, like landsliding, so on and so forth. That can be avoided through regenerative farming. So you are regenerating the health of the soil. Benefits: improved crop yields, increased crop produced in volume, health of the soil will increase, ability to retain water, water retention capacity of soil will also go up, reduced burden on the soil will also help you reduce soil erosion. You will be able to feed the people. There are environmental benefits as well, but there are certain challenges associated with it. According to United Nations World Water Development Report of 2022, India extracts 251 cubic kilometer, 123, no, 251 kilometers cube of water, or more than the quarter of world's groundwater is withdrawn every year from India. इंडिया से निकल रहा है दुनिया का एक चौथाई ग्राउंड वाटर. 90% of this water is used for agriculture, 10% for drinking and washing purposes or other purposes, including industrial purposes. Now, the groundwater, in fact, got really exploited during the 1960s when we had our green revolution, the first green revolution. There was no gain in production. IIT Delhi had come up with a study which showed that over 39 million hectares of area in the country under wheat, rice, and maize have not shown any improvement in the past decade, last 10 years. No improvement in productivity, and still the groundwater is being exploited. Not just exploited, it is also being polluted. The revolution has made India the world's biggest extractor of groundwater, the Green Revolution of 1960s. Soil health has degraded. In 2022, there was a report by CSE, Center for Science and Environment, State of Biofertilizers and Organic Fertilizers in India. This report was published in 2022. It showed that there were severe and widespread deficiencies of organic carbon, micronutrients in Indian soils. How to go on about it? Of course, you need to have scientific studies. For example, the lack of scientific study has made the lack of awareness far more farmers made far more gullible to malinformation or disinformation or misinformation. That should not happen. In India, the union government has been promoting regenerative agriculture through various processes and trying to lower down the input costs, be it Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Sikkim, Gujarat, many states. United Nations का जो FAO है, Food and Agriculture Organization, it talks about healthy soils, which in a way will better the water storage, transmission, and filtering capacity. It will reduce the agricultural runoff and also will reduce the runoff pollution as well. They say that 1% increase in soil organic matter per zero point 0.4 hectare increases water storage potential by more than 75,000 liters. Imagine, imagine how amazing that would be. So thus, you have to work on this. You should know what regenerative farming is. Moving further to IOS, not your Apple iOS, but RBI's IOS, Integrated Ombudsman Scheme. This Integrated Ombudsman Scheme was recently a report, an annual report was being released on this by RBI, and the report said that there were volumes of complaints that were received by RBI under the scheme, and consumer education and protection cells, they stood at around 4,18,184 during 2021-2022. There was around a 10% increase in the last fiscal year, and it has increased in the last 1 year or 2 years. According to this report, the total complaints were about 42%. They were related to digital modes of payments and transactions, which means that there needs to be better management of payment modules or payment systems and payment gateways on digital transaction mode. Who is this ombudsman? Ombudsman is basically a government official who deals with complaints by ordinary people against public institutions. This is a matter of inspiration from Sweden. Sweden से हमने inspiration लिया, and we follow this as a matter of tool to make sure that the government is held accountable or government institutions are held accountable. An officer is appointed by the legislature, not by the executive, to handle such complaints. There is a reason why the executive has no power in appointing, for the matter that if executive authority and their accountability has to be ensured, it will be ensured only through legislative processes. There is insurance ombudsman, there is income tax ombudsman, there is banking ombudsman. And then, with the help of this integrated ombudsman scheme that RBI has framed recently under Section 35A of Banking Regulation Act 1949, RBI wants to integrate this entire process of Banking Ombudsman Scheme 2006, of Ombudsman Scheme for NBFCs 2018, for Ombudsman Scheme for Digital Transactions 2019. You need to remember these three. They are trying to integrate these three into one. In addition, integrating the three existing schemes, it will also include under its ambit the non-scheduled primary cooperative banks, PCBs, which have a deposit of rupees 50 crores and above. The scheme is wanting to establish one nation, one ombudsman approach. One nation, one ombudsman approach. According to the central bank, they are trying to create an internal ombudsman who shall be either some retired or a serving officer, not below the rank of DG manager, DGM, or an equivalent rank in any financial sector regulatory body, not just any other company, not an insurance company, not any other banking company, but a regulatory body. वहां से DGM लेवल का एक ऑफिसर होगा. Credit information companies, CRISIL, ICRA, etc., or an NBFC, non-banking finance company, or a bank. Chalo. Further, their experience should be of at least 7 years in the banking sector, non-banking finance sector, financial sector regulation, supervision, critical information, consumer protection, etc. These are the basic provisions with respect to the ombudsman. I hope you get the idea. There are certain salient features with respect to this scheme. A centralized receipt and processing system has been established. There will be a center that will be handling it, and that has been set up at RBI Chandigarh, my hometown. and the receipt and initial processing of physical and email complaints will happen in any language, not in English, not just in English. You will have a principal nodal officer of the rank of the general manager in public sector bank or equivalent. You don't have to go into these details. ये details आप लोगों के लिए हैं, but ये आपको इसमें जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. All you have to know is what are the ombudsmen that have come within the purview of the integrated scheme. Banking ombudsman, NBFC ombudsman, digital transaction ombudsman, 2006, 2018, 2019. Further, NSPCBs, non-scheduled primary cooperative banks, their ombudsman also, or rather they will also be coming under the purview of this integrated ombudsman scheme, provided they handle deposits of 50 crore rupees or above. Only then. Cool. Moving further to the next topic, fuel blending. The cabinet has advanced by 5 years its target to blend 20% ethanol into petrol, not in diesel, but in petrol. Let's understand this. Now, the amended National Biofuel Policy of 2018 has now set a target for 2025. In a span of next 2 years, you will have to increase the blending of ethanol to 20%. What is this biofuel policy? What is this target? Let's understand the basic provisions. Now, just a second. Yep. The National Biofuel Policy. It's aimed at reducing the dependence on imports. Of course, if you start mixing it with, mixing ethanol with petrol, there used to be funny instances in our college times where many people used to tell us that I ran out of fuel in mid 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 process of going towards somewhere, and then all I had was access to some shop which allegedly used to sell some beverages, and he took out a bottle of that beverage. He just plummeted the entire beverage into the tank, and then he made the car run on that beverage, so to say. And we used to be very surprised to know that. But then we started pursuing chemical engineering. We, as in friends and friend circle, and we started learning about blended petroleum, blended fuels, and we realized that since the capabilities are similar, and it's just a matter of design, that you could actually convert the internal combustion engine into an engine which can burn ethanol, for example. But for that to happen, you will have to have a change in the entire design of the engine. But if you were to blend the ethanol with petrol, which means 1/5 of ethanol and 4/5 of petrol, 4 5 parts of petrol, and 4 parts of petrol, 1 part of ethanol, it will reduce, one, the cost, running cost. Number two, enhances the fuel efficiency. Number three, also reduces the burden on the exchequer to import the same fuel, because now the demand for fuel will go down. So that is why it has been something that the road transport minister and the power minister and PNG minister, they have been working on the national biofuel policy. The agenda is not just to take away ethanol from industrial production, but to create ethanol from bioresources like algae, for example, and use that bioethanol without, you know, uh, you should not be producing ethanol as a parallel routine. You should not be taking away the resources which otherwise would have been helpful and useful in producing other stuff and then use them to create ethanol. That would be like readjustment. That should not happen. You find newer technologies based on biochemistry and biophysics, and based on those biotechnology, you create biofuel or bioethanol, and then you blend bioethanol into the petrol. That will be really beneficial. वो एक मल्टी सेक्टोरल अप्रोच हो जाएगी. इट इज गोइंग टू बी रियली अमेजिंग. Now, this biofuel policy is aimed at reducing the dependence, of course, of our fuel dependence on imports, encouraging fuel blending, bio CNG, biodiesel, bioethanol. These are the key focus areas, and we are making them to be a part of EBP, ethanol blending program. Production of second generation ethanol, that I told you, they are derived from forest and agricultural residue. They are being produced from the waste of agriculture and forest industries. Increasing capacity for production of fuel additives, R&D in feedstock, all of this, investments in these areas have to be done. Further, molasses, which is like the sticky liquid formed during production of sugar, during the cane juice being converted into sugar, depending on the percentage of sugar left, it is categorized as B heavy and C molasses. Now, this molasses is the feedstock which is used by sugar mills to produce ethanol. Generally, that happens from the waste of sugar industry, you create ethanol. The policy also allows usage of excess rice or damaged food grains as feedstocks. Many people have been trying to use jatropha, जायफल बोलते हैं जिसको, जट्रोफा से there have been instances where you are trying to produce biodiesel, for example. The National Biofuel Coordination Committee works under PNG Ministry as its head. The minister is the head of this committee, is the lead agency that coordinates this entire program. Because you are receiving biofuels from multiple sources, you have to coordinate with them and make sure that they work in tandem with each other. What have been the amendments that have been made? Let's understand that. Number one, they have advanced the 20% blending date by 5 years. Earlier on it was 2030, now it is 2025 2026. We have been very ambitious, we have been pushing for the climate change agenda in international fora, and India is one of among the leaders in impacting and working and investing in greener technologies, bluer technologies, so to say. The committee, the NBCC committee, has now been given the permission to change the policy which it earlier had lacked. The current blending status is around 9.9%. We are about to almost double it. Cool? Chalo. That is it about this topic. Moving further to the National Family Health Survey number 5, the fifth survey that has been released by the Health Ministry. It says that our TFR, total fertility rate, has declined from 2.2 till 2.0. 2.1 is the replacement levels. What does it mean? Replacement level means, or replacement rate or replacement level, it means that you have one person dying, you have one person getting born. The population will become stagnant. It is neither increasing nor decreasing. But if you go below the replacement rate, in the future, you will start seeing a decline in the population growth. Right now, it was being seen that we came down from 2.4, 2.5 or something like that. We came down from 2.4 till 2.2. It was fine because it was reducing the growth rate. This is a decline in growth rate. Look how it looks like. But decline in population looks like this. Completely opposite. Now, if you had 2.1, this is 2.1 replacement rate, where the population starts to sustain itself. It is not too good. We might say that we have a huge population, but population decline is not a very good thing. You'll have to understand that, because you definitely will have lesser mouths to feed, but further you will have lesser hands to work. How will you ensure economic growth or development? How will you ensure productivity? How will you ensure yield in the economy? That will be a challenge. That the total fertility rate has gone down. The average number of children per woman is declining, and it is not that it is declining and it has stopped. It is further declining. There are multiple factors associated with it, good or bad. There are 5 states. Bihar has around 3 fertility rate. Meghalaya 2.9, almost 3. UP 2.35. Jharkhand 2.26, Manipur 2.17. Manipur is still, I would say, quite, works quite well for the growth sustainability that we are looking at. But Bihar is too much, Meghalaya is too much. UP is also at good rate, given that there have been certain political and socio-economic parameter based changes that have happened in the society of Uttar Pradesh for that reason. But the replacement levels are 2.1. That means you have one birth after every marriage. Then there are certain institutional births. Institutional births are those births of kids that happen within the purview of institutions. These are formal and informal sectors, basically, where if you have formal sector, then that means that the birth has happened within a hospital. There is natal, neonatal, and prenatal care being given at the hospital. Whereas if it is happening informally, then it is non-institutional births. Institutional births have increased by 10% from 79 to 89% across India. Rural India के हिस्से में around 87% of the births that have happened, they have been delivered in institutions, 94% in case of urban areas, which is fairly a good number. Not the best, of course. If it was 100%, उसमें क्या ही जाता है ना? तो certainly. अच्छा, further, as far as underage marriages are concerned, the national average of underage marriages has come down. It has been a positive impact, but the rates have increased where? In Punjab, in West Bengal, in Manipur, in Tripura, and in Assam. In Punjab, particularly, I can tell you the reason. There are instances where, you know, instances of drug menace, instances of lack of education, lack of facilities available, the kind of society that Punjab has, it has a very strict and not a very lenient society. It does not allow a lot of things. And for that reasons, most of the times, me belonging to that region, I know that many students, they leave their education, they get married. Sometimes, it's very rare that you will find families marrying kids. It's not like child marriages they happen. It is underage marriages that are happening. Underage marriages. 3% of women, they were surveyed, they got married before attaining the legal age of 18 years, which was down from 26.8% from the last survey. But these figures have gone up for these states. The figure for underage marriage among men is higher, 17.7% this year, but it was 20.3%. Even men, underage men have stopped getting married. Arey, overage men are not getting married. And it's not too good to get married. I don't know why people want to get married. है ना? So the Tripura has seen the largest jump in marriages under the legal age of 18 years. 33% हुआ करता था, now it is 40%. From 16% among men, it is 20%. Sometimes largely due to traditional practices, but most of the times due to unawareness and also lack of quality education. Underage marriages are the lowest in Jammu and Kashmir, Lakshadweep, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, Goa, Nagaland, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu. In these states, you have very few underage marriages. In fact, teenage pregnancies have also come down from 7.9% to 6.8%. India's efforts towards creating a awareness with respect to safe physical relationships, safe sex, and using contraceptive devices, etc., has been working positively. According to this National Family Health Survey of last year, women who are employed, working women, they are more likely to use modern contraception, and for that reason, there is also one more reason that this has also led to the decline in the total fertility rate. The data suggests around two-thirds of women who are employed, they use modern contraceptive devices. So compared to all those half of the women who are not employed. 53% of women who are not employed use contraceptive devices. Employed के केस में ज़्यादा. As far as immunization is concerned, three-fourths, around 77% of the children from 12 to 23 years of months of age, not years, they were fully immunized compared to 62%, which has gone up. That means the immunization programs are working well as well. Stunting, the level of stunting that is happening among children less than 5 years of age has marginally declined. 38% hoti thi, 36% hai. Stunting is basically height kam hona, stunted growth. Acha, it is higher among rural children, 37%, less in urban areas, which is 30%, as compared to 2019 data. Now, as far as women empowerment is concerned, we have seen a spike in role of women in decision making process, but the extent to which married women usually participate in household decisions is still limited with respect to her healthcare for her own self, making major household purchases, visit to her family or relatives, etc. This indicates that their participation in decision making is quite high, ranging from 80% in Ladakh to 99% in Nagaland and Mizoram. Now, these examples are examples of matriarchal societies. The issue is that when we talk about India in general, we only talk about patriarchy. We do not talk about patriarchal or matriarchal societies. What we need to understand is India is a complex society. It does not, or it should not rather, be generalized to that extent. Further, financial inclusion has happened from 53 to 79%. It has increased. Domestic violence has marginally gone down. It was 31%. It was 29.3% in 2019 2021, particularly because of COVID, because no new cases were being put up. Acha. Further, as far as obesity is concerned, motapa, obesity, National Family Health Survey 4 said that the prevalence of overweight or obese or obesity rather has increased in many states, and it has increased even in National Family Health Survey number 5 in the fifth survey. At the national level, it increased from 21% to 24% among women, and for men it was 23%. There was an increase of about 3 to 4% in both the genders. More than one third of women in Kerala, Andaman Nicobar Islands, Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Sikkim, Manipur, Delhi, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Punjab, Chandigarh, Lakshadweep, all these states, I think these states are foodie states, let's just call like that, foodie states. And in fact, Kerala had looked out for implementing fat tax. I think 2% cess was supposed to be implemented. It has to be, I don't know if it has seen the light of the day or not, but yes, the same suit can be followed by rest of the states. If you see more and more, you know, uh, fast food, processed food getting costlier, you would definitely see a sharp decline in the entire process. And let's hope that it happens very soon. Cool. Chalo. Let's talk about National Family Health Survey. NFHS is a large-scale multi-round survey that is conducted by in a representative sample of households throughout the country. It is not that every individual household is surveyed. It is like you choose a randomized, as random as it can be, a sample size, and based on that, a survey is conducted. It is conducted by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and it has designated IIPS, International Institute for Population Sciences from Mumbai, as the nodal agency to handle this. Cool? Acha. It has been conducted since 1992, 1993. You have had 1998, 99. You had, it being conducted in 26 states all across India. Then you had it being conducted in 2005, 2006, then 2014, 2015, and now in 2021, 2022 you have been receiving that data. It collaborates, IIPS collaborates with a lot of field agencies, field organizations, so that they can implement this survey. It gets fundings from USAID, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, UNFPA, of course, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare also provides you with some money. Cool? So, with that, let's end this session. Let's end this session. The thing is that you guys are having a huge task at your end. and that is with respect to with respect to achieving your dreams. And if you want to achieve your dreams, you should certainly make sure that you are calm and composed. The character, the beauty of your journey lies in the calmness and the patience that you hold while you are achieving your dreams. So make sure while you do that, you stay tuned to Sriram's IAS initiatives. Just like this, we will have many more initiatives in so far as your mains preparation is concerned. We are bringing to you a foundation course as well. If you have noticed this, there is a foundation course. There is, of course, a 20% discount to all UPSC offerings. You can use this referral code that you can see right here. Of course, this was the session that you had attended, है ना? इस referral code को याद रखिएगा, 20% discount को याद रखिएगा, and foundation batch को याद रखिएगा. Further, I thank you all to be attending, everyone who's been attending this session. Thank you so much. Keep calm and stay tuned to Sriram's IS, because with Sriram's IS, we are going to be back. I'll be back, and we will be, discussing a lot of more information, a lot of more stuff. We will be talking about important and relevant stuff for you guys. Make sure that you keep attending our sessions. Thank you. Take care. God bless you all, and bye bye.